Let's get it started. Third International Conference on Recent Trends in Multidisciplinary Research, ICRTMDR 2020, Day 2. Thank you all for joining us from yesterday. It was an amazing presentations by all our presenters as well as the keynote presentations. And today we are successfully moving to our Day 2. Before that, I would like to thank Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, and our co-host, Cyrix College, Avid College, MI College, and Department of CSE, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women for bringing out this amazing event. And our keynote presenters gave us an amazing presentation yesterday. I would like to thank them. Professor Jake R. Pomprada, Science Research Specialist from Technological University of Philippines. Dr. Abdul Rashid Ahmed from he's the Minister of State for Education from Maldives. Dr. Andres Kempis, Administrator at Eastern Samar State University, Philippines. And our amazing session chairs, Dr. G.M. Shaju, Registrar from MI College, Maldives. Mr. Ibrahim Wahid, Vice Rector from Cyrix College, Maldives. Thank you all once again, and thank you to all our participants who have joined us today. So before we begin, I would like to welcome our session chairs. Mr. Ibrahim Wahid have joined us here. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Before we begin, would you like to speak to our participants who have joined us here today?
I think since today, day 2, I welcome all the participants and greetings from the Maldives as well as from Cyrix College. I wish you all the best for all the presenters. And I think without any further ado, we can start the technical presentations if you don't have keynote speakers.
Sure. Thank you so much. So without any delay, we'll be moving on to Day 2 technical sessions. And I would like to welcome our first presenter of the day, Divya Ansla Hasna, who will be discussing on the identification of carbonate fresh water in Perak Island, Kepluan Seribo, using ground penetrating radar method. Ms. Hasna.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I start my presentation now?
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, wait. Hello, everyone. I cannot sharing screen.
1 minute, just a moment.
Okay.
Yes, you may begin.
Sorry. Okay, is my voice clear to be here?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, I'm sharing screen and it is seen by you, right?
Yes, it's clear and visible.
Okay, let me start then. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dwi Anissa LHM. I am a fourth-year student at Universitas Indonesia, majoring in geophysics. On this occasion, I would like to present our research entitled Identification of Carbonate Freshwater in Perak Island, Kepulauan Seribu, using ground-penetrating radar method. This research completed by my teams that consist of Sadan Rizky, Muhammad Ishaidir Siregar, Michelle Ayu, Aftiaski Ganda, Darin Alia, and Iskandar Shah. Okay, this is the outline of my presentation. The first one is the biography. I would like to introduce myself related to my education and interest issues. The second is the abstract. I will explain why we do this research, the aim and what method we used. The third is the study area, which will give you the condition or some information about our research area. Then there is methodology, which in this study we use the ground penetrating radar method or GPR. Next, there are processing and results. After we acquired and processed the GPR data, We discussed the results and correlated them based on the theoretical of method. And finally, the conclusions. We conclude all of the results and summarize them to be new information for the others. Well, this is me and my brief biography. As I mentioned before, my name is Bianisah Lailatul Hasanah Musafak, and I am a fourth year geophysics student at Universitas Indonesia. Then personally, I have an interest on environmental science issues. So it brings me to the topic I present today. On my previous experience, I also have had done the research of investigating saline water in the residential area Karawang, West Java, Indonesia. Other than that, the newest one, I joined research of paleo flood detection in Bandung, West Java, Indonesia. Well, that was some of my experience that associated on environmental science issues. Now we are going to abstract, which will talk about our background of our research, the purposes, and the method that we used here. First of all, our research initiated by the visit by one of our team on several years ago to Perak Island, Kepulauan Seribu, Indonesia. And then he found a well containing freshwater inside. This well freshwater is used for daily needs for residents and tourists who visit Perak Island. This presence of freshwater here lead us to the curiosity about how is the inside and also explanation for this phenomenon scientifically. Therefore, the research was conducted, and so it's aimed to identification the presence of subsurface freshwater and the aquifer, how the freshwater could be trapped until it formed an aquifer. According to the previous explanation, for supporting our need in describing subsurface, we used geophysical method. It is ground penetrating radar method or GPR method. The utilize of this method due to the method effectiveness of shallow object that associated with frequency value, so that we use frequency 100 megahertz and 32 stack. And this is study area. The figure 2 is the map of Kepulauan Seribu. While our study area located in Perak Island, Kepulauan Seribu, Indonesia, it is on the northern on Kepulauan Seribu, which is shown by red arrow. Based on geological aspect, Kepulauan Seribu is an insulated carbonate platform that formed under tropical climate condition. This condition allows the freshwater filled the carbonate pores on the subsurface. Next, this figure 3 shows us the overview of Perak Island and the two GPR line measurements. The GPR line was conducted cross-section to the well and marked by a yellow line that followed by a green symbol as an initial measurement point and blue symbol as a final measurement point. GPR measured for about 48 meter long for the longitudinal line, and the other line is 20 meter long for the transverse line. And then as methodology, like I said, a geophysical method that we used is a ground penetrating radar or GPR. As shown in figure 4, we used Python GPR unit and the setup of 100 megahertz frequencies antennas. The GPR unit consists of antenna and main unit. These antennas serve as transmitter and receiver, which transmitter for transmitting electromagnetic wave and receiver to receive the reflection result. This method utilizes electromagnetic wave with frequency range around 10 megahertz until 2 gigahertz to depict subsurface condition based on physical parameter dielectric constant. Then, as well as principle of frequency and wavelength, the higher frequency we set, so the smaller wavelength, and that means more shallow object. The small wavelength contributed to obtain a better resolution. Other factor that needs to be considered instead of frequency is stack or sampling interval. Stack means the amount of data would be collected per units of time. Nanosecond commonly used here. It means the greater stack we set, so the more data would be collected, and this let the result better and more accurate. On our survey, we conducted GPR acquisition at frequency 100 megahertz and stack 32. We did measurement for 2 times for the same line with different depth penetration and once transverse line measurement. So when the GPR unit moves according to the survey line we set, signal electromagnetic wave reflected from transmitter antenna to underground within maximal depth penetration at 20 meters and 16 meters. Then if the signal find an object or layer that has different dielectric constant, so here emerge a contrast that subsequently the reflector would be received by receiver antenna and being recorded. And that's how GPR principle works until we obtained the result of our acquisition. It is a section that shows barrier zone between groundwater and saline water. Moreover, we obtained microfracture also in the section that will be discussed below. Next is processing and result. So here it is our result, the section of GPR measurement after we processed using Prism software for background removal and adjust gain. On figure 5, it was our result for frequency at 100 megahertz and stack 32 with depth penetration range 20 meters. From this section, this actually not obviously describe the anomaly object of groundwater. However, there are many vertical signal attenuation which marked by blue line, and we indicate them as microfault that acts as fluid pathway, in this case meteoric water. And then the second one, here is result for the same line, remain on frequency at 100 megahertz and stack 32, but for depth penetration more shallow, it was 16 meters. On this section, obviously depict the elongated signal attenuation in depth around 2.5 meters until 3.75 meters. Marked by red line, we indicated this anomaly as freshwater aquifer. The top and the bottom of red line show the barrier zone. Other than that, the edge of signal attenuation on the left side, shown by blue line indicated as a barrier zone also. From this assumption, we interpret that the depth of fresh water is around 1.25 meters with elongated aquifer for 48 meter long. Okay, this is the last section. Figure 7 is transverse line measurement that support the previous hypothesis. There is elongated signal attenuation in depth at 2.5 until 3.75 meters along the line measurement for around 20 meters. It brings us to the assumption that the presence of groundwater aquifer has area 48 multiple 20 meters in the subsurface below. And finally, we reach the conclusion of our research. The study was undertaken by using the GPR method to identify the presence of subsurface freshwater and its aquifer in the middle of Perak Island, Kepulauan Seribu, Indonesia. Our research aimed to find the barrier zone and the area of the aquifer. This barrier zone found in depth of 2.5 until 3.75 meters. So with groundwater depth around 1.25 meters and area aquifer for about 48 multiple 20 meters. Then second object that we found is many microfault that would be as pathway for fluid migration, or we could say the migration of meteoric water to aquifer. And we want to acknowledge to the parties that contributed to our research, such our work was financially supported by Universitas Indonesia through Universitas Indonesia Community Engagement and Program Putih Prosin 2020, and to the local government of Perak Island, Kepulauan Seribu, Indonesia. And these are the references materials used for my presentation. And that brings us to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank you for your time and attention today. Thank you very much and happy holiday.
Thank you, Ms. Hasna, for your presentation. Dr. Walid, do we have any questions for Ms. Hasna?
So I
Sorry, sir, your voice is not audible.
Question. So thank you so much for your is like how you're going to generalize this in the part of the world where is it clear now, my voice?
Yes, sir, it's clear now.
Okay, sorry for that. So my question is what would be your limitation, because the data has been collected from an island. So can it be generalized in another part of the world where like it's not like for an island, for example, in the Maldives, maybe we have islands. So I think it would be very similar. So what would your limitations when it has to be generalized in any other part of the world?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what Mr. Ibrahim said. It's hello. I'm sorry, I cannot hear clearly.
Sir, can you hear us?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? I'm very sorry because I'm having some technical difficulties. I think yeah, internet connection. So is it clear now?
Yes, sir,
Voice?
yes.
Yes, it's better.
Yeah, I said like what would be your limitations, your research limitations, if it is need to be generalized in any other part of the world, not an island nation.
Okay, thank you for your question. The limitation of my study is my my tool. This GPR unit needs to do more line measurement for the exact area that will be estimated, because on my paper now is only two line measurements, so we need to conduct more line measurements more.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you for your presentation once again. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Jamuel S. Vidal, who will be discussing on parents' level of information in relation to school readiness of kindergarten pupils. Jamuel?
Yes, hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that my screen is available to everyone.
Yes,
Okay.
we can see your screen and you may begin.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Hold on. Okay, so my topic for today is about the parents' level of information in relation to school readiness of kindergarten pupils. And these pupils are the one who are entering grade 1 and just finished the kindergarten level, okay? And let me just give you a quick background of myself. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so I'm a graduate of psychology from Cap College Foundation, and I recently finished my master's in education major in early childhood education from the Philippine Christian University, where I'm working right now. I'm a licensed teacher, secondary licensed teacher, presently working as a professor at the Philippine Christian University Dasmariñas campus, teaching subjects in psychology, early childhood education, general education, and special education. So, this research is designed to show a comprehensive description and discussion on the kindergarten pupil school readiness as assessed by the teachers and its correlation to parents' level of information on school readiness of kindergarten pupils. So this study is intended to determine the school readiness of kindergarten pupils in relation to parents' level of information from teachers and parents of kindergarten pupils who will be entering the first grade. Furthermore, this study utilized descriptive correlation method. Each variable has been critically and carefully examined and discussed as required in this study. The research adopted a purposive sampling technique in which the researcher relied on the judgment in choosing members of population to participate in this study. Two instruments were used for this study. First is the comparison of parents and teachers' evaluations about school readiness among first grade pupils of primary schools in Tehran. And the second is the Philippine Early Childhood Development Checklist 2009, or we call it the ECCD checklist. So the description is this study is an educational research that focuses on evaluating and analyzing the parents' level of information in relation to school readiness of kindergarten pupils entering first grade. So the research has been participated by the parents and the teachers in relation to the readiness of the students entering grade 1. This study is also anchored to the importance of conducting intensive assessment to preschoolers, adopting the Philippine Early Childhood Development Checklist. This is the checklist that we are using here in the Philippines to assess children entering formal schooling. The assessment is designed for service providers like teachers, rural health midwives, children development and daycare workers, also parents, caregivers who can easily administer after a brief training period. By using the checklist, this will be able to determine if a child is developing adequately or is at risk for developmental delays. So, in conclusion, the kindergarten pupil school readiness in terms of social and emotional and cognitive domains are far above standards. So, as you can see, I've put some pictures here below. So, these are the domains that I was able to use in order to make sure that the children that we are going to assess are far above standards. So, we have the social, we have the psychosocial, self-help, language, intellectual communication, and the activities of daily living. And in terms of parents level information, the parents have high level of information on school readiness of their children in the areas of psychosocial, activities for daily living, communication, and intellectual domains. There's also a significant relationship between kindergarten pupils' readiness and their parents' level of information. The overall findings influenced this study to develop a summer school readiness program for kindergarten pupils to better prepare them in entering first grade. So for the recommendation, these are the conclusions and recommendations given for this study. Number 1, kindergarten teachers must be adept in using and executing the ECCD checklist to serve as a guiding instrument in helping each pupils to improve in various developmental areas. Kindergarten pupils must master also at least 50 to 70% of the skills included in the ECCD checklist to be formally considered as ready for entering grade 1. Third, parents must maintain their level of information on school readiness of their child through attending various seminars and workshops related to preparing their child to primary grade. And number 4, parents must be constant partnering and in good collaboration with the kindergarten teachers to completely monitor their child's progress in various areas of development. Number 5, school administrators must consider including a summer school readiness program for the incoming grade 1 to lessen parents, teachers, and pupils' frustrations and anxiety and to help each of them look forward to a next step of their pupils' learning. And lastly, all developmental areas must be well executed with sufficient equilibrium to pupils' appropriate progress. So the proposed summer school readiness program may be implemented for pupils' further preparation entering grade 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamil, for your presentation. So do we have any questions for Mr. Jamil?
Jamal, I have only one question. So these are the based on your findings. Hello.
I don't hear anything. It's cutting the line.
The recommendations that you have given are based on your findings, isn't it?
Yes.
So what was your research methodology? So you have given very interesting recommendations. So how you have actually designed your research method?
It's a purposive. Let me check. It's a purposive design. I've used that methodology in order to come up with this recommendation in my paper.
Okay, so the data has been collected from the parents and teachers?
Yes. So I have collected the data from the parents of the students and the teachers of the students as well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both of you. And now we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Mayuri Burman, who will be discussing on the integrating applied ethics with its bioethical issues and life in the womb. Dr. Mayuri?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. 1 second.
Yeah. Mr. Jamal, can you please stop sharing your screen?
Okay. Hold on.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Yes, Dr. Mayuri, you may begin your presentation.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. My paper is on integrating applied ethics with its bioethical issues and life in the womb. I myself, Dr. Mori Burman, Assistant Professor, Department of Philosophy from Pandu College. This is the introductions. During the age of globalizations, all humans are busy with their materialistic life. So we are need inner morality is essential and moral values are of special need. So morality is an ongoing process in the life of human beings from the early age of the Vedas. Moral ideas have undergone many changes and get is reflected in two ways. One is the meta-ethics, another is the applied ethics. Applied ethics is that ethical theory in the real life situation. It provides relative framework where ethical issues like abortions, euthanasia are all are all important issues. So under the applied ethics, there is another ethics that is the bioethics. So bioethics, it discusses about ethical, philosophical, social issues that arise from advances in medicines and life sciences. The issues of medical ethics are of great importance nowadays in today's society. Today's ethics of life, it covers a great area. Solving bioethical issues is a very important task. So one of the important issue regarding abortion, I will discuss now. Abortion is one of the controversial moral issues in today's societies. Abortion may happen in two ways. One is miscarriage and other is the induced abortion. Now the question arises, is it permissible or impermissible? Let's see abortion's impermissibility. The right to life. Every human being, even the child in the womb, has the right to life. So, from that right to life, fetus is a member of the species as a Homo sapiens from the moment of conception. Let us see one argument. First premise, it's wrong to kill innocent human being. Second premise, the human fetus is an innocent human being. So the conclusion comes that it is wrong to kill a human fetus. The argument goes like this. Every person has the right to life. So we have seen that as fetus is also the person, so fetus is also had the right to life and abortion may not be performed. Thus, killing a fetus is wrong because it deprives a future like ours. Still, the person's right to life is stronger and more stringent than a mother's right to decide what happens in her body. So the fetus may not be killed and abortion may not be performed. Toole, a philosopher, he said about the right to life, he gives the two concepts. One is continuing existence and other is desires. An organism has the right to life only if it possesses the concept of self as a continuing entity or if it has the relevant desires. If a person or an organism, if it's satisfied SCR means a self-conscious requirement, then that organism has the right to life. But as Toole said, the right to life is equal the right to continue existence is equal desires. If it fulfills these things, then the organism has the right to life. We have seen that the life in the womb from the Bhagavad Gita, we have seen that the spirited soul, when it enters the womb, then it regarded as sacred. So the value of the fetal life is seen to be a sacred life. So both the organisms as well as the soul as the value. So in the Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Sarvasya Saham Hidi Sannidistaha. As long as the spirited soul is inside, we should think that the body has the life and the spirited soul is itself our life. So we should not destroy the fetus or the embryo which develops in the womb, exhibit consciousness because of the spirited soul. So life in the womb is regarded as a sacred and we should avoid abortion. Sometimes abortion is permissible, even in the cases of pregnancy due to consensual sex and with the consideration that fetus is a person, it is morally permissible. If we see certain things, if the health of the mother is at risk, if it is a rape case, woman has the right to bodily integrity and the right to choose whether or not she wants to have an abortion, although it is morally wrong. So every woman has his own choice, my body, my choice. Now let us see one approach, that is the ethical approach, which is called utilitarian approach. Utilitarianism is one of the theory which regards greatest happiness for the greatest number. And if we see for the utilitarian approach, these actions are right if they benefit or bring happiness to the majority of the population. The ethical approach to abortion is useful if it determines that an action is right if it produces the greatest good for the greatest number, which is the main aim of utilitarian approach. This theory mainly focuses on both pleasure and pain and the ability to maximize pleasure over pain. Thus, utilitarianism is a useful guide to ethical dilemma. From the importance of utilitarianism, if we see, then we find that abortion is permissible because we believe everyone should have the chance to make their own decision, especially when regarding such personal subject as abortion. So utilitarianism always looks at the consequence, that is the result, taking each situation separately if it is a rape case. So Mill, one of the utilitarian philosopher, he believes that one should take care of the individual happiness first, because in turn that will result in the happiness of other surroundings also. So in the conclusion, we have seen that the fetus being the member of biological species, Homo sapiens, it is wrong to destroy human being. Therefore, abortion is unethical since it constitutes the deliberate destruction of a human being. Respect for life and respect for individual dignity are the two basic points involved with abortion. So many think that right to life overrides the right to control one's own body and abortion is wrong. Thus, to solve bioethical issues, there should be a balance, that is the interest of the fetus, interest of the pregnant woman and the interest of the society. So, bioethics with its universal moral appeal is expected to draw a balance for the smooth running of the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mayuri, for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
Ibrahim, sir, do we have any questions for her?
Thank you, Dr. Mayuri, for your insightful presentations.
Hello, sir. Hello. Sir, can you hear me? Sorry, sir. Your voice is not clear, sir. Do we have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mayuri, once again for your presentations.
Yeah, thank you.
So we will move on to our next presenter.
Yeah.
Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Yogesh Vishwanath Chavan, who will be discussing on the theory of threefolds and four-dimensional universe.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're absolutely audible.
May I share my screen?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, please, sir. Please share your screen.
Okay.
I guess Mr. Yogesh is unable to present because of some technical issues. We will move on to our next presenter without any delay. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Shaima, who will be discussing on the effect of the temperature change on the dynamic heat transfer through the insulation material at different wall positions.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam. Shaima, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's audible. You may begin.
Hello, madam.
Yes, Mr. Yogesh.
Wait a minute. Actually, screen. Start now. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, yes. Your
Okay,
screen
okay,
is visible.
okay. May I
Sorry,
start?
Shaima, you may hold on for a moment.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you may begin.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Welcome to all of you. It is my great honor to present this webinar and convey my ideas through this webinar in front of you. In this video, we will see a new theory developed by myself based upon standard model of particle physics. This presentation is divided into three parts, mainly brief introduction of standard model, then its current three unsolved problems, and third part explain my theory which is based upon three postulates and also attempts to solve about three problems. Okay, so let us start our journey. The creation of the universe, theory of threefolds and four-dimensional universe. It is basically based upon particle physics. Okay. So we know today's standard model also describes three fundamental forces at atomic and subatomic level, mainly chromodynamic strong force, QCD, which acts between quarks and 8 type of gluons, then electromagnetic force, which acts between charged leptons and photons, and third is weak nuclear force between fermions and massive bosons like W plus minus and Z0. In order to introduce masses to leptons and quarks, physicists invented a hypothetical field which is able to give mass to this particle. This field is called Higgs field after the theoretician Peter Higgs, who introduced this field. On July 4, 2012, the Large Hadron Collider at CERN announced result consistent with the massive Higgs particle called as God particle. Could this theory prove to be last and thereby final truth? There are a number of important questions not answered by this theory, like what is nature of dark matter and dark energy. Currently, 23% content of the universe is dark matter and 72% is of dark energy, and we don't know what exactly they are. Second problem is matter antimatter asymmetry. If during Big Bang equal amount of matter and third is why there are three generations of fermions in standard model of particle physics. Okay, so standard model could not answer these questions. A lot of theories like string theory and supersymmetry etc. have been developed, but in vain. They are still away from solving these problems and requires unification at around 10 raised to 18 gigaevolt and sometimes 10 dimensions, which are beyond current experimental constraints. So in this theory, attempt is made to find solution to this problem, and author also eagerly insists to carry out experiments based upon this theory. So let's start our theory of threefolds and four-dimensional universe. Theory starts with three postulates based upon current experimental limit on size of particle, mainly leptons and quarks up to 10 raised to minus 19 meter, that is within teraevolt range. Hence, an empirical formula is derived, H equal to Planck's constant equal to K into C into Q, where K is Boltzmann's constant, C is speed of light, and Q is value of charge. The important thing about this formula is that for given experimental limit on minimum size of particle, that is speed of light, C, it gives limit on maximum mass of particle, that is value of K in the range of teraevolt. This formula tells us that universe must have started from one unified fundamental particle at teraevolt range, having above constants in connected way instead of like string theory. When I attempted to define one-dimensional line, I came to realize that for existence of such a line in real space, thickness of line adds at least one more dimension in real space. Then this thickness itself spoils the definition of one-dimensional line in real space, and line with zero thickness is meaningless from point of view of real space. That is, line doesn't exist in real space. In other words, it is impossible to draw one-dimensional line in real space, while above thing doesn't happen in case of imaginary space. This is because one can't measure imaginary thickness in terms of fixed scale like centimeter or meter. Now, from physics point of view, to draw imaginary thickness in terms of fixed scale like centimeter or meter, now from physics point of view, to draw any line you will require some entity, that is amount of matter or mass. Then from above point of view, mass should never exist in real space because of no existence of one-dimensional line in real space. While in imaginary space, mass should embed on imaginary line itself. Thus, mass is equivalent to length of straight imaginary line. Keeping in mind of above three postulates and tripartite nature of particles, that is three generations or families of fermions, in this theory, the particles of standard model are arranged in three-folds way: bottom fold, middle fold, and top fold. From tera evolt to zero evolt in fourth imaginary dimension, that is, instead of point-like structure, all fermion massive particles act like one-dimensional unidirectional straight imaginary line. These particles have no thickness, hence from our three-dimensional real space, we always look them as point-like or structureless fundamental particles. One-dimensional unidirectional straight line is equivalent to intrinsic angular momentum of that particle called as half spin, while particle with curve means more than one-dimensional unidirectional line will have spin equal to 1 called as boson particle. Thus, this force-carrying particle, bosons are massless particle. Thus, here massless property of boson gets directly linked with its spin equal to 1 property, which is already proved in QED theory. One interesting point here is that you are not seeing straight or curved imaginary lines, but they are actually fermions and bosons. Based upon above third postulate and three generation particles, they are arranged in fourth imaginary dimension in different fold as per their quantum properties and value of mass. Straight imaginary line acts like massive particles with definite value of masses relative to their fold. Unfolding of universe started from bottom fold, then top fold, and step by step middle, upper and lower folds between them. Let us see each fold and particles within them. Bottom fold. It is divided into two parts. RA side part includes particles made up of quarks, mainly hadrons, triquarks, and mesons, quark-antiquark pairs, gluons, and new massive tricolor charge particle. You can see this bottom fold is vertically divided into two subfolds to distinguish between plus 2/3 charge quark and minus 1/3 charge quark. Top, charm, up, quarks share same plus 2/3 lower subfold of bottom fold, while bottom, strange, and down quarks share same minus 1/3 upper subfold of bottom fold. That is, mass of quark are like mass parameter type as proved in QCD. Massive boson spin 0 particle. It is made up of three imaginary lines at middle of bottom fold. Here, hadron always remain in pairs inside atomic nucleus. Thus, in this theory, shows that bottom fold carries four types of antineutrino, which yet to be discovered. During Big Bang, dark energy was there only with left side antiquarks. It plays vital role in conversion of antimatter, that is antiquarks, into matter, about which we will discuss later. While LS side of bottom fold consists of particles beyond scope of standard model, mainly dark matter surrounded by spin 2 graviton particle. This dark matter gravitates and not interacts with other particles because it is connected only with gravitons only. This theory here clearly shows that separation of graviton from atomic nucleus is the main reason behind non-unification of gravity with other three fundamental forces, and explains why there is no dark matter in theory of standard model. Note that there is no photons in bottom fold, hence in this initial phase of the universe is also called as dark universe. Now top fold. From bottom fold creates top fold through creation of Higgs boson particle by internal rotation of one of the massive axis of tricolor charge particle through spontaneous symmetry breaking. Along with Higgs boson, Higgs field, that is dark energy particle, also transfer into top fold. Top of top fold consists four types of left-handed neutrino, which yet to be discovered. This theory demands existence of four pair of neutrino and antineutrino. Discovery of them will act as solid proof of this theory. Middle fold. Middle fold consists of three lower and two upper subfolds. Each subfold of three lower middle folds includes one type of massive charged leptons, mainly tau, muon, and electron, with their respective massive antineutrinos, that is right-handed, and electromagnetic force carrying particle, that is photons. Birth of photon takes place from gluon. Mass of each fermion particle, mainly tau, muon, and electron, is fixed here by means of their existence in their respective fixed fold only. That is, in this theory, we can calculate mass of this particle as length of each fold is fixed. Upper middle two subfolds contains three weakly interactive massive neutrinos, left-hander, and two types of vertical massless boson particle called as dark energy. Thus, there are three types of dark energy particles, two from this upper middle fold and one from top fold with different constant energy density, and they are not vacuum energy. Because of random vertical shift in their position between these two subfolds, neutrinos along with them also oscillate, that is vertically moves up and down from one subfold to other subfold, that is change in type of neutrinos occur called as neutrino oscillations. Inner three pair of neutrinos, antineutrinos come into existence. Inner three pairs of neutrino antineutrino come into existence by uplift of massive tricolor charge particle from middle bottom fold into middle fold and then division of its each axis by seesaw mechanism or through diagonal separation. In this slide, you will clearly see how particles are created through step-by-step unfolding of folds, that is creation of top fold from bottom fold and later middle folds between them. Thus, all particles of fundamental particles here are required and they are definitely ordered by God to create universe in beautiful and elegant way. Also, this theory solves cosmological coincidence problem because now there are three types of dark energy instead of one very high energy density dark energy. Thus this dark energy are not greatest blunder of Einstein, but at the same time they do not represent vacuum energy. Three horizontal massless boson particles. Photons and gluons are horizontal massless boson particles as they always travel in three-dimensional real space, while vertical massless boson particles are dark energy. And dark energy particles in same subfold, dark energy particles, the energy density of dark energy particles remains same and can be called as copycat feature. It is same like layers of atmosphere with decrease in pressure of air from ground up to sky. The different constant pressure means different constant energy density for each layer. Note that this alternate source of anti-gravity nature dark energy is just above electron, and if it becomes possible to harness this pure form of energy, miraculous change in aviation field is expected. As proved earlier, massive electron is straight imaginary line. That means electron by itself can't move from one place to another place. Kinetic energy or motion to this electron is given by massless photons, which carries only kinetic energy. Repulsive force between charged particle is because of repulsive force exerted by photons connected with this charged particle and vice versa for attractive forces between them. Now, where is antimatter? During Big Bang,
Excuse me, Mr. Yogesh.
Hello, madam.
Yeah, kindly fasten up the conclusion.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
okay. Let me third problem. Two problems I have been solved. Now third problem is where is antimatter? During Big Bang, dark energy was connected with the left-handed antiquarks, and there was equal amount of matter and antimatter. But due to tremendous pressure exerted by four type of neutrino, which is on top of bottom fold on both antiquarks and these dark energy particles, cause internal rotation of these dark energy particles converting antiquarks into quarks, so that total charge before and after conversion always remain equal to zero. Thus, all antimatter convert into matter during initial phase itself. See, quarks are confined inside the atomic nucleus, but dark matter is not confined. Hence, dark matter spreads throughout whole universe away from its atomic nucleus, and they connect with each other, making giant single entity like web of spider. That is, they are not quanta particles. This dark matter act as a single entity along with gravitons, creates continuity in space-time instead of quanta aspect, and hence explains why Einstein's gravity force is really manifestation of the curvature of space-time. Thus, In this slide, unification of forces within tera-evolt range is possible, and it is shown here, as well as initial size of the universe in three-dimensional space is calculated, which is equal to 4.375 into 10 raised to 6 meter. It is the size of the universe during the Big Bang. Now, at tera-evolt range, how particles at bottom fold are created, it is shown in this slide. At this tera-evolt fundamental particle is spontaneously, due to through spontaneous symmetry breaking, it is converted into quadra-particle, that is a pair of 4 type of neutrino and antineutrino, and a pair of quark and anti-quark, and the other pair convert into graviton and dark matter. So unification of standard model with with unification of this theory with standard model of particle physics, I hope that new era of science will definitely begin. These hopes, with these hopes, I finish here my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Yogesh, for your presentation. Ibrahim sir, do we have any questions for Mr. Yogesh?
Yogesh, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, both of you. So we will quickly move on to our next presenter, Ms. Shaima, who will be discussing on the effect of the temperature change on the dynamic heat transfer through the insulation material at different wall positions. Ms. Shaima.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
So let me just share my presentation.
Sure.
Can you now see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So let me start. Assalamu alaikum everyone. This is me, Shaima Muhammad. Today we are going to present our research about the effect of the temperature change on the dynamic heat transfer through the insulation material at different wall positions. This work has been done by me, Shaima Muhammad, and my colleague Abir Dar Saleh under the supervision of our advisor, Dr. Ma'touq Khouqi from United Arab Emirates University Architectural Department. First, I'm going to give you a brief introduction about the topic, and let's start with thinking about the building sector and what is the global energy consumption, or what is the energy consumption in this sector. It's reaching around 39% of the global energy consumption, and around 30 to 45% just for heating and cooling purposes. The people who are really concerning about the energy consumption believe this value is very large. So we need to think about how we can reduce it. And to think about how we can reduce it, we need to think about the causes. So the cause of this is due to the huge amount of heat which is transferring into the building. Of course, due to the sunlight and sun heat through the roof and wall, which means if you want to reduce the energy consumption and the cooling heating capacity, we need to think how we can reduce the heat transferred through the wall. So let's more focus on the wall. The easiest thing to reduce the heat going into the building is simply applying this layer, which is a thermal insulating layer on the wall section. That will actually help to reduce the heat propagation into the building envelope and will reduce the energy consumption. In literature, the thermal conductivity of the material, which in another term we can say the thermal resistance of the material, which simply we can say the capacity of the material to resist the heat from the outside, is showing that this thermal conductivity is reaching around 35 to 50% higher than the value obtained when the difference in temperature were larger. In a simple way, we can say, as the temperature outside increase, the thermal conductivity of the material is increasing, which means the ability of this material to transfer the heat into the building is increasing, which means this is not good because it is transferring heat into the building. But we really don't know what is the appropriate position of the insulating material in the wall envelope, considering this effect of the temperature, which I just explained it. It is not a constant value. It's a changing with a changing the outside temperature or outside conditions. So our objective is to investigate the effect of temperature and moisture content variation on the heat transfer through the wall assembly at different positions. And we are looking to propose the most effective thermal insulation position for hot regions, since our research is done in UAE, which is a hot region, considering variation of the EBS, the polystyrene material, the most common insulating material, the various operating temperature and moisture. And we believe, yes, we do it for a hot region and we do it using a polystyrene, but the same is applying for all used insulating material. So this is the heat transfer model. We do it numerically. And as you can see, we have here the wall section. The input is here. We used a heat transfer finite volume model, 2D differential equation, and this is the equation we applied. And we used 3 different positions to assess which one of them will be better to use or to apply. We have the first position. This white section is the insulating material. So the first position, when we locate the insulating material more toward the outside surface. And then the second position is more when we apply this insulating material toward inside or inner surface. The position 3 is simply we are applying it in the middle of the wall section. The other layers here is plaster and the brick. Yes, I said we are going to do it numerically, and our study is numerical, but we need to validate it. So we try to mimic one case of the real building. So we have here in the you can see the test chamber, which is like a small room, and we have here the wall section, including concrete, air gap, insulating, and concrete. This setup is applied in Falaj Hazza, UAE University campus. And then we calculate the heat transfer, or we measure the heat transfer from the outside surface into the inner side. And then we compare the inner surface temperature applying this layer with our numerical model to validate it. This is how we calculate the cooling load, or actually this is how the cooling load calculation is applied. To calculate the Q, the heat inside, we use the thermal conductivity of the material, the area, and the temperature difference over the thickness of the material. What actually is done now, they are considering the thermal conductivity as a constant value. But what my supervisor before found that this thermal conductivity, it is not constant. And in his previous researches, he find that there is a variable thermal conductivity of the material, which is changing with changing the temperature and the conditions outside. And this is his result. So applying different polystyrene densities, we have low density, high density, ultra high, and super high density. It is not a constant value. It is just a variable thermal conductivity relationship. And these are the relationships found from his previous result or from his previous research. So we use these ones, and apply it on our model. From the results, you can see here, this is the simulation on a blue and the experiment in a green. They are in a very good agreement, reaching up to, I think the agreement is, we have error less than 2%. So we can trust our model. And this is our result. So to actually judge about this, how we can choose the best position, we have 3 criteria. First, the temperature profile of the material, insulating material, the temperature difference between the outside and the inside, and we have the time lag also. So these are the 3 criteria. Generally, as you can see here, the general profile of the material in position 1 or position 2 or position 3. We have the solid black line. This is the outside or the outer surface. And then we have the dot line, which is the variable thermal conductivity. And we have the dashed one, which is a constant material applying, we have this one, the insulating material applying a constant thermal conductivity. As you can see, generally, when we apply the variable thermal conductivity of the material, it shows a higher profile or higher values, which mean the one they are using now, this dashed one, is giving them a wrong size for heating or cooling system. They may oversize it or underestimate the cooling required, the cooling rate required for the room. If we apply this, we need to make a bigger cooling system, a higher capacity. Otherwise, we will not reach to the comfortable temperature. So how the change between the thermal conductivity, the material which applying a variable thermal conductivity and the material that apply a constant thermal conductivity at a different position. As you can see here, moving from position 1, which is more close to outside, to the inner one, the difference between them becoming smaller. And you can also notice it here in the small photo, in the small figure here. The maximum difference between them is reaching when it is when the insulating material is locating more to outside the outer surface, is reaching up to 4.7 degrees Celsius, and when we do it more close to inner surface, it's reaching just 2 degrees Celsius. We can explain it simply through this one, which is showing the dynamic thermal characteristic or the thermal conductivity of the material at different position. So the red one is for position 1, the blue is for position 2. Position 1, let me remind you, it is more to outside, located in the insulating material to outside. Position 2, locating the material to inner side, and position 3 in the middle. So as you can see, the most one which is really changing highly is position 1. Why? Because it is, as you can see here, it is very close to outside, the temperature outside, which is high temperature. So it is changing more with the temperature. While position 2, some heat is lost through the wall section. So less heat is reaching to insulating material, and less effect is happen to its thermal performance. The other criteria I said before is the time lag. So it is as you can see here, the 2 horizontal line. As we go from position 1 to position 3, the time lag is increasing, and you can see it here. So the time lag between the insulating material applying variable thermal conductivity and applying constant thermal conductivity. You can see here the shift. And what I mean by time lag is the difference between the highest point of the material, the maximum. You can see here it is increasing with moving the insulating material from the outer surface to the inner surface. The time lag on position 2 is around 4 hours. Combining all these effects, we can simply find the total temperature drop, which will be our criteria to judge now which position is the better one. This one in A, in figure 1, is for constant material, and I mean constant thermal conductivity of the material. And here, when we apply a variable thermal conductivity of the material, generally, you can see here, when we apply the thermal conductivity as a constant, it is lower, the curve is lower and shifted more than when we apply the variable thermal conductivity, which means if we apply this in our calculation, it will give us a wrong indication or false indication, and that will not help us to size the heating or cooling system in a right way. Another thing we can say it is when we apply a thermal conductivity as constant, it looks here the best one is position 1 when we apply the insulating material more toward outside, which is not right or not correct for a real performance of the material. Because if we apply the variable thermal conductivity, which is the real case of the material and real performance of the material, it looks here that position 1 is the worst one to apply. So we are just confused between these two lines, position 2 and position 3, which one is better. To make it very clear for us, we calculate the net heat reduction. And as I said, this is for constant and this is for variable. Variable is showing less heat reduction, which is the real case, not the optimum or the ideal one they are using actually now. And from here, we can say that position 3 is the best one when we combined all the effects, the time lag or the time delay, and net heat reduction, and the difference of the materials, difference in temperature, reduction between the thermal conductivity, between the material when we apply constant thermal conductivity and variable thermal conductivity. And let me remind you that position 3 is when we apply the material in the middle of the wall section. This is the end of my presentation. Please feel free if you have any question.
Thank you, Shaima, for your presentation. So do we have any questions for Shaima?
Thank you, Shaima, for the very interesting findings. I have one question. You said at the beginning...
can you just raise your voice a little bit because I can't hear it very clear?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Okay. I have one question. So at the beginning of your presentation, you said building and construction sector is responsible for 39% of global energy consumption.
Yes.
So my question is, like in UAE, because your research was done for UAE, so in UAE, what was the percentage?
I think in UAE it is higher. That's why we are considering now for the global. For UAE, it is reaching up to 50%, I think, because we are using a cooling system here and not for the hot country. But we just do it for the global one, or I indicate.
Excuse me, Shaima, your voice is low.
Can you hear me now?
No, I guess there's some problem with your mic. All of a sudden, your voice went down.
Yeah, now can you hear me?
Yes, now it's clear.
Okay.
Can you please repeat? Sorry.
Yes. So for UAE, it is much higher than this value. It is reaching up to 50%, I think, because we are using here AC a lot, or people are using AC system because it is a hot country. But why we apply here the global one? because we believe this issue, it is not only about the hot countries, because also for the cold countries, they are having this issue, but in a different way. Not the cooling purpose, the heating purpose. So they don't want the heat to go through the wall section to outside. So it will be exactly the same what we are applying, but their concern will be not for a cooling, it is for sizing the heating system. I hope
Thank
you heard
thank you.
my.
Thank you, Shaima, and thank you, sir. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Kirti Krishnan, who will be discussing on the research topic detection using a TV tree-based system.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Okay. Yes, Kirti, you're audible.
Okay, so give me a moment. Let me share my screen.
Sure, sure.
Is my PPT all visible?
Not yet.
Is it visible now?
Yes, yes, it's visible now.
Okay. So let me start.
Sure.
Good morning, one and all present here. Myself, Kirti Krishnan. I am here to present my paper titled Research Topic Detection Using a TV Tray-Based System. I am currently pursuing my research in Anna University, Chennai, India, under the guidance of Professor Dr. K.S. Ishwarukumar, and I am also working as an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Marine Engineering College, Trivandrum, Kerala, India. And my research interest includes data mining, information retrieval, text analytics, and trend detection. So this is the outline of my presentation, my today's presentation. And let me move on to the abstract of my work. As we all know that there is a tremendous growth in the scientific research, and as a result, huge number of research articles are being published, and most of these articles are available online.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. Can you just hold your mic a little bit away?
Is it okay now?
Little louder.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See, most of these articles are available online and are accessed via various search engines or online repositories. And in order to perform an efficient search from this pool of articles, the researchers need to give appropriate search keywords. By considering naive researchers, they feel difficult to choose such keywords and are unable to identify articles relevant to their areas of interest. So keeping these concerns, we propose a tree-based approach to detect research topics from a set of research articles. So this proposed system enables the naive researchers to choose appropriate keywords, and also they can able to identify articles relevant to their topics of interest, and in turn they can pick the trendiest topic in their research area. And experimental results reveals that our proposed system detects the top research topics in a particular research domain efficiently. And introduction part. So research topic detection and analysis is important for determining the direction of advancements in almost all fields of research. And specifically, ongoing research activities in the field of computer science is on the rise globally. As a result, large volumes of research articles are being published in every year, and several new domains like social network analysis, text mining, information retrieval, etc., have been emerged in this field. So this naive researchers find it difficult to identify recent research trends in their area of interest. And this leads to the motivation of this work. And the naive researchers may not be available about the relevant phrases to be given as search keywords for choosing the appropriate research publications, and also they may not be aware about the top journals or conference proceedings where the recent scientific publications are available. And so there is a need for developing a system which provides the current research topics in a particular research domain, and which in turn helps the naive researchers to do their literature search efficiently and can save a lot of time in processing the topic identification process. So this leads to the motivation of this work. So the main objective of our work is to propose a research topic detection test system which discovers trendy research topics in a particular research domain. And our work is based on a novel data structure approach, and we used TV trees as a data structure in this work, because TV trees is an appropriate data structure for storing high dimensional data vectors. There is a lot of studies available in the literature related to trend detection from many domains, including news, news articles, then scientific articles, etc. And I have done a vast literature survey, and some of the issues I focused are this clustering of the topics based on the keywords mentioned by the authors, and hence only the high level concepts are being detected in some papers, and in some other papers they give more weightage to the citation information as well as the author information, and some others they didn't consider full text of research articles, hence the overall concepts are not been covered. And in our work we have taken the entire research articles for the analysis, and hence the overall concepts are included while detecting the recent research topics. So now let me move on to the proposed system explanation. The proposed system is termed as research topic detection system. This is the workflow of our system. The input given to the system is a set of research articles, and we have created an article corpus after performing a series of pre-processing steps in these research articles. Then for evaluation I have taken articles from the computational geometry research domain. So I have constructed a taxonomy specifically for the computational geometry domain, which is termed as computational geometry classification scheme. So the input given to the topic detection module is the article corpus and as well as the computational geometry classification scheme. So we created an article vector, or each article is represented as an article vector, and since there are n such articles, this n vectors forms an article topic matrix, and this article topic matrix is given as an input to the TV tree construction module. And if the output obtained from the TV tree construction module is a set of article clusters from which the top influential research topics are being identified. So the computational geometry classification scheme. So here we construct this classification scheme by extracting the keywords specified by the author in the various research articles, and this keyword list is refined by eliminating plural keywords, duplicate keywords, and some keywords which are not relevant to the particular research domain. And also some evolving techniques and core concepts, some related new problems in the field of computational geometry are extracted from various survey papers, refer various textbooks and various journals, conference pages, CG forums, etc. And all those topics collected from these manually, all these topics collected manually are created as a list W. So the list K along with the list W is clubbed together, and a hierarchical taxonomy list is created specifically for the computational geometry classification scheme, which is termed as topic list. I told you the entire contents of research articles are be taken for analysis of our system. So we have done a series of customized pre-processing steps in order to reduce the size of the article corpus, because since we are considering the entire research contents, the article corpus size of the article corpus is very huge. So in order to reduce the size, we have done as customized pre-processing steps, and also we have filtered the content contents by including relevant terms related to computational geometry only. So by reducing the article size, we can able to save the processing time to an extent. And these articles are represented as a vector, represented as a document vector, where each entry in the vector indicates the frequency of occurrence of a particular term in that article. So here FAT1 indicates the frequency of term T1 occurred in the article A. And since there are n such document vectors, so it will look all such document vectors can be arranged in a matrix termed as article topic matrix, where rows indicates the research articles and columns indicates the topics in the creator taxonomy topic list. And next, let's move on to the TV tree construction module, which is the heart of this proposed system. So let me give a small brief introduction to TV trees. So TV trees is an appropriate indexing data structure used for storing high dimensional data. We have used TV trees because here in the we consider the articles are represented in the form of a article vector, and since there are an m number of research topics in the taxonomy, the size of the article vector is huge, and for storing or for indexing this high dimensional data, TV tree is an appropriate indexing structure. And some salient features of TV trees is that it allows efficient selection of active dimensions and from this high dimensional vector, and they can able to dynamically contract and extend the feature vectors. And the TV tree construction. So a TV tree is denoted by the tuple MNC delta, where M indicates the number of dimensions being stored, and NC is the maximum number of children allowed for each node, and delta is the number of active dimensions. So for each node in a TV tree, it consists of certain fields, namely center is a vector of dimension M, radius is a scalar value which is a real number greater than 0, and active dims is a set of active dimensions, and the cardinality of this particular set is delta. And here for computing the similarity between two document vectors, instead of using the traditional similarity computation methods such as Euclidean distance and all, here we have used the active distance. We have computed the active distance between the two article vectors by using this particular formula. And each node in a TV tree is in this particular structure format. So this TV tree consists of various fields such as center, radius, active dimension, and one more field CH hash, which is a newly introduced field in this structure, and various pointers CH1, CH2, etc., CHNC, which these pointers points to the child nodes of the particular node. And we have done certain changes in the construction in the traditional construction of TV trees. So the changes are done in various parameters. And see, the maximum number of child nodes for each intermediate node is computed as NC is equal to round of root n. And we have done various changes in the computation of center, radius, and active dimensions of each node. And these changes depends on whether the node is a leaf node or an internal node. And that is a function termed as leaf node of n, which returns true if the node n is a leaf node, and if the node it returns false if the node n is an internal node. So these are some of the changes we have incorporated while computing the center, active dimensions, and radius. So I have divided into two cases. In the case one, case one is for a leaf node, and case two is for an internal node. Due to shortage of time, I am skipping the explanation part of these formulas. And next, after constructing the TV tree, we have grouped these articles into various clusters. Each node in the TV tree is considered as a cluster of articles having common keywords. And then for each node N, the set of common topics pointed by the research articles of its child nodes is determined by this formula. Where, those topics are being identified from the topic list, and the respective indices of are obtained from the particular node's active dimensions. And the number of research articles in which a particular research topic is frequently occurring is computed as per this equation. And after computing the article count for each topic, we sorted this article counts and find the top R values from this count, and the topics occurring in these top articles are identified as the influential research topics. And the mathematical representation for computing the influential research topics is given in this equation. So now let's move on to the experimental analysis part. Each node of a TV tree is considered as a cluster of articles having common topics, and these topics are assigned as labels to the respective clusters. And in this all the leaf node clusters are disjoint, and they are considered as inner level clusters. And the root node of the TV tree forms an outer cluster which is containing distinct subclusters. And the point to be noted here is that all the clusters are distinct, but more than one cluster can have the same cluster label depending upon the construction. So after constructing the TV tree, we focus only on the root and first level internal nodes, because those nodes cluster labels gives the influential research topics. And the data set considered for our analysis is research articles published in the computational geometry domain from the year till 2011 till 2019. And these articles are extracted from the DBL tree repository, published in the top journals and conference proceedings in this area. And the entire contents of the research article from title till conclusion part are considered for constructing the corpus. And in order to reduce the processing time, the corpus size is reduced by doing some pre-processing steps in order to minimize the size of each research article under consideration. And moving on to the evaluation part, the predefined labels assigned to research articles are used as baseline criteria for evaluating the cluster labels. The cluster labels of root and first level internal nodes are verified using the labels assigned to them manually. And with the various evaluation metrics used in our work are precision, recall, accuracy, and F measure. And moving on to the results, the performance of the proposed system is analyzed by considering the top research articles, research topics identified by the particular system. For evaluation, we consider only top 30 research topics, and the number of articles on each research topic obtained by the proposed system is compared with the same obtained manually in order to check the quality of our system. And we have done the evaluation for all the 30 research topics, and the results were analyzed. So this table shows the average values of the metrics obtained for various topics. Due to lack of space, the 30 research topics are divided into 6 groups of 5 topics in a group. So in this table, you can able to see that there are 6 groups, and the average precision, recall, F measure, and accuracy values obtained for each group is shown. Here, the point to be noted is that the average precision values of all groups is 1, which indicates that all the articles defined by the system are relevant articles, and the average recall values are varying, which indicates that not all relevant articles are retrieved by the system. The average accuracy and F measure values indicates that the quality of the proposed system is reasonably good. And this table shows the evaluation results obtained when comparing the top 30 research topics obtained by the proposed system with the topics assigned to the system, assigned to the clusters manually. And from this figure, from this table, it is shown that the top 5, 10, and 30 topics obtained by the system are exactly equivalent to those identified by experts in the CG field. And we have also evaluated the number of TV3 nodes to be visited for determining the top influential research topics. So this graph indicates that for obtaining top 30 influential research topics, only 4 nodes need to be visited, and hence the processing time required by the proposed system is very less. And also we have done a comparison analysis to fix the multiplicative factor for identifying the active dimensions of each node. So we have constructed the TV tree with the different constants varying from 1 till 16, and these figures shows that for the factor for the constant factor 10, the active dimensions of the root and internal nodes are very high. See here, for the factor this 10, the active dimensions of the root as well as the internal nodes are very high. And hence, in this work, the integer value 10 is fixed as the multiplicative constant for the standard deviation sigma. So let me conclude my work. We have proposed a system for detecting top research topics from a particular research domain using a tree-based approach. And the data structure used in this approach is TV trees. The active dimensions of the internal nodes of the TV trees are used to retrieve the frequently occurring topics. And these topics help naive researchers to do their literature search efficiently and can reduce the search time as well. These are my references. Thank you for your attention. Any queries?
Thank you, Ms. Kirti. So do we have any questions?
Yes, I have one question just to clarify it. Ms. Kirti, the presentation was good actually. It was well done. The question is like you have mentioned that you're identifying research topic direction, and my question is the research topic detection is used to verify the details from the literature, or before you're going to do a research, you're going to use this system to identify the relevancy of it?
Sir, why we have done this work is the new researchers, those who are newly joined to do their research, they feel difficult to identify the search keywords to do their literature search. In order to identify recent publications, they need to give the appropriate search keywords. So my system will be helpful to naive researchers to give an idea about which are the recent research topics in a particular research domain.
Okay, so which means the purpose is to do the research or to initiate the research. They are going for an initial search.
Yeah, to initiate the research, for doing their literature survey, they can space their search. They can save their search time in identifying the research topics they need to do their research or to initiate their research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Kirti, for your presentation.
Okay, thank you for giving me an opportunity to present in this conference. Wish you all a happy new year.
Thank you, and same to you. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Can you please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So next, I welcome Mr. Fernando Juarez, who will be discussing on the application of hermeneutics and dimensional analysis to compare marketing reports. Fernando, hello.
Hello, thank you much. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Let me share my screen. I hope you see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this presentation is about comparing marketing reports with an innovative combination of methods, qualitative and quantitative methods. It was conducted by myself and my colleagues, Alejandro Seche and Jimena Palacios. We are members of the School of Business and the School of Psychology of the University of Rosario in Bogotá, Colombia. The purpose of this research is just not only compare marketing reports, but the main problem we try to solve is applying a combination of qualitative and quantitative data, which are hermeneutics and dimensional analysis, along as well as mathematical analysis of the dimensional structure. For that, we use Brazil and China marketing reports. We extracted some categories with the hermeneutics method from those reports, and then we turned those categories into fundamental and derived variables that enter the dimensional equations, and solving those equations by partial derivatives gave a mathematical representation for each marketing report. The methods we used were hermeneutics, associative and comparative methods. This is a qualitative quantitative research. It's in some ways a type of mixed research. We use a database, which is EMIS. EMIS provides the Brazilian and Chinese tourism marketing information. The database, the organization EMIS provides the information, elaborates the information, and gave the information free for everybody, which is linked to this database. The unit of analysis was developing countries, and these countries implement many strategies. The idea is that emerging countries in the upper middle income group adopt several strategies to compete with high-income economies, and they try to approach to those economies. And so the unit of analysis is the country, and not specifically in the tourist industry. Those data come from the fourth quarter of 2019. Difference in marketing value chain strategies are that in the case of Brazil, they use in creating value for their clients, sustainability, building of urban landscapes, rural context, gender approach. In the value communication strategies, they use passenger perceptions of airport branding and the brand communication. We make a difference between value creation, value communication, and value delivery, because that the marketing value chain structure. In the case of China, we have cross-cultural adaptation, cultural development, development of particular places, and also value communication by social media, and also moderating the relationship between revenue and rewards regarding tourism guides. Well, yeah, it also uses a more comprehensive strategies. It means that those strategies go along the marketing value chain and not in all the steps, and they use digital environment, territorial, and market orientation. This information comes from the literature, so it's the base and the backup for the support for our research. And data analysis is divided into three steps: determining categories by hermeneutics of textual data, applying the pi theorem to obtain the dimensionless equations, and also applying a mathematical analysis to determine the relevance of the variable relationships. So we go from categories to variables to determine their irrelevance. Hermeneutics analysis comprises several techniques, several methods, and it provides a large amount of information. One has to use a type of subjectivity in selecting the information and taking the decision that what kind of information is the most important for the research. In this case, I present here three type of techniques: the frequency of terms in the text. We analyze text and the collocation of terms. It means the frequency of the number of time of collocation of the same terms along the text, the number of appearances of those terms together, and also correlation, which is the typical Pearson correlation, statistical Pearson correlations. In this case, we see that some terms appears in the high part of the table, which means that they tend to have a relevance in all along the text. This is for Chinese, is the same table. We also use different graphs to determine if the terms represent a kind of dimension in the text. And the analysis segment the text in different parts, and it analyzes every segment and try to identify similarities with other segments of the text. In this case, with these cycles, colored cycles, represent dimensions by colors. Is supposed to have some dimensions, some terms that groups into a dimension. But it's clear in both of the graphs that neither Brazil, nor China have a clear distinction between dimensions. The terms are intermixed all along the dimensions, and it doesn't appear a clear representation of factors or dimensions that integrate a group of texts of terms in each one of them. So that's a main characteristics of the country reports. We also use other graphs like trend and flow graphs. These graphs represent how the terms are going all along the text, the frequency of appearance in the text in the different segments of the text that the hermeneutic analysis cut the text. There are also four terms: airport, Brazil, hotel, investment, and in the case of China, China domestic hotel market, that they were selected to see the distribution all along the segments of the test. Another graph that we used was this graph that integrate some categories or some terms like investment, airport, Brazil, and hotel, orange colored terms, which represent axial categories. It means categories that then spread into other higher level categories like concession, block, sector, belief, all those categories which are called nuclear categories are composed of more basic categories, which are those four ones that are in orange color. This is the case for Brazil market. You have also the case for China market. We obtain axial and nuclear categories, which are categories extensively used in qualitative analysis. Hermeneutic is a qualitative analysis, so it involves a lot of subjectivity. Numbers between categories represent the frequency of occurrence of those terms together. So 7 in the case of tourists and domestic represent the number of times that tourists and domestic appear together all along the text. And the same happens with all other terms. So we use these specific numbers to have powers that will add to equations or functions or variables to determine another different representation of the relationship between these categories and that turned into variables. This is a kind of explanation that hermeneutic analysis provides to understand the significance of every terms. The terms that appeared on the last graphs have an explanation. They are just terms, but in this, the representation is in this way. Provides a kind of explanation of the terms. This is called context, the context of the term, and it just put together a different terms that appears together with the terms that in the centered column. This is the case for Brazil, and the categories axial and nuclear categories for the Brazil report, and this is the case for China and for the axial and nuclear categories. These categories are grouped as variables. Fundamental variables are axial categories, and derived variables are nuclear categories. So with these categories that turned into variables, we can build a set of functions like these ones on the left. And with this function, we can build a dimensional equation using the pi theorem. And the equation is represents a number of pi dimensionless numbers and equals 0 according to the theory. With this, we build a matrix with the number of rows depending on fundamental variable and derived columns with the derived variables, and now we have to find a vector v which equals this to 0, and that's the problem that we need to solve to obtain the equation representations of these numbers. Solving those matrices, we obtain a different representation for pi numbers, which is this one, solving the matrices for every one of these fractions in between for the function, and then we can select one of them. Every one of them. In this case, we selected this one, which is the represented Brazil term, and we can interpret this function as another function of the rest of the fractions that appear in the first one. So with these variables, we also can build a different type of equation, dividing the variables into dependent variables, which is the first one that is a function of the other ones, and these are independent variables. So in solving this equation by partial derivatives, we obtain the final results for Brazil. And this equation gives the relationship of the variations in the relationship among variables when you change the value of one of them, of when the value of all of them change simultaneously. So by this representation, we went from the categories in hermeneutic categories in a qualitative method to quantitative variables and the relationship between them in a quantitative method. This is the same for China. We have the derived fundamental variables. We also have the equations on the left and the dimensionless equations from the pi theorem on the right. We have to follow the same steps, building a matrix for every combination of fundamental variable and derived variables, finding a vector of powers that allows us to build this equation, to solve the matrix and to build this equation is the same procedure. We select one of the equations, one of the fractions to make it the dependent variable, and on the other ones are independent variables. We build this column to identify those variables, and then we find the solution to by partial derivatives to the equations into the fraction. In this case, we only have one of them, which allow us to obtain the partial derivatives because the other ones are zero when you apply the derivative procedure. So this is the results. These are the results, and the conclusion is that creating, in the case of the creating value, communicating, and delivering value, actually both countries have strategies to create value. They are seriously involved in developing better infrastructure, but Brazilian market is more oriented to investing in hotels and airports, while Chinese market focuses on domestic demand, while Brazilian market is more oriented to international demand. And it's surprising that they are not, they seem not to use communicating value or delivering value strategies, which could be due to the brand communication that actually these countries have in the world. Also, the main conclusion is that the analytical process conducted, the hermeneutic approach combined with dimensionless pi theorem and mathematical analysis of textual data provide useful in linking qualitative and quantitative methods. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fernando, for your presentation. So do we have any questions for Mr. Fernando?
No questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
So we'll move on to our next presentation then. Next, I would like to welcome Abhirami T, who will be discussing on the big data analytics for telco using open source data pipeline architecture, which are the results of SLR and architecture recommendation. Abhirami?
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So, can you all see my screen?
Yes, you may begin.
Yeah. So I'm My research is on big data analytics for telecommunication using open source technologies. And in this presentation, I'm going to share my results of systematic literature review and the architecture that I proposed. So, a little about myself. I'm a senior technical writer for Aqua Security Hyderabad, and I've got a mixed experience with academics and industry, like 5+ years of teaching experience and nearly like 3 to 4 years of technical experience. And what fascinated me to do my research is when I was working with an open source company, prior to Aqua, I was working with a company called ATS, and they were into open source. Even my present company is into open source, but of a different horizon. So that fascinated me. I found some pitfalls, and I thought I'll do my research on open source for telecommunication. My guide is Chandrasekhar Shastri, and I do it at Jain University, Bangalore. So I'll start with the question: why open source technologies for telecommunication? You know that, like most of you would have heard of open source technologies, but there will be a lot of miscommunication, misconception, and I would like to tell you a bit about open source. It's developed by a group of developers, and there is a community like Linux Foundation, Tungsten Pubble, lots of open source groups and communities that manages the products. And it doesn't mean that it's completely free. Some of the products are also acquired by big companies like Google. There are lots of open source companies that are into open source, and some of the times they are proprietary, but still the code is open. Most of the things are in repository like GitHub, and they are free for anybody to use it, try it, experiment with that. And it's fast of innovation. Like when you're starting with some other product, you have to start from scratch. When you're starting with open source, you already have something developed, and you start using that. And everything, if you have some doubt, being a developer or being a technical person, you can always collaborate with the community and then get your work done. So that's the reason I started. And this lot of wordings, but then I'll tell you what it is. So I started with collecting lots of papers, and then I have segregated into 73. Out of 73, I found that only 36 talked about really what I needed. It talked about use cases, frameworks, white papers, and experimental. They were of those categories which talked about open source, for that didn't talk about open source, but they gave some hint, like one or two open source for big data analytics in telco company. But what I recommend is a full-fledged, they used a combination of open source and other proprietary software, but I recommend a full-fledged real-time cloud native and distributed data pipeline architecture for using open source components, not limited to Apache Kafka, Kubernetes, and so on. You would have heard of Kubernetes. It's a very fantastic container technology. So all the services will be deployed in containers or pods, and there will be coordination between them. So I recommend even Apache Kafka is open source. So I recommend complete open source, including the database technology, including the backend, everything. Like I recommend a full-fledged open source data pipeline architecture. So before, what motivated me to do this, telecommunication sectors, if you take any provider like Vodafone or whatever, like one day you'll have tower, the other day, like you'll face some issues. So customers are facing lots of issues, and there are lots of churn, like customers are leaving the company. They are switching from one service provider to another. If Jio is providing some offer, we'll switch on to Jio. So telecommunication has a lot of data that need to be analyzed to maintain the customers. So telecommunication, big data analytics, and since the data is large, we call it big data analytics. And always data analytics is must for telecommunication sector. And why not we combine it with open source? That's my that's my motivation. I'm putting it in very not techie words. And start with a lot of research questions, what are the literatures that are focusing on telecom. First, I start with researchers that are focusing on big data, BDA, or big data analytics for telecommunication. What are the benefits of those architectures? What are the potential challenges? Because that would give me the research gap. And then what percentage of the components that were used in previous research was open source. Unfortunately, like I was able to get only like 5 to 10% of the literatures talked about open source, and in that only one paper I found very useful, which used a complete open source, and that paper was in like that research was in 2020. So that motivated me to do my research. And systematics and literature review, I've categorized into different categories. Some of them I'll tell you. Like I've chosen my articles from like in different categories like Google Scholar, IEEE, ACM, Springer, and I've displayed that result here. And number of literatures, mostly I focus the literature was much in 2016, but there was a drop. As I told you, there was only one paper in 2020. Even the researches that were conducted in open source for telco was very less. And when it comes to highly relevant, it was like very high relevant. There is only one paper. High relevant, it's something like 33, and remaining papers were less relevant. And they focused on different categories like real time. Like I also categorized into different things, like which talked about real time analytics, which gave a proper framework, which talked about challenges and future work and all that. So I've tabulated all the findings here. And not limited to this, I've tabulated using 4 to 5 tables, and I found out that the major research gap was none of the papers talked about high-level cloud-native open-source computing platforms like Kubernetes for telco data analytics, and which I recommend is something like a open-source cloud orchestrator like Kubernetes, and there were no paper that talking about that, and so I thought that would be a challenge to do this. So the major objective is to investigate. That's what investigate the gaps that are existing in the current literatures, and then come up with a full-fledged open source data pipeline architecture using components like MongoDB, Logstash, Kafka, Spark, Elasticsearch, Grafana dashboard, and all that, and then deploy those services using Kubernetes orchestrator because it enables application scaling, fault tolerance, and load balancing. So this is a proposed architecture which I've given. We collect all the data from the telecom data sources and then force it into MongoDB. In fact, MongoDB is also an open source database. And then we have Logstash for, when we collect all the data, maybe like I'm talking, this is also data. Voice over IP. So if we collect when I'm talking over mobile, we can collect lots and lots of customer data, not just the voice data. Like voice data, we won't collect. We can collect a lot of data and then inject them into the Logstash instance, and that data will be will be segregated, and then like a Logstash, what it will do, it will give you a sequence of events, and that will be pushed to the Kafka distributed messaging. It's a messaging system. This will also assign some kind of it'll get a token or some kind of sequence from Logstash, and then what it will do, it will analyze the data. Sometimes we can use Kafka for real-time data analytics, or we can use a streaming and batch processing system separately, which analyzes the data and provides some meaningful insights. For example, how many I want to know how many female customers are there in Bangalore, or how many female customers are there in India in a particular location for a Vodafone company, and how many have increased and over a period of 2 weeks, and how many have left the service in a period of 1 month, and all that, like some meaningful data. And then all the results will be displayed using a Grafana dashboard. I'm planning to use Grafana dashboard here. And all these services, all these services will be orchestrated, will be deployed in a container pod, and it will be orchestrated by Kubernetes master. So conclusion, out of 73, I filtered 36 which were relevant. Out of that, only one was highly relevant, and this is the architecture which I propose, which is which is identified using the research gap from all the literatures that I studied. So I'm displaying here the appendix, and yeah, thank you. Thank you, and I'm open to questions if any.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question.
Yeah.
You said you're recommending that to use for big data analytics for telecom data, to use open source, isn't it? So my question is like, what was the basis? Like, what was your argument like recommending that?
Yeah. Yes, I'll talk about that. Like open source, like one is easily embedded with the other. Like when you take proprietary software, when you're combining them together, you'll face a lot of licensing issue, that issue, this issue. And even for a researcher like me, I cannot purchase each and every thing to experiment. No more than purchasing. Like if I have any doubt, I cannot. Like I'll have a lot of problems in contacting the vendors. But here, like everything is open source, everything is available online, everything is free in the, I don't say it's 100% thing, but 100% developed, but there'll be a little bit of pitfall which I can you go into the developer thing, or I can you get into the GitHub repository, and then I can find out the issues myself. So anything is ready to explore instead of waiting for somebody else to do the job for me. It's easy to explore, it's easy to experiment, and I can be a part of open source community. You need not be a, like for example, if you want to attend a call of Linux Foundation, I can attend a call. I need not be a member of Linux Foundation, I need not be a developer, I can be a research scholar or anything, I can attend a call. So that community, like I can ask some doubts. If I don't know how to install Apache Kafka, I can get into the community and then I can ask doubts. So those are the things, like fast development, fast innovation, and one component can be easily embedded. A database can be easily embedded with a streaming application, all that.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Abhirami, for your presentations. Thank you, sir. With this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Sunhan Kyan, who will be discussing on the risk and management in pharmaceutical.
Yeah. Let me share my screen. Do you see it clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to present my topic about the review of risk analysis and management method in power system risk assessment. Son Hei Kien, I'm 32 years old. I'm Cambodia. I'm graduated my bachelor degree in electronic and electrical engineering from the Institute of Technology of Cambodia in 2012. I have almost 5 years of experience in my power system protection and managing component failure. I got a scholarship for a year master degree from Guangxi University in China. From one generation to one generation of electric power system becoming more and more complex and intelligent. These days, their uncertainty also increases. This brings new challenges to the risk analysis and management method of the power system. The risk analysis and management method has played an important key to power system risk assessment for nearly half a century. Techniques managing risk for power system distribution system. Risk management alludes to a precise strategy managing with risk. The common meaning of the risk management encases synchronized activity to coordinate and control gathers approximately chant. The below is the fourth technique managing risk. 1. Risk documentation. Risk documentation is the strategy for disclosing, diagnosing, and film risk. It contains the documentation of chain, costs, activity, sources, and the conceivable consequence. ISO 3100 categorizes It's by way of the starting state in the change calculation movement going before the change examination and hazard estimation. In the safety setting in which risk causes was recognized as threat, the arrangement was recognized by way of threat documentation. Secondly, cause of risk. A power distribution system can come up short by way of the outcome of an assessment of circumstance. Similarly, the short-circuiting, breaking, failing, either dissolving of its mechanism, deficiency, misplaced, inaccurate state, as well as activity in its plan development, including method and situation. Any wage figure that can influence the framework layout may be a chance source of risk. Classifying hazard sources contain information such as many as convincible about what failure can be mixed up, and attempting to discover failure that you simply don't have of now to know. Unidentified risk within the electrical distribution system may be characterized by conversely internal risk and external risk. Thirdly, failure strategy and risk examination. Not at all electrical systems are 100% reliable. Subsequently, the chain of component failure with the result of client blackout in electrical distribution system is inevitable. Failure strategy and result examination was acted to control the way an electrical system might fail and what position the recognized failure would have on the system as safety and environment. Finally, the numerical measure of risk impacts. Risk impact within the electrical distribution system can be unequivocal in terms of time, fatigue, and operation, and so on. One occasion, the impact of execution may well be the failure to meet the plan on time. Risk impact might be classified as a qualitative positioning such as tall, medium, and low. Was established by the managers or experts judgment approximately the effect. Risk impact, moreover, might be classified as a numerical sum between 0 and 1, where it's not serious, and 1 is catastrophic. To manage the risk, identifying risk and methodology to predict risk consequence in the electrical distribution system. To minimize or eliminate hazard, a proper risk assessment must be undertaken, and the need preventive measure determined. The risk analysis methods used in particular stage of the analysis, which can be used in the case of a power system, are displayed in the table. Recognizable proof of threat and answerable event. We use the expert interview, multi method, probabilistic, safety evaluation, livelihood evaluation, chart theory, cultural method. We use the full examination, full tree analysis, examination of thought and impact of potential mistake, expert judgment. Consequent analysis, we use the event tree examination, power flow analysis, Monte-Carlo simulation, chart theory, discretion, event simulation, expert judgment, and the last one, risk assessment and sensitive assessment, cost benefit, risk matrix, multi-criteria choice, investigation. Thank you, sir. That's all my presentation slide. It's finished now.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Voices. Hello.
Yes,
Yeah, my question.
Yeah, sure.
On this technique, this is an extension, what is not what
Sorry, sir, I cannot hear you clearly.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Is it?
Can you hear it?
Sorry, I cannot hear you, sir.
Just let me know. I think so. That's also.
Okay.
Can you hear?
I cannot hear you clearly, sorry. Sorry about my connection is too.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, sir. No problem. One point. Yeah. Next time, Anand will be discussing on the study of on the influence of after-sales service quality on the buying preferences of the members of network marketing companies. Mr. Anandan. Yes, sorry. Our next presenter is Keng Heng Long, who will be discussing on the contamination level
Yes.
on insulators of Cambodia high voltage transmission line. Yes, you may begin.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I will share my screen.
Yeah, sure.
Good morning to everyone for attending in this conference. My name is Keng Hin Long. I am from Cambodia. Currently, I am a master student of electrical engineering of Guangxi University in China. and my supervisor is Professor Qin Jun. And today I would like to present to you all about my research topic is contamination level on insulator of Cambodia high-voltage transmission line. And there are 7 parts of this presentation that show in this content. First of all is abstracts. To determine contaminated levels has been carried out by ESDD experiment. The result will be significant to reveal the contamination level that happened on insulator surface of Cambodia high voltage. And in these studies, multiple regression was used to model the relationship between ESDD with 5 different weather condition variable in terms of rainfall, temperature, humidity, pressure, and wind speed for predicting contamination level. And predicted value of ESDD has been used to compare to measurement values for a practical system. The next is introduction. Insulator calcium dust from air pollution and the lack of the information about the contamination levels in our system. And the clean insulators has been conducted every 2 years in our maintenance plant. And without cleaning schedule, contaminated insulator may produce flash over vortex. But cleaning insulator needs planned outages, and then it will reduce power reliabilities in our system. And what is ESDD? ESDD is equivalent cell disposal densities. And under high environmental humidities and sprinkle rain condition, the soil will absorb the droplet of water, then build up a thin film with high conductivities. The water that settle on insulator surface with the contamination layers, and then if we don't have cleaning schedule periodically, contaminated on high voltage insulator may lead to crossovers. That's why contamination level was explained by measuring ESDD. Move on to the next slide is ESDD experiment and measurement. In the experiment, a string of 4 reference cap and pin porcelain was handed and placed at a slightly lower height compared to light insulator at first course arm. Next, we move on to the ESDD measurement. The ESDD measurement rely on collecting the pollution deposit on the surface of offline insulator in certain interval, diluting it in water and measuring the conductivity and temperature in order to define the equivalent amount of salt in milligram per centimeter square. And ESDD values is defined depending on the conductivity of water content alluded to 20 Celsius, the volume and water temperature in terms of IEC 6507 by this following equation below. And the flux value B will express in this table 1, 2. And after measuring the corrected conductivity at 20 Celsius, we have to calculate the value of salinity SA by the following formula, and then the ESDD is determined of each surface by using the following expression. Finally, the average of ESDD can be calculated as follow equation. And now let's move to the next part is problem and description. The experiment has been conducted from November 2018 until July 2020, and 6 regions were chosen to test the ESDD in several sorts of contamination along 115 kilowatt and 230 kilowatt and substations situated in Cambodia. The collected data activities were were conducted monthly in 21-month interval. And in these figures, polluted insulator was cleaning and was measuring ESDD values on-site experiment. This table will explain us about the pollution level based on the ESDD values and the sample environment surrounding the insulator is located. That is the measurement point, and there are 6 regions of contamination such as cities, pollution, low, most, high, most areas, coastal area, dusty area, fire rise area, and mountain area were used to investigate the contamination levels, and 14 sample insulators were used to the experiment test. Now let's move to the next part is modeling of ESDD using multi-regression. This flowchart figures out about workflow for training regression model within the regression learner toolbox in MATLAB software. And the first we need to select data and validation, choose regression model option, train regression model, assess regression model performance, and finally we export the regression models. And in the regression analysis, 5 predictor variables were implemented, such as rainfall, temperature, humidity, pressure, wind speed. And in this model, 5 different methodological variables express a independent variable, and ESDD express the dependent variable. The multiple linear regression could be written depending on the independent and dependent parameter that all independent parameter have positive response with the dependent parameter y's follow the equation. And the model is trained with the data gotten from the experiment tests conducted with the methodological data in X6 regions. This training could be evaluated based on mean absolute error. Now let's talk about the result in this question. After training the model, 5 error matrix of multiple regression was calculated as shown in the table in each experiment location, and we will get the good result of this model because the error matrix in terms of MSE or MSE and MAE is close to zeros, and adjustment all square and all square is close to 1. And the measure and predicted value of ESDD were plotted in these figures depend on its pollution regions. And the blue lines express the ESDD predicted by the regression, and the red line is the ESDD measure values from the experiment. And finally, is the last section is the conclusion. ESDD is one of the appropriate parameters to determine the contamination level on the insulator surface. And after ESDD measurement, the pollution level is ranked of very live and live. We reveal that the contamination level that occur on the insulator surface in Cambodia is still in very low effects on insulator performance in power system compared to IEC standard. And the model explains the relationship between ESDD and 5 variables, methodological variables. And in this paper, regression analysis has been performed very well in contaminating estimation considered for determining predicted value of ESDD. The predicted of critical contamination level is significant for the transmission line department to arrange properly the schedule for cleaning insulator activity that has been conducted every 2 years in our maintenance plans. Okay, thank you. That's all my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, okay, Long Sop, for your presentation. So do we have any questions?
Ken, thank you for your presentation. It was a very insightful presentation, a very good research you have done. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you
So
so much.
next, we'll be moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Ananta Subramania Iyer, who will be discussing on the study of the influence of after-sales service quality on the buying preferences of the members of network marketing companies.
Hello, good morning and good afternoon, everybody, as per the Indian Standard Time. Okay, can I share the screen now?
Sure, sure.
Just give me a minute. Okay. I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay. First of all, let me apologize for the delay. There was some internet connectivity issue. That's where I logged in slightly later, 10 minutes late. I apologize for that. So this particular study is part of my PhD thesis. Okay, and so actually we are this study actually was conducted to see whether the network marketing companies after sales service quality has an influence on the buyer behavior of members. Okay, why members? Because members of network marketing companies play a major role in success or failure of the company in the market. So that's the reason why predominantly the members are taken into consideration. Okay, so it's me, Ananta Subramanya Iyer, and my co-author is Dr. Mahalakshmi. And just a bit about us. So I am working as an assistant professor in CMS Business School, Jain Deemed to be University. And I have 19 years of academic experience, and industry experience is 3 years. And my co-author, Dr. Mahalakshmi, is also working as an assistant professor in CMS Business School, Jain Deemed to be University. And Madam has academic experience of around 6 years and industry experience of around 3 years. Just let me put across the abstract of the study. As we all know, service quality plays an important role in the sales of the products. The quality of after-sales service is one of the highly influencing factors in buying decisions of the customers. And we have observed this in many sectors, and studies have been conducted in various sectors to prove this point. Poor service quality may result in customer reluctance or unwillingness to purchase the products, and the situation may not be very different in case of network marketing as well. And especially after sales service quality is very important, because it is going to shape the buying decisions of the members, who are also called as independent business owners, who are the major contributing factor for any network marketing business. And this research study looks at or tries to find out whether there is an influence and the level of influence of after sales service quality on buying preferences of members of network marketing companies. So these were the objectives of the study, to examine whether there is a relationship between the service quality and the reasons for buying, to identify the extent of impact of service quality on the reasons of buying or reasons for buying, and to examine whether there is a difference between pre and post sales service quality expectations, perceptions. So the hypothesis thus developed were I'm looking at giving the alternate hypothesis. There is a significant relationship between service quality variables and the reasons for buying of member respondents. There is a second hypothesis. There is a significant impact of service quality variables on reasons for buying of member respondents. And there is a significant difference between customer expectations and perceptions of service quality. And here the customer is nothing but the members. Scope of the study: this study is limited to the members or independent business owners of network marketing companies in Karnataka state of India. This study is also limited to assessing the members' buying decisions in relation to service quality. The service quality is evaluated based on Saroqual model. The methodology that was considered was this is a blend of descriptive and exploratory research, as it measures the members and variables such as buyer behavior and service quality. The data was collected through fully structured questionnaire, and the sample size, respondent sample size, was 156, and consisted of respondents of various age groups, occupation, gender, income levels, and qualifications. A multi-stage, and again, the age group, when it comes to age group, the sample population of above 18 years or 18 years and above was taken, because that is the legal age in India to register for any network marketing business. A multi-stage sampling, in which area sampling and stratified random sampling techniques are used in collecting data, and the populated districts of Karnataka has been taken into consideration. Tools used for the testing of hypothesis or t-test correlation, testing or t-test correlation and regression. So let us look at just a glimpse into network marketing. Okay, so we all, most of us are aware of network marketing, and it is also known as multi-level marketing, pyramid selling, referral marketing, relationship marketing, direct selling, and it is also called as interactive marketing and distribution, as well as word of mouth marketing. Though it is not referred to directly as word of mouth marketing always, but it is again a kind of it's an important type of word of mouth marketing. This innovative business model calls for involvement of non-salaried association of independent individual distributors, and our non-salaried employees or non-salaried recruits of independent individual distributors. They are called as a network to build the business. Network marketing business idea actually is not new. It was first conceptualized during 1920s in United States of America, as the franchising was considered to be illegal for businesses in those days. Okay, so that's the reason why the businesses wanted an alternative approach. So that's where they developed this network marketing business idea. However, though it was conceptualized in 1920s, the actual implementation of network marketing started in 1939 with the California Perfume Company implementing the network marketing business model as a full-fledged business model of the company, and later it was renamed in as Avon Products in 2018. And in 1940, another company, California-based company called California Vitamin Company, actually also implemented a network marketing business model as a full-fledged business model for the company to sell their vitamin products. And later it was renamed as Nutrilite, and it became Amway in 1959. And Nutrilite continues to be the vitamin and oral health supplement brand of Amway even today. So those two companies were the pioneers of network marketing in the world. So when it comes to network marketing in India, network marketing in India started of late in 1995. Okay, and actually it was not Amway, it was not any other company like Tupperware or Avon started network marketing in India. Network marketing was started by an Indian company called Modicare. Okay, and it actually inherited, or I would say followed the business pattern of Amway in India. But quickly, Swedish giant Oriflame Cosmetics and Tupperware entered into India in 1996 after liberalization and globalization in 1994. Okay, and Amway Corporation entered into India in 1998. Okay, and in addition to that, the conventional fast-moving consumer goods giant in India, the biggest FMCG company in India, Hindustan Unilever, today it is called as Unilever India, also entered into network marketing in 1999. And though it was followed by another unsuccessful venture of ITC, company into network marketing. Okay, so but their attempts were not very fruitful. Even if you look at Hindustan Unilever or ITC, as far as the performance is concerned, it has reached around 126.2 billion rupees in 2016 and projected with a compounded annual growth rate of 4.8% to reach around 159.3 billion by 2021. That's by next year. And the results of the effect of pandemic on network marketing companies is not yet disclosed, and probably it will be out by maybe Feb next year. The next net average sales per independent business owner or per member in India is around 20,000 rupees per year, which is much less than the global average of 1,20,000 rupees per year, according to Association of Chamber of Commerce. There is a negative influence of illegitimate and fraud companies cheating people in the name of network marketing, as there was an absence of proper legislation regarding network marketing companies till 2016. But after 2016, there is a legislation regarding network marketing companies, and the fraud schemes have stopped, reduced largely after the law has been implemented. So when it comes to network marketing in Karnataka, Karnataka is one of the fastest growing states, industrially growing states in India. Okay, and roughly Karnataka state has a comparable population to that of France. Okay, and it is one of the highest grossing GDPs, states grossing highest GDPs in India, top 10 states in India. So Karnataka is the capital of Karnataka is Bangalore, which is considered to be the IT hub of India, IT capital of India. And Karnataka is witnessing a higher rate of urbanization and consumption-oriented population, young and working population. And it has reached a high volume of 4.8 4.8 to 5.3 billion rupees in the financial year 11 and 12, and continues to grow. Okay, and the network marketing industry in Karnataka state is expected to become a market of around 35 to 40 billion by 2025. In between 2014 to 16, there was a decline in the network marketing industry's growth in Karnataka, not only Karnataka, across India, due to some legal issues. Okay, but afterwards it started bouncing back and continue to grow. Okay, and according to an industry report by Indian Direct Selling Association in 2019, nearly more than 4.6 lakh people, that is 0.46 million people, are engaged by network marketing companies as members in Karnataka state. So the service, let us come to the research part of it. The service quality variables used are reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy. Since it is an after-sales service, we have not taken the tangibility into consideration. Okay, and these independent variables will influence the dependent variables, or the variable, the buying, the reasons for buying. Okay, so hypothesis 1, actually there is a significant difference in the relationship between the Sarukwal variables and the reasons for buying of member respondents. So here we have used the correlation, and you can see that the there is a significant relationship. The test proves that there's a significant relationship between the buying reasons for buying and the various service quality parameters. Okay, and also we have actually conducted this survey for 156 respondents who are the members of various network marketing companies. We have not focused on a specific network marketing company. We have focused on the members of network marketing companies like Amway, Oriflame, Avon, Tupperware, Herbalife, Modi Care. Okay, and these are the companies that we have considered, which are registered with Indian Direct Selling Association as network marketing companies. Okay, into consideration. The members of these network marketing companies were considered for the study, and the correlation proves that there is a significant relationship between service quality variables and the reasons for buying of member respondents. Hypothesis 2 talks about there is a significant impact of service quality variables on the reasons for buying of member respondents. So we have used regression here, and the regression adjusted R square value of 0.68, that is 68%, and a significance of 0.000, that is less than 5% significance, even less than 1% significance for that matter, tells us that proves that there is a significant impact of service quality variables on reasons for buying of member respondents. Thirdly, we looked at whether there is a difference between customer expectations and perceptions of service quality. That is pre-purchase and post-purchase, is whether there is a difference. Yes, there is the t-test, pair sample t-test proves that there is a significant difference between the perception, expectations and perceptions, wherein they state that the test results state that in most of the cases the companies have exceeded the expectations of the service quality. Okay, so the conclusions, members buying decisions are greatly influenced by after sales service quality of network marketing companies, and members say that their opinion has changed when the service quality exceeded their expectations, and the after sales service quality plays an important role in marketing success even in case of network marketing business model. So these are the conclusions, and there was several references that I went through, and the research gap, just I would like to talk about the research gap. I actually, me and my co-author have been through various research studies that were conducted in the field of multi-level marketing and network marketing, but none of the studies actually spoke about the impact of after-sales service quality on the member respondents or even the customers. So that's where we chose this study to be the part of the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ananda Subramanian, for your presentation. So do we have any questions?
Actually, it's a wonderful study, especially on the network marketing. It's actually very much growing in India. So the question from my end is actually this after sales service quality, what you have highlighted. May I know what are the services, what exactly is given after the sales by these networking companies? Because once when a product is purchased from a networking company, it is actually done from there. After that, I have to bring another networking member to connect to get the things done. So what kind of sales service quality was provided after this?
So your audio is not audible. No. So please unmute.
Okay. Is it audible now, ma'am? Okay.
Yes,
okay.
sir. Please continue.
Great. Sir, thank you for the very important and pertinent question. Sir, here in this case, we are looking, I have studied only the part of after sales service quality, which the members are going to get. Okay. So I have not looked at the service quality, what a customer who buys from a member is going to get. Okay, so in this case, if we are focusing on what a member is going to get, the service quality, what member is going to get, it is very crucial, because a member is the person who is going to build the business by recruiting new members, and the member is the person who is going to scout for customers and sell the products to customers. In this case, when a customer is not satisfied and returns the product back to the member, member should be able to easily get back to the network marketing company and return back the product and get back the money, full return of the money of what has been returned back. This returning process should be as simple as what we do with any e-commerce company. Okay, so and also whenever the member requires some promotional material or some sample or something to be given to the customer, these sample packets should be available. And the whenever they book the product online with the network marketing companies, products should be easily available to them. And also more and more contact centers or physical buying centers should be available in every district headquarters, so that the member can immediately go and buy the product from network marketing companies and sell it to customers, and returns can be done even in those buying centers as well. So these were the some of the parameters that members told me when I was doing this particular research.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, both of you. So now we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Dhananjaya Kumar, who will be discussing on non-dimensional numbers analysis of a natural convection grain dryer with and without sensible energy storage. Mr. Dhananjaya Kumar?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You may begin your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon. This is Dhananjaya Kumar, a PhD scholar in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Guwahati, working under Professor P. Mahanta and Dr. Pankaj Kalita. Today I am going to present the non-dimensional number analysis of a natural convection grain dryer with and without sensible heat storage material. So, the main purpose of this study is to analyze whether the sensible heat storage material in the rectangular chamber is reducing the energy losses from the chamber or not. Here, in the Persian non-dimensional number analysis has been performed for the outer surface of the rectangular chamber in a natural convection grain dryer. For the study, biomass is burned for 3 hours at a rate of 1.6 kg per hour in the conical furnace of the dryer. The study has been performed for 2 cases, with and without sensible heat storage material in the chamber, and so on. Here motivation. What is drying? Actually, this dryer is developed for the agricultural product drying process. In keeping in mind that for the smaller scale farmer in the developing countries or underdeveloped countries where electricity is not available. So drying is a moisture removal process from a solid by the application of thermal energy input causing phase change. Hot air drying involves the simultaneous action of heat and mass transfer. Hot air passing over the grain surface form a thermal boundary layer with a steep thermal gradient with the grain surface, rendering evaporation of moisture from a product surface. Here, in the drying process, we applied the input energy as a thermal energy, and our purpose is to reduce the moisture content from the product. Purpose of drying, needed for the purpose of preservation and storage, prolonging the shelf life of the grains, reduction in cost of transportation. Natural respiration takes place due to presence of moisture in a fresh harvested paddy or any agricultural product that deteriorates the grain quality. Drying protects grain from harmful insect and molds developed due to high moisture in food grains to improve quality of the grains. Drying principle. preheating period. During this period, very slight change in moisture content is observed. Initially, when hot air passes over the wet grain, most of the energy from the hot air is used to heat the grain. Second one is a constant red period. The grain remains still wet and the evaporation of free moisture from surface takes place. The rate of moisture removal rate in this zone is constant. And third one is falling rate period. Starts after crossing of CMC. Once it starts the vapor, one its falling period start. The vapor pressure at the particle surface falls below the saturated pressure. They are the several types of dryer. In the hot air drying, there are traditional drying as a sun drying. There are several types of sun drying method: field drying, pinnacle drying, mat drying, and pavement drying. Solar drying and mechanical drying. Mechanical drying, there are several types of mechanical drying methods. Heated air drying. In heated air drying, batch dryer, recirculating batch dryer, and continuous flow dryer. Low temperature drying, flash drying, and fluidized wet drying. There are several types of fluidized wet drying: conventional fluidized wet dryer, rotating fluidized wet with rotating geometry, and rotating fluidized wet in a static geometry. And we have explained solar drying next. Solar drying, there are mainly two types of solar drying: active dryer and inactive dryer and passive dryer. There are several types of active dryer and passive dryer both. Here all explained in this. Advantage of dryer: huge amount of heat and mass transfer take place through a compact geometry, capable in drying a wide range of food grains rapidly. Maintenance cost is lowered, food grain quality is improved, and it reduces the transportation cost of the product. Here, this is my experimental setup, which is designed at the IIT Guwahati. Here, the working principle of this dryer is that in this conical furnace, we burn biomass, and due to the heat generation by the burning of biomass, surface of the conical furnace gets heated up, and due to this hot surface, surrounding air or pebbles or any energy storage material gains heat from the hot surface, and due to increase in temperature, hot air surrounding the conical furnace moves upward due to buoyancy action, and that air cross this latent heat storage tray, due to which latent heat storage in the tray gets melt, and it supplied constant heat to the drying product. Here results. In this study, we have studied the outer surface temperature for both the cases, with and without sensible heat storage material. Here from the study, we have observed that the outer surface temperature of the rectangular wall, rectangular wall is relatively higher for the case 1 when the sensible heat or storage material is not present in the chamber, and for the case 2 when the sensible heat storage material is present in the chamber, then we observe a relatively lesser temperature of the outer surface. Thus, that indicates that the heat crossed through the brick wall rectangular chamber is relatively lower when the sensible heat storage material is present in the rectangular chamber. Here, on the basis of this temperature, outer surface temperature, we have analyzed the Grashopp's number and Rayleigh number and Nusselt number. In all these three non-dimensional number analysis, we have observed that the non-dimensional number values for the case 2 when the sensible heat storage material is present in the drying chamber is relatively lesser. That indicates that the heat transfer coefficient of the outer surface of the rectangular chamber is relatively lesser. That means the heat losses to the rectangular chamber is relatively lesser for the case 2, when the sensible heat storage material is not present in the chamber. Hence, and this value, Grashopp's number value, range during the study, the Grashopp's number value range from 2.59 into 10 to the power 8 to 9.56 into 10 to the power minus 9 for the case 1, and 1.48 into 10 to the power minus 9 to 5.79 into 10 to the power 9 for the case 2 respectively. And Rayleigh number range from 1.9 into 10 to the power 8 to 7.84 into 10 to the power 9 for the case 1, and 1.08 into 10 to the power minus 9 to 4.23 into 10 to the power minus 10 to the power 9 for the case 2. And Nusselt number range from 85.6 to 284.23 and 152.99 to 240.8 for the case 2, for the case 1 and case 2 respectively. Hence, it indicates that the heat losses from the rectangular chamber is relatively lesser for the case 2. These are the conclusion of our study. From the study, it is observed that the outer surface temperature and all three of all three non-dimensional numbers value is higher for the case 1, and hence it leads to the relatively high losses of energy through the brick wall. This indicates that the energy loss through the brick wall of the rectangular chamber is lower in the case 2 when the sensible heat storage material is present in the chamber. Hence the use of sensible heat storage material in the rectangular chamber is promising for the applications. These are my reference which is given in the calculation, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhananjay Kumar, for your presentation. So do we have any questions?
No questions from my end, Dhananjay Kumar. It's a wonderful study, and my best wishes for your views. Thank you.
Okay. I hope there are no further questions. Okay, thank you, Dhananjay Kumar. We'll move on to our next presenter.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Next, I welcome Dr. Kohila Subhadra Christie, who will be discussing on the biosynthesis of silver nanoparticles using Flausia arabica and evaluation of total antioxidant activity.
Yes. Ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon.
Ma'am, can you hear me voice?
Yes, I can hear you.
I hope my screen is visible.
Not yet.
No, ma'am.
No.
Ma'am, can you hear me voice?
Yes, I can hear you.
I hope my screen is visible now, ma'am.
Yes, your screen is visible and you may.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Dr. Kohila Subhadra Christie. My topic is biosynthesis of silver nanoparticles using Flausia arabica and evolution of total antioxidant activity. It is a part of my PhD work.
You can put it on. You can put on slide mode.
Yes. We all know ocean is mother of origin of life. Many natural products have been accumulated in living organisms. Foods, fragrance, pigments, insecticides, medicines have been derived from natural products. Marine organisms, my sample, Palusia arabica, is a marine organism. Mostly marine organisms represent a valuable source of new compounds, the biodiversity of marine environment, and the associated biodiversity constitute practically unlimited resource of new active substances. In recent years, increasing awareness of us as to pay greater attention to substances that have harmful effects and aquatic organisms. Tunicates or sea squares. As against, it's a marine friendly animals. It is classified into two types: simple and colonial ascidians. It is observed under the surface of halopsid, forges, harbor installations, etc. They Sorry for the disturbance, ma'am.
No problem. You may continue.
Problem.
Yeah.
So the slide shows taxonomic status of Palusia arabica. Palusia arabica belongs to phylum Chordata, subphylum Urochordata, class Astesia, order Enterocana, suborder Clocantia, family Astridae Herdman, and genus Palusia arabica 1816, and species Palusia arabica sabicum. My objective is to carry out preliminary chemical screening of petroleum ether, benzene, chloroform, methane chloride, ethanol, methanol, and water extracts of Palusia arabica to determine metals by using cyclic voltammeter, to synthesize nanoparticles from methanolic extracts of Palusia arabica, to characterize the nanoparticle studies, XRD, redox, SEM, and AFM, and cyclic voltammetric studies. Then last, to determine total antioxidant and antibacterial assay of nanoparticles of Palusia arabica. Study area by sampling collected from mesozoal part of Commutativity. This station is situated opposite to the Central Electrochemical Research Institute and Pingojetti. My sample is collected from Commutativity coast by scuba diving. It is narcotized by using magnesium sulfate and menthol crystals, and fixation is done by using 40% formaldehyde and seawater. Finally, it is labeled, identified with label, registered, and submitted in the APC Mahalakshmi Museum. The session was washed several times in seawater, and it was tried and said the dry powder was homogenized to get a coarse powder. The dry powder was successfully extracted with series of solvents such as petroleum ether, benzene, methane chloride, chloroform, ethanol, and water using Soxhlet apparatus. Next, preparation of the extract. This extract is prepared with ethanol using Soxhlet apparatus. Here, the concentrated ethanol extract was used for UV, IM synthesis of silver nanoparticles. Here, 5 milliliter ethanol extract of polycarbonate silver ions. Here, the temperature, the solid product was characterized by using UV visible spectroscopy, FAIR, XRD, EDOX, SEM, and AFM. These are the parameters used for nano characterization. Then applications. Total antioxidant activity is carried out by using Pareto method and antibacterial assay using disk diffusion method. And characterization, UV studies, it shows peaks at 301 nanometer or indicates the presence of silver nanoparticles. Then FAIR studies, here prominent peaks were observed at 344, 2426 and 1461, 1123, indicating the possible interaction of biomolecules for capping and stabilization of silver nanoparticles. XRD patterns also shows 3 planes, 111, 201 and 22 planes. All the 3 peaks can be indexed to standard cubic phase of silver. Also confirmed the presence of elemental silver nanoparticles. This is the sum image of silver nanoparticle. Here, silver nanoparticles synthesis using mono disposed with cubic structures with mean size of 200 nanometer. Next, AFM. From the 2D view, well separated spherical particles are seen. The 3D view were revealed that the growth direction of all the particles was almost the same. Disturbance, ma'am. I think some network problems going on.
Yes, ma'am. You can.
Ma'am, can you hear me once?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can quickly run over.
I have 2 more slides.
Yes.
The next one. Applications, total antioxidant activity. Also, here silver nanoparticles showed a good total antioxidant activity that increased antibacterial activity of Bolicia arabica and Bacillus subtilis, Enterococcus. Then finally, conclusion: here silver nanoparticle total antioxidant and antibacterial activity. It is an excellent resource for the isolation of bioactive compounds. Thanks for giving the opportunity, ma'am.
Thank you for your
Thank you, ma'am.
So do we have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Koila, for your presentation. I don't have any questions. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So, yes, thank you, Dr. Kohila. We'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Radha D, who will be discussing on the study of commutative in R near rings.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible? Is the audio clear? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, Veronica, you may present.
Okay. So just a minute. A very good afternoon to everyone. I am Veronica, doing second MSc Maths in APC Mahalakshmi College, Government, Commutativity. I am here to discuss a few points on the topic about the commutativity in R-bearings. Our abstract in this paper, we have discussed the structures of an R-bearing with respect to the commutative property. Any commutative mirroring is an R-bearing if it is regular. Every pseudo-stable decommutative mirroring and a pseudo-commutative mirroring with right identity is an R-bearing whenever it is Boolean. In a commutative R-bearing N, the setup for light impotence is contained in the center of N. Any commutative R-bearing is a strong S1 mirroring, and the vice versa is also true. Also with the property that every ideal is a completely semi-prime ideal, and the quotient mirroring R divided by I is an R mirroring whenever I is an ideal in N. Also, it is proved that any zero-symmetric R mirroring has star IFP and the property P4. The introduction. Mirrorings can be thought of as generalized rings. If in a ring we ignore the commutativity of addition and one distributive law, we get a mirroring. Throughout this paper, N stands for a right mirroring with respect to N and the and dot with at least two elements, and 0 denotes the identity element of the group N with respect to operation addition, and we write xy for x dot y for any two elements xy of N. A mirroring N is said to be R mirroring if for every A in N there exists an element x in N such that xax equals xa. The role of commutativity in R mirroring will yield a strong S1 mirroring, and added with the Boolean property, a pseudo-stable mirroring will become an R mirroring. Likewise, some structures of R mirroring can be extended. These are some of the preliminaries. Right zero divisor, a non-zero element, of course, in N is called right zero divisor if there exists A, which is again non-zero, belonging to N, such that Ax equals 0. Similarly, for x, which is not equal to 0, belonging to N, to be a left zero divisor, there must exist another A not equal to 0 belonging to N such that xa equals 0. Next, Boolean. Nearing N is Boolean if and only if for all x belonging to N, x squared equals x. Nil mirroring. N is called a nil mirroring if every element of N is nilpotent, that is x for N equals 0. Subcommutativity. N is said to be subcommutative if Na equals An for all A in N. Insertion of factors property. N is said to fulfill the insertion of factors property, the IFP, provided that for all A, B, N belonging to N, AB equals 0 implies A and B must also equal 0. Reduced mirroring. A mirroring N is said to be reduced if it has no non-zero nilpotent elements. R mirroring. N is called an R mirroring if for every A in N there exists x belonging to N such that xax equals xa. Theorem. Let if N being an R mirroring, the following conditions are true. If Ax, the first one, if Ax equals 0, then xa is also equal to 0. Second one, if Ax belongs to N, then xa is also must also belong to N. If the left cancellation law is valid in N, then xa belonging to A implies Ax in A for all A belonging to N and for some x in N. Next theorem, let N be an R mirroring without non-zero zero divisors. If N is commutative, then N is Boolean. Proposition, let N be an nil mirroring, then N is a R mirroring if and only if N is zero symmetric. The next theorem, a commutative zero symmetric Boolean mirroring is always an R mirroring. N being a Boolean mirroring, each of the following statement implies that N is also a R mirroring. N is an IFP mirroring with identity. Second one is Xn equals Xnx for all x belonging to N, and N must be subcommutative. The next lemma, N being a nil mirroring and I a non-zero ideal of N, then N is an R mirroring if and only if I and N divides by the quotient ring, of course, are R mirrorings. Next theorem, let n be a regular commutative nearing, then n is also an R nearing. Corollary, let n be a Boolean weak commutative nearing. If n is pseudo-stable, then n is an R nearing. Theorem, let n be a commutative R nearing, then E is a subset of C of n, the center of n, of course. The next theorem, let n be a pseudo-commutative nearing with right identity. If n is Boolean, then n is an R nearing. Proposition, any homomorphic image of an R nearing is an R nearing. The next theorem, let n be an R nearing. If I is any ideal of n, then n divides I is also an R nearing. The next theorem, let n be an R nearing. If n is zero symmetric, then the following are true. N has SAR IFP and n has strong IFP and n has the satisfies the property P4. The next property, a left identity of a Boolean R nearing is also a right identity. The next theorem, every regular commutative R nearing is reduced. These are the reference papers which I referred to.
Thank you, Veronica, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do we have any questions for Veronica?
No questions from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I hope there is no further questions. So next we'll be moving on to our lunch break. I request everyone to be back within 15 minutes and we'll be moving on to technical sessions too. So thank you all. We'll see you back after the lunch break.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome back. So, before we begin our technical session 2, I have a kind reminder for all the participants. I request all the participants to limit your presentations to 15 minutes, the allocated time. As we are running short of time, we won't be able to give an elaborative presentations. So, please make a note of it. So, without any delay, we'll move on to our presenter. Our presenter for the technical session 2. First, I would like to welcome Bhosle Srikanth, who will be discussing on the digital payment adoption during pandemic in India, which is an empirical analysis using SEM.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay, give me 1 second, ma'am. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's been a great pleasure and great honor for us to present our research paper, that is digital payments adoption during pandemic and empirical analysis using search engine marketing. So it has been a great honor for us to present this PPT in this international conference from our team members and with the guidance of Chit Simran ma'am. So before going, I would like to share the biography of our team and also from our background. So I'm Srikanth Bhosle from Hyderabad, Telangana, India, pursuing my MBA in marketing and operations from LPU. So this research paper is a result of my group members' contribution, and also I would thank them for their contribution to the research paper. So coming to the abstract, the government of India had announced a nationwide lockdown in 4 phases from 24th of March 2020 in India due to eradication and elimination of COVID-19 from the country. So the main motive to choose this topic for us to research on this topic is it is useful and also important for every individual or for every citizen to maintain in this pandemic, to maintain social distancing and avoid physical assistance. So it will be a great helpful aspect for every individual throughout the world, not only in India, throughout the world. So the social divide and physical contact avoidance were major measures. It is a great government of India had announced some of the major measures and guidelines for to avoid physical contact from this COVID-19 virus. So the empirical study was aimed to investigate the significant predictors of social engine marketing and on digital payments usage in pandemic. So with the guidance of our Chit Simran ma'am, we could able to create a questionnaire and share that questionnaire to the people around our family, friends, and many others. We could able to share around 500 members, and we got a result of the advantages, yeah, the usefulness, and also the needs and financial needs of finances during this pandemic. So the study was adopted an empirical research design to the online survey. Like I have recently said that we have used an online survey method to gather the perception of digital payment users in study area. So with the help of that, every age member from the from that online survey, we got different answers from every individual. That is that useful? Is that easy to operate? Is that safely? So in that way, we could get the result. So digital payment usage should be encouraged to avoid needless approach for deposit. Like for example, in India, many financial banks and many banks, if we going to deposit a money in a bank, it takes very much time to stand in a queue, and also it is very important for every individual to save the time saving and also cost save. So this digital payments could help and is useful to avoid those time saving aspects in our life. So coming to the research objectives, to study the demographic profile of the digital payments users in India, like to understand every individual's demographic profile, and also like to understand the perspective of every individual to use these digital payments. We have used this questionnaire method to understand the choice and significance among respondents of digital payments use, and also to understand the relationship between digital payments use between search engine marketing also. So coming to the payment method, we can also say that it is safely safe. It is also very safe and easy to transfer within seconds without going to bank, and in this pandemic, without physical existence, it is very useful. So need of this study, the present study focuses on digital payment users residing in India, use of the digital payments in amid COVID-19 lockdown period. The study limited to explore the significant influences of search engine marketing to use digital payments. So there are many benefits of these digital payments around the world. Like more than 1.7 billion people in the world are still unable to participate in the formal financial systems. Like there are majority of women in the country. They would it's been by doing this research, we got that women empowerment were very low in this pandemic, and like in tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 cities, tier 1, tier 2 cities were able to perform good, and there are many individuals who are using this digital payments easily and quickly, and they can understand the importance and the aspects of all of this payment. But in tier 3 cities, like in rural areas, they cannot we all know the literacy rate and the women empowerment is very poor, and the numbers were very poorly increasing in these areas due to this pandemic. And also this makes extremely difficult for the poor people to save for their future, and also to plan according to the financial conditions. So like cost cutting and cost saving and time saving is also a benefit of digital payments through this pandemic. Like government, companies and international organizations and individuals waste time and resources. For example, in India, India have saved 2 billion by paying cooking gas custom consumers directly into their bank accounts. Like they have made the transferation made usefulness of digital payments by transferring the amount directly into the consumers account who are the subsidiary of gas cylinders. So with this research, we could get this aspects and knowledge. So research gap, coming to the research gap, there are only few studies has given importance to explore the influence of digital payment users on search engine marketing. Like lack of studies has not given this importance to to the digital payments from recent era. But in this pandemic, there are the few studies that has given the importance to explore the influence. Like many women's economic empowerment is also very important aspect in our country, as it is improving access to digital payments can empower women by giving them more control over the family financially, and also for improving their economic operations in day-to-day life. There is a gap to examine the influence of search engine marketing on digital payments usage in amid COVID-19 lockdown. This study aims to fulfill the research gap of digital payments adoption during pandemic and an empirical analysis using SEM. So the problems, coming to the problems of this research, the government of India has announced nationwide lockdown from 24th March 2020, which made huge transformation in ways business was conducted during lockdown days. So after this lockdown, many people were unable to get food. Many people were unable to transfer their money, unable to do the financial transactions. So there is a need to understand the behavioral intention and innovation resistance on search engine marketing with respect to digital cash transactions to overcome the barriers in the effective adoption in aftermath of COVID-19. So we have tried to focus on this research paper in this pandemic because it is very helpful for every individual and in every aspect also. So this would create a great advantage toward the world and throughout the country's development and economic development. And the government also has announced the usage of digital payments is mandatory. Like it is very necessary for every individual and is very easy. The present study aims to explore the solutions to overcome the barriers in search engine marketing of digital payments users for usage purpose in pandemic. So coming to the conclusion part, I would like to share some points. The digital payment users should grow positive intention on adoption of nation innovation and use digital payment during such pandemic situations. So in this difficult situations like COVID-19, we all know physical existence is banned throughout the country. Like it is not it is not moving around. The awareness and importance of digital payment usage during pandemic is in these conditions has been educated by peers, friends, and family members to avoid physical cash transactions in nook or corner of the country. So this service providers are requested to improve better model for consumer that they would shift their choices towards usage and adoption of digital payments in their day-to-day life in pandemic and other similar emergency situations. So it can be mandatory and it should be mandatory for every individual to use these digital payments to manage these type of emergency situations throughout the country. So the government and RBI need to take more steps to raise awareness among bank customers about the use of digital payments during the conditions in the country. So these digital payments is a useful platform to perform cash transactions to escape from COVID-19 virus attack and very helpful to maintain social distancing and to avoid like physical touch during the cash transactions. So this is the appendix and thank you for this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shrikant, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. So do we have any questions for Shrikant?
Yes, there is one question actually. It's
sure, sir.
Presentation. Okay, it's actually very much needed during this pandemic, and as you have mentioned in the beginning, no one have covered much of it. But my question here is like during your presentation, you had talked about women empowerment.
Yes,
is
sir.
it actually coming in your study, or maybe you're just taking that as an additional information from your literature?
Yes, sir. We have taken it as an additional information, and also it has been added in the study also, sir. Like we have used that. It is an important aspect in the throughout the world that women empowerment has to be developed and to be raised. So it has been taken in the research paper also.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Thank you so
you
much.
very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, both of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
So we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Mr. Mintu Pathak, who will be giving a description of the political history of conflict relations between the dominance of India and Pakistan. Hello, Mr. Mintu.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, chairperson, and also ma'am, and also the presenters. I am here going to present a paper which is related to Indo-Pak relation, basically, and it is also related with my PhD work, which is going on. And this paper is with me, our assistant professor from Bodolan University of Assam is my co-author in this paper. So first, I'm going to share my screens of this paper, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
Thank you, ma'am. My paper title is Go to Mole and Potentialities of Peace, a description of political history of conflict-ridden relations between the dominance of India and Pakistan.
Can you please? Yes. Thank you.
again, ma'am, this is the abstract of my paper. India, Pakistan have shared a journey that experienced in many traumatic moments over the years, and from being a shared country separation into different countries based on religion, the citizens, both the nations have suffered a lot. We know very well about the history of India and Pakistan, even also the background of our countries, as well as during the Aryan period, Dravidian period, as well as for the Mughal period, as well as the British periods after that in 1947. What condition is going on, especially in South Asia country, in between these two nations, which were at a time in one nation under the British colonial administration. So to accomplish this, basically the present study aims at understanding whether or not any potentiality of peace might still exist between the two countries. To accomplish this, aim is the study runs through the timeline and understands the events that have triggered rage in the minds of people. This is introductions of this paper. The history of India, the Ashwal Bharat, can be termed as the period of invasions. The land has experienced countless instruments that vary by foreign leaders, merchants, traders, as you know. Here I have given some main lines, which is not possible to everything within 15 minutes. That is, one is that clearing the Aryan invasion mind, where the Aryan from, especially in earlier Iran that came to India, then during that time, and what the religious divide in between Dravidian and also the Aryan, then the Mughals that come to India, and also the religion conflicting situations were arised in our country. And also I explained a game played by Britishers by taking the chance of, and also they introduced the policy of divide and rule in between the Islamic religious people as well as the Hindu, most of the Hinduism. And also I also discussed separately the partition in 1947, the owns that deemed it, where I have explained how the partition that has been made by Britishers to took advantage in between these two nations regarding especially to make in colonial situations even for after independence. And lastly, I also discussed about the partial separation of Kashmir, especially in 1947 after the attack of in Kashmir by Pakistan and even India also. So the aims and objectives of my paper under this section, the author, we attempts that some basic things, which are the explanations of the main purpose of this study to spell out its aims and objectives. That the objectives of the study are as follows: to explore the history of India and Pakistan after the partition in 1947, to analyze the conflict relationship between India and Pakistan, and also to explore the violence and go due to the numerous wars between these two nations, and to ponder the potentialities of peace in Indo-Pak relations. Next, I have given some maps of India, pre-partition map of India, and also the map of pre-partition map India before independence, and map of India and Pakistan during independence. These maps that have, you can see where the colors that also identify the princely states and British India, and also it has been divided when in 1947, the green color that has been Pakistan, West Pakistan and East Pakistan, and rest are Indian, and some are princely state. They were not the part of Indian. They had a chance to choose either that they could join India or to Pakistan. Next, in this map, I have also explained about the border that has been demarcated by British during that time, and also the in 1947 what happened, but the area which were occupied by Pakistan, which is known as Pak area, and also the Jammu and Kashmir that has been with India, and also the Aksai Sin, and also some other parts, Chinese part that I have also focused by these maps. Again, I have given some Indian Spring Offensive, that is images of 1948 war between India and Pakistan, where basically three main stakeholders, that the Prime Minister and Muhammad Ali Jinnah, the Governor General of Pakistan, and the Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, Prime Minister of India, and the role that has been played by Maharaja Hari Singh regarding the part of Jammu and Kashmir. And I have mentioned all these things. And in 1965 Indo-Pak War, the picture of war between India and Pakistan that has been focused here. And also after this war, that the agreement that has been taking place, that is called Tashkent War in erstwhile Soviet Russia, and leadership has been taken by the then Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri and also Muhammad Ayub Khan of Pakistan. Next, I have given the 1971 war, especially the creation of Bangladesh by separated East Pakistan from West Pakistan, and the role played by India, and also the situation that happened, and also the 1972 Simla Agreement, one of pick that I have given here. And next, I have given one image of Kargil War in 1919 during the time of our then Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, and also the Premier of Pakistan, Nawaz Sharif. So what happened in especially that Lahore Agreement. After that, I have given some other conflicting situations and also confusing war, that is called Uri attack in 18 September 2016, where I have given, and then question of surgical strike, and next about Pulwama, and then again Balakot airstrikes. All these things that I have given, and all India-Pakistan situation that we have focusing today is a burning topic, especially in Southeast Asia. I have gone through different books and also some reference books and also articles where I have focused some ups and downs in Indo-Pak relations, and also dispute between the two nations, October in 1947, fight of Kashmir, where I have already been shown the pictures, and war of April-September 1965, civil war in 1971, Kargil war, all these things I have explained. And after explaining all these conflicts and wars in between these two major nations of Southeast Asia, some potentials of peace and resolve Indo-Pak conflicts, especially Kumar ETL 2018 in their study titled Peace Communication in Cross-Border Media Flows focuses on addressing the problem of initiating communicated for peace by citizens. It focuses on media flows in between India and Pakistan, concerning the matters of relations, conflicts, and diplomatic ties. Since independence, the two nations have engaged in their wars. Basically, I have given much more importance to the potentialities, and I have got some findings which can be also shown in front of you. The various disputes have gradually turned into conflicts and later into war, and results are destructive, traumatization on both sides, resulting in further deterioration in relationship. Analyzing the circumstances from the above literature does not throw light on the fact that there is a potential for the two countries to unite in any way. The acts of violence of Pakistan cannot be ignored. Though there are people on both sides that seek peace, steps in that direction appears to have been initiated only by those on the sides of India. This shows that lack of participation on the part of Pakistan. But in my point, this is in my paper that I have focused attention. And again, in conclusion and recommendation, I have given these quotes. The studies reviewed in the literature review section shows that the two conflict-ridden nations have experienced too many squabbles in the past as well as in the present for peace to take place. Though cooperation and trust more proved difficult propositions to put into practice, they can still in a big way, helping the fostering peace in both nations. Therefore, certain steps can be taken which can bring the citizens of both nations on the same platform for creating an atmosphere of brotherhood. The leaders as well as the people of both the nations and the media should play a positive role in peace building in real sense, which can be promote unity and prosperity of both. Unfortunately, treaties agreements have only been made on paper. As such, have neither played a role in promoting peace nor help in resolving issues pertaining to them. So I think that it is quite essential for both the stakeholders as well as the leaders of these two nations to make a very polite discussion and bilateral talks if necessary. Then it should be in real sense so that both this country, if they will maintain peace, and these two countries definitely will progress, and then these two countries uh, make a good things for the development of the common people of this both these countries. So to prepare this review paper, especially, I have taken help basically 8 reference books and also the major books, 15 major books that has been discussed in my these topics, which cannot be discussed in detail within this time, a specific time. Therefore, this was my paper with thanks presented by Mr. Mintu Pathak, Associate Professor, Department of Political Science, Tongla College, Assam, India, and the co-author, Dr. Jonin Musari, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, Bodoland University, Kokrajhar, Assam, India. Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, Jovan sir. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mintu Pathak, for your presentation. So do we have any questions for Mr. Mintu?
So Mitu, actually, it's the wonderful presentation, and
thank you, sir.
This is actually basically what we need, even both the countries and also the countries which is looking forward for the development of these countries. They are actually expecting these things to come into these both places. I suggest you to do a little bit qualitative study on it by conducting some interview with few people who are involved in it, and which can give you more insight and light for your studies, especially on your PhD. So that will give you more insight and light for yourself. So that's a suggestion from my end, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I will follow your suggestion. Thank you, Sam, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Santosh Kumar Sharma, who will be discussing on the critical determinants for mobile commerce adoption by Indian micro enterprises through SEM analysis.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I am sharing my screen.
Sure.
Ma'am, am I audible and visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Your screen.
Yes, just a second. Is it visible?
Not yet. Yes, yes. It's visible now.
Okay. So, very good morning to all of you present here. My name is Santosh Kumar Sharma, and I am pursuing BTech, integrated BTech MBA from Lovely Professional University. And this is the topic title of our research paper, that is critical determinants of mobile commerce, that is M-commerce and adaptation in India in SME, that is small medium enterprises. And we have completed the research paper under the guidance of Chit Simran ma'am, which is assistant professor, Lovely Professional University. So, so let's begin.
Slide mode.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please put on slide mode?
Just a second. Is it okay?
Okay, no problem. You may continue.
Okay, okay. First of all, let us try to unlock what exactly is a M-commerce. So if you have been keeping up with the recent consumer trends, we have probably heard people talking about mobile commerce as the next big thing. The truth is that the rise of mobile devices and their processing domination over desktop make M-commerce a natural successor of e-commerce. Now, coming to the basic definition, mobile commerce, also called M-commerce, refers to any transaction completed with a mobile device, be it a smartphone, tablet, or even wearable devices. But mobile commerce is so much more than that. In fact, M-commerce triggered the emergence of brand new industries and services, or helped with the existing ones to grow in new directions. Example of such innovation include tickets and boarding passes, mobile banking and mobile transfer, contactless payments, and in-app purchases. All of these m-commerce features, which today are part of our customer experience, wouldn't be possible if not for the rise of mobile commerce. Now, to add few more points to make this very section clear, is I would like to discuss the key m-commerce advantages. Now that you know what mobile commerce is all about, you might be wondering why so businesses are investing in today. The truth is that m-commerce applications offers numerous advantages to companies and customers who use them. And the three good reasons are: first is better customer experience. We all know that what happened when e-commerce became popular. It made shopping so much convenient and fun for customers. They could browse through a wide range of products, benefit from more competitive pricing, and complete their purchases without having to step out from their computers or from their houses. Now, second is omni-channel. So this is a unique strength of mobile commerce applications. And omni-channel experience is an experience of customers who purchases the stores that sell through multiple online and offline channels. To get ahead of their competition, businesses are striving to list their products whenever they know potential customers are already spending their time. And the third and main is a great variety of payment options. So new mobile payment solutions emerge every year. Businesses can now offer their customers a broad and diverse range of payment options to make the process of buying products and services even smoother. And remember, these three benefits are just the tip of the iceberg. There are many other advantages of m-commerce. Now, moving to the main slide, I'll be discussing about the aim of this study. So the aim of this study is to investigate the determinants, that is loopholes, for the intention to adopt mobile technology as a data collection methodology in market research projects. A conceptual framework was developed using TOE, that is Technology Organization Environment Model, to identify technological factors. A variety of behavioral models and theories has been developed in order to understand and explain factors influencing the adaptation and diffusion technology. And the results, we have also made a questionnaire in which we have taken down the responses from small medium retailers, like if whether they want to adapt this m-commerce in their day-to-day life or not. And key factors include professional competence, organizational openness, satisfaction with traditional and online methodologies, and pressure from industry, clients, and survey participants. Now, in considering these dimensions, the TOE models provides a useful theoretical framework for analyzing the technological innovations, adoption, and diffusion process in organization. Now, talking about the research model and hypothesis, an internal model of mobile market research adoption, specifically from the market research industry, was developed from the technological innovation texture. We have basically three contexts, that is three and department under which we have taken our research model. First one is technological context. Technological factors include the influence of characteristics of the innovation, one element widely considered to facilitate adoption in relative advantages, that is the degree to which an innovation is perceived. There are a variety of advantages associated with mobile market research when compared to other data collection methods. Now, second comes organizational context. Numerous studies on the adaptation of technology innovation shows that for firms having workers with professional competence, knowledge, or expertise in innovation is positively associated with adoptions. The market research sector has found evidence that lack of expertise or knowledge is conducting mobile market research is a possible reason, indicating why these methods have not progressed as much as forecast. Consequently, this factor is considered to have a significant impact on the adoption of mobile market research. Now, third is environmental context. The environmental context is defined as the scenario in which an organization conducts its business, including the members of the industry, regulatory authorities, and clients and suppliers. So these factors may stimulate adoption and diffusion of innovation within an organization in response to competitive pressure, regularity actions, and customer satisfaction requirement. Thus, organization can adopt a given technology voluntarily or due to the influence of other firms in the industry or from clients who may demand the use of such technology when contracting services. Now, coming to the conclusion part, the study identified professional competence and the firm's openness to change, pressure from participants in the market research, from the industry and from the clients, and satisfaction with traditional and online methodologies as important variables for affecting mobile market research adoption. Nevertheless, the result confirms that the perceived benefits of mobile data collection, which represent advantages over other market research techniques, do not influence its use. Despite abundant empirical evidence of the weight of perceived benefits in adopting numerous technologies innovation, that is EDI, cloud computing, made this research a bit what we can say is bit easier for us. And this study proposes the hypothesis that three environmental elements have a direct and positive influence on the firms in the industry and lead them to adopt mobile commerce. The three environmental elements are pressure from the industry, pressure from clients contracting market research, and third is pressure from survey participants. And at last, I would like to share some stats of the mobile commerce. So by 2021, mobile commerce sales will account for 54% of total e-commerce sales. More than half, 53% of retailers have created a mobile app or what to build one. And the last is the volume of mobile commerce will move at a very rapid pace from 2017 to 2020. And we can see the future of m-commerce as the cashless transactions between the retailers and the customers. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santosh Kumar, for your presentation.
Thank
So
you.
do we have any questions for Santosh?
So for Santosh, there's a wonderful study, and the model that you used is also reliable. And so when you just think about the customer readiness, or maybe the organizational readiness, so you have to think about the technological ease of use and technology perceived intention.
Perceived, yes.
So, yeah, perceived intention and perceived ease of use. So these two are the factors also to be included, which can even give you more details of your study.
Yes.
Before we come to conclusion, that is will be an advisable.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, both of you. So
thank
with this, we'll move on to our next presenter quickly. Next, I welcome Ms. Aishat Mazza Fuad, who will be discussing on the impact of cultural dimensions towards the cultural competency of transitional project environment in the Maldives.
Thank you, Ms. Jazila.
Thank you.
Okay, just give me a second, I will share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so a very good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank IFERP for inviting all of us to this conference. And my name is Aishat Mazza Fuad, and I'll be presenting on my research, which is a study on the impact of cultural dimensions towards cultural competency in the transnational project environment of Maldives. So first of all, before I go to this research, I would give a bit of information on myself. My name is Aishat Mazza Fuad, and I am from the Maldives. So right now I'm actually working in Avid College as a lecturer, as well as I am the coordinator of Faculty of Business Management. And I have completed my Bachelor's of Arts in Tourism Management, as well as a Master's in Project Management. So going on to the research, looking at the abstract of this research, first of all, you know that Maldives is totally depending on the tourism environment, the tourism management, right? So looking at that, Maldives involves a lot of international clients in their day-to-day life. So we are totally highly dependent on international clients for our development as well. So looking at this perspective, I've taken my research on the project environment, the developments that we are going through, the project environment of Maldives, and how we are dealing with international clients in this development phase. So our focus will be on cross-cultural impacts on transnational projects established in the Maldives. And when looking at this cross-cultural impact, I have actually looked into the perspective of experts and stakeholders involved in the project environment, involved in the industrial developments of Maldives. So this study becomes I've done a qualitative research based on a very purpose sampling technique, whereby I have looked at 8 respondents in total. So the criterion of actually choosing these eight respondents are based on their experience and their designation, the knowledge that they have on the transnational project environments. So I've done a semi-structured interview guide for the interview sessions, and we will look into the result of this study in a short while. So for the introduction, as you all know, Maldives is a country totally based on tourism. Most of our income comes from tourism sector, and tourism sector is actually built through different involvements of different industries in the Maldives. So looking at Maldives, Maldives has 1,190 islands in total, and natural atolls of 26. And looking at the international projects in Maldives, we usually have international clients like World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Maldives Red Crescent. These are all organizations that actually donate in order to improve our infrastructure, in order to develop this country as a whole. So most of the projects in Maldives by these organizations are towards social issues in the country, to improve these social issues in the country. So that's why this research actually looks into the cultural dimension and the cultural competency. So when looking at the cultural dimension, I focused the study on Hofstede's cultural dimensions. And with that, I have developed this research based on the cultural competency. How competent are we in the international project environment? How competent is Maldives in the international project environment? So looking at the problem, the actual problem that of this study is research show that almost 85% of projects fail due to human factors as in ignoring social cultural factors. So these are different cultural factors that actually affect different project environments. And due to that, you can look in the Maldives also, we have different facts like this. As in one of the major projects that actually we were going towards development was the GMR Group project in the Maldives, but it actually was cancelled due to different political and bilateral relationship differences, and this had actually occurred to a failure of a project. So when we are looking at a very long run, this could have been a very good development for the country to improve the effort that we have to improve the system that we are running in. But because it was cancelled, we need to look into factors that, okay, why are these projects actually failing due to these cultural or bilateral differences that we have? What causes these projects to fail? And what can we do better to improve this project environment, to have a more relationship with other international clients, to actually be able to conduct a project and finish off a project with good bilateral relationships. So one thing we need to know is that Maldives highly depends on international organizations for development, and because one of the reasons is that we have very limited resources inside our country, and that's why we totally depend on outside other countries to actually help us get these organizations to actually help us get these limited resources. So one of the studies also have talked about the project success, and in project management, what we know is that most of the time when we look into project success, we are looking at cost, quality, time, and scope. But with this study, with other researchers, depending on other researchers as well, they consider it factors such as customer satisfaction, benefits, cultural competence of the project team, as well as factors that actually lead to project success. So we now need to know that these cultural competency that we are looking at is also a factor that leads to project success. So looking at this research, the objective of this research, I've chosen two objectives. One is to understand the scope of cultural dimensions that affects cultural competency in the transnational project environment. And the other one is to evaluate the views of stakeholders regarding the impact of cultural dimension on the cultural competency of project environment. So looking at the cultural dimensions, I have, like I said previously, I've taken Gert Hofstede's cultural dimension theory. And I have chosen 5 perspectives or 5 factors that actually have a perspective towards the project environment in Maldives. So the factors that I've taken is power distance, individualism versus collectivism, masculinity versus femininity, long-term versus short-term orientation, and uncertainty avoidance. And looking at my methodology of doing this research, I have done a qualitative research and I have done a interview-based research. So within this purposive sampling that I've done, I first of all looked into the projects in Greater Malé area. So why did I choose this area? Most of the projects in the Maldives are actually depending on the Greater Malé area. The developments takes place starting from Greater Malé area. So that is where my focus for this research is, whereby most of the international projects rely on. And with that area, I've chosen the projects that actually have international clients and workforce in it. So the sample size from these projects I've taken is the top management. The top management involved in these international projects, so such as project managers and project coordinators. And within this, I've taken 8 respondents from different organizations. So out of these 8 respondents, 5 respondents were from government-owned organizations, and 1 was from a non-governmental organization. So I will actually look into the detail of the respondents a bit later. First, I will look at the instrument that I used, which is the interview. For the interview, I have taken in total of 10 questions. And with this, the section A of this interview was based on a brief introduction of the interviewee. So looking at who they are, where they are working at, and what kind of international project that they are working in. And for section B, I looked into the cultural dimensions. Each dimension that I've chosen as a conceptual framework, I have actually asked questions based on these dimensions and to actually understand their perspective in the project environment. And an overall view of the stakeholders was also focused in this interview questions. So this is my demographics of respondents. Most of them were from different ministries and different governmental organizations in the Maldives, and 1 was from a non-governmental organization. And most of them were project coordinators, project managers. And looking at the projects that they have worked in, you can see from this also that the contribution from international clients to Maldives is very much what we are depending on. That's because when you look at this, we have World Bank, UNDP, all these organizations actually depend, giving us the confidence to build the project environment in the Maldives. So, looking at the gender of the respondents, most of them were females. And for the analysis, for the data analysis, I've used a thematic analysis method, and this was actually a method by Brown and Clark. So I have used these steps to go through my analysis. So with this, I have actually coded my transcripts that I received, and this is actually how I have coded based on each and every question and each and every code received from each question. So looking in a bit of detail, I will go to the detail of the analysis. So overall understanding of the respondents were based on, you can see here that the importance of understanding cultural competencies. There were a few negative comments, like one negative comment here, while the others were based on the importance. While on cultural competency and dimensions in project environment, the respondents' view were based on a bit towards negative, while a bit towards positive. So I have color coded them. I have coded them in a way that these codes can be well understood and well analyzed throughout to get the final findings and discussion of my research. So looking at the differences and issues, also we have basic understanding that there are no major issues in the project environment, but there are minor issues that we need to improve in the project environment to be more competent in the international environment. And there are cultural differences faced in workplace. There were some negative comments and there were some positive comments by the respondents. And some of the fields of information of the respondents, like experience, international donor-funded projects that they have worked in, and their position and designation. And looking at each cultural dimension, like first of all, the power distribution. So looking at power distribution, some of the comments we've got is the government hierarchy that we have, the hierarchy that leads to the power differences in each of the positions that actually affects the projects in the end of the day. And long-term versus short-term orientations, and risk and ambiguous situations like uncertainty. So this also was a factor researched in this study. And individualism versus collectivism, which side do our project environment actually fall under to accommodate to the international clients? Are we more individualistic or are we more collectivistic? To actually be able to understand this, we need to know that, okay, if we are collectivistic, we need to know that our international environment that we are working with should also be more towards collectivistic to be able to manage the projects well. And the gender role, is there a difference between genders, a discrimination between the genders in the project environment in the Maldives? So looking at the final discussion and the findings, I found that looking at the individualism versus collectivism, Maldives environment is project environment is towards collectivism. That means that we work with teams, we work with groups, and we are very much towards a very collectivistic environment. So that is a very good thing when you are looking at international clients who actually wants to work with Maldives. It's a very good thing that we have found out that yes, Maldives is compatible towards more collectivistic environment. We encourage that kind of environment. And looking at the power distance, I'm actually quite sad to say this, but we have a very low distance of power, meaning that the power, we have a high index of power. So because of these hierarchies that we have to see that the power between one hierarchy to the other is quite huge distance, meaning that the power is quite high on the top management while power is low on the lower management of the project. So this is actually a disadvantage when making decisions, when actually involving the project team to manage the project. It is quite a disadvantage on our side actually. And looking at the masculinity and femininity, the managerial positions are held by men most of the time, but since 2016, since the Act of Gender Act of Equality, we are actually starting to encourage more of women empowerment. That's a very good thing. And positions, especially the top positions in the project environment, are being held by more women nowadays. So that is a good thing. We are evolving through that, and we are improving our managerial position in reference to gender as well. And looking at uncertainty avoidance, we as a project team, we are trying our best to avoid uncertainty as much as possible. That means we will do risk mitigations. We will try our best to remove any risks in a project. Obviously there will be risks in a project, but to mitigate them, to prevent them from actually happening, that is what we are looking at. That is our environment, that our project environment is actually practicing. So that is a very good thing that we are looking at this side of it. And looking at long-term versus short-term orientations, we are more towards long-term orientation. That means that we look at a very long perspective to the projects with strategies being built for future and for sustainability of the project. That is our focus. So when an international project environment looks into our culture, or our culture of the project environment that we are in, this is a very beneficial area that they should actually take into consideration, because we focus on strategies, we focus on sustainability, and we avoid risks. These are good things about the project environment that we have found, that these are best practices that we should establish in other private sectors as well as other areas of the projects in Maldives. And so this is the final outlook of results that I have got from the transcripts. These are the final coding or the themes that I have got from the transcripts. And so to conclude, I would say that we must understand the cultural competency of project personnel. Each and every different person, we should understand our culture and their culture that we are involving our projects in. So an organization or project culture can be well understood by Hofstede's cultural dimension. Yes, it can. And of course, culture plays a major role in development and growth of international project environment, especially in the Maldives. We depend on other countries. So our culture and their culture also plays a major role in the project environment. So there is a space to improve project environment in the Maldives, yes, and build good bilateral ties through these projects. It is an advantage for us that looking at these projects, we can build a good bilateral relationship with these environments that we are imposing our projects with. That means that the countries that actually come and develop their projects here, we can build a good environment. We can build a good relationship with these countries as well. So we also want other advantages, that we can learn the best practices from these organizations, from these international projects that we are building from, and we can improve our organizations. We can improve our transnational project environment in total. So that's all for my research. Thank you everyone for listening. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask right now, or you can even email me later on. Thank you very much for the chance, and I hope you all have a good day.
Thank you, Aish, for your presentations. So do we have any questions?
To Masa, actually, it's a very good presentation, and she explained it very well. So there is no question, but however, I would like to give a suggestion on her study. when you just talked about the uncertainty of avoidance, it is actually mainly focusing on the risk management.
Yes.
Right? So the risk management, especially considering the Maldivian context and island nation, geographical dimension plays a very important role in the project management. So in your future studies, when you go for it, for any project management studies, I would like to incorporate that geographical dimensions as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that part as well. Thank you, sir, for the suggestion.
Thank you, both of you. So with this, we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Mr. Mohammed Taouti, who will be discussing on the numerical method for analysis of interaction between railway track and structure under moving load.
Hello, everybody. I will first.
Hello, everyone.
I will
Yes.
first share my screen.
Sure, sure.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Let me first make it. Okay, I think it's fine now.
Yes.
So I'm very glad to present our teamwork results in this international conference. Actually, this work benefits from the collaboration between ONCF, which is the Moroccan railway infrastructure manager, and Mohammed V University of Rabat. This work falls also within the framework of the program from the promotion of the rail industry in Morocco, especially after the commissioning of the first high-speed line in Africa. So the aim of the work is to present a numerical method for analysis of interaction between railway track and structure, as you said, under a moving load. First of all, let me introduce myself and my co-author. So my name is Mohammed Touati. I am a PhD student at Mohammed V University in Rabat. I graduated from Mohammedia School of Engineering in 2010 as a civil engineer. So after that, I have accumulated approximately more than 10 years of experience in the railway field as a head of infrastructure maintenance. In fact, I worked in the maintenance of the most trafficked lines hosting high-speed trains in Morocco. And Madam Nuzhar Mudawar is a research professor at the Mohammedia School of Engineering in the Civil Engineering Department. So the abstract of my paper is described in this presentation. So the aim is to assess the phenomenon of track structure interaction in railway domain by presenting the numerical methods used in that purpose. In fact, the influence of temperature variations between continuously wielded rail, as it will be defined later, and bridge spans, the rail displacements, extensions, and contraction at the edges of span subjected to vertical loads, and the impact of train acceleration braking action are mainly introduced and discussed in this presentation. Sure. Therefore, vehicles running safety on structures is evaluated when it comes to satisfy rail stress criteria according to railway standards. So, let me introduce the phenomenon of rail track interaction. So the rail infrastructure is generally made up of four main elements. So we have rail, sleepers, ballast, and rail fastening. In this project, in this paper, rail presents itself as the focus of this study. Actually, the evolution of welding techniques have made it possible to build tracks within continuous rails that do not include any physical interruption. This technology is called continuous welded rails. This line technique has the advantage of providing passengers comfort and reducing maintenance costs. Nevertheless, some technical measures must be taken into account to ensure resistance to track buckling. The said flaming could be caused by the internal stresses induced in the rail and inherent to the mode of installation itself. So, For that purpose, Jean-Pierre Fortin describes the distribution of compression contraction constraints in the rail according to its length. So let's consider an elementary length of ballasted pathway. It's subjected to a force generated by temperature variation in the rail, a force that supports the resistance to the movement of rail cross block generated by the ballast cross contact surface, as it's shown in the figure. So we have an elementary length, and there and we have the temperature loads, and then the resistance of the ballast to that movement. So Jean-Pierre Fortin also describes the distribution of compression traction constraints in the rail according to its length. Considering that ballasted resistance as a linear function of track length, the behavior of the CWR is divided into two major areas. So we have the neutral area, where the rail movement is zero while the compression constraint reaches its maximum value, and we have the respiration zones, areas where the cumulative resistance of ballast is low compared to the rotation force. Its length is commonly equal to 150 meters. So the described rail behavior is only valid when the platform is stable. However, this condition is no longer valid when a truck is crossing a bridge. Indeed, that bridge presents several forms of displacements induced by its temperature variation. We have the vertical loads due to train loads, and the buckling, the braking loads. So the purpose of this presentation is to propose a method of assessing these additional constraints in rail. Let's start with thermal loads. The main theoretical study of longitudinal track structure interaction and the thermal actions is conducted by Jean-Pierre Fortin also in 1998. In that study, a single span simply supported that is crossed by CWR is taken into account. Consequently, he derived the diagram of additional loads on rail as it's shown in the next figure. So, in that diagram, we have three sections. The first section, which is A01, in that section, the expansion of the span induces a pull traction in the rail, the amplitude of which increases to reach its maximum value at the point O1, at the point O1, corresponding to a zero relative displacement between the rail and the bridge. And then we have the section O1, O2, by getting closer to the mobile support, the expansion of the deck causes the rail to be reduced, and the traction efforts will be reduced so that they cancel out at an inflection point. From which compression efforts will be developed. And we have then the section O2B, which is outside the bridge. And in that section, the compression stresses decrease until they cancel out at the point B. For vertical loads, so in order to assess vertical loads impact, we need first to describe these loads and their dividing up under a ballast track. The proposed finite element model of the track is shown in the next figure, where the rail is considered as a continuous Bernoulli beam. The ballast and the fastening system are modeled as a pair of spring damper system. The vertical loads corresponds to a single train wheel sinusoidal load. So, as I said, we have an elementary track. We have the track, of course, and this is an elementary finite element of track, which is described as a where the rail is modeled as a Bernoulli beam, and then the fastening system and the ballast are a pair of spring and damper system. And the load of the wheel is a sinusoidal load, is considered as a sinusoidal load, which reach its maximum value at the point, the contact point. So as a result, the wheel load distribution and the ballast track is given in this figure. So we can see here the maximum value of the span response, and then after 5 sweepers it reaches its null, and then the distribution is described in the diagram. So let's assume now an isostatic span subjected to a vertical load. Longitudinal displacement at its edges induced by angular rotation over the x and the span deflection lead to additional longitudinal loads in rails. So to assess this phenomenon, the numerical model of span deflection is made up of finite elements where each element length is equal to track sleeper spacing, which is 0.6 meters in Morocco. Moreover, terrain track interaction is taken into account in order to define vertical load distribution and the sleepers regarding results of the previous section. So the results that are shown here. So the behavior of the span is described in the figures below by its vertical displacement and nodals longitudinal displacements. So the bridge behavior induces additional constraints in the rail that can be divided into 3 major parts described by the following equations. So we have the first point outside the bridge, the second part which is inside the bridge, and then the third one which is outside the bridge. And the results are made for three types of loads that are positioned in several parts of the bridge. So for the first one, for example, is 12% of the bridge. So it's here, almost here, and then in the quarter of the bridge, which is almost here, and in the middle of the bridge. So we have 3 results shown in the figure. And then we have the breaking loads impact. The IC 774.3 leaflet defines breaking solicitation as a uniform longitudinal load applied on the span. It's written as QF is equal to QF. QF is a constant multiplied by L, which is the length of the span. The derived rail constraints diagram is given below, and it's quite similar to the one derived from the thermal loads impact described earlier by Jean-Pierre Fortin. As a conclusion, let's say that modern railway tracks are characterized by avoiding expansion joints. Thus, a careful treatment of track-bridge interaction is of significant importance, as is confirmed by UIC standards. The numerical methods of the analysis of track structure interaction have been described with taking into account thermal loads, vertical moving loads, and braking loads. To that end, a wheel-track dynamic interaction have been performed in order to determine loads distribution under sleepers for a ballasted track. Consequently, span deflection has been calculated through a finite element method analysis. The equation that governs CWR behavior over a bridge have been established with taking into account span behavior under vertical loads and braking loads. It has been proved that these rail stresses and rail displacement should not be neglected in railway bridge design. So that was all for me. Thank you very much. And if you have any question, please let me know.
Thank you, Mohammed, for your presentation. So any questions to Mr. Mohammed?
Thank you. Actually, it was a very good presentation, and there is no question from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you. So we'll move on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome M. Rubini, who will be discussing on the challenges and forthcoming trending foundation of Internet of Things.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rudni. I am a PhD scholar from ISROT Chennai and my co-author Dr. Mangaris ma'am. Here, I would like to give a presentation about IoT security, in which I am going to focus on the challenges and forthcoming trending foundation of Internet of Things. I will share my screen right now. Can it visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Okay. First, before going deeply to the session, I would like to say a short review about the IoT. Internet of Things is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical, digital, machine, object, animal that are provided with unique identifier. It has the ability to transfer data over a network without requiring human to human or human to computer interaction. Next one is features of IoT. Some of the features of IoT are connectivity, sensing, active engagement, scale, dynamic nature, intelligent, energy safety, and integration. It is mainly used for saving energy and safety while transferring a data from one place to another. And next one is security challenges in IoT. Some of the security challenges in IoT are inadequate privacy safety, inadequate hiding safety, insecure ecosystem interface, lack of secure replace mechanism, shaky default setting. Next one is security solution used in IoT. Here I listed some of the security solution used in IoT. They are as follows. First one is shelter the IoT network, validate the IoT devices, use IoT data encryption, use IoT PKI security method, use IoT PKI security scheme, secure IoT app, beware of latest IoT security threats and breaches. Next one is security solution used in IoT. For security threats, I had given some of the solution. They are listed as follows. First one is shelter the IoT network. It mainly used for securing the organization, interfacing the IoT gadget to backend framework on the web by executing customary endpoint security highlights. For example, antivirus against malware. Next one is validate the IoT device. It permits the client to validate the IoT gadget by presenting numerous client the executive highlights for a solitary IoT gadget and acceleration powerful confirmation components. On and calculation. Between strategy. For example, IoT for vendors, boost predictive maintenance, trouble-free and enhance commuting, blockchain for IoT security, green IoT. Here I deeply explain about the forthcoming trends in IoT. First one is cyber security for IoT. It is mainly used for protecting the concern and organization. Here IoT gains fame. This cause to notice more data to secure. More clients store the information over the cloud. From banking to home security, everything is effectively penetrated if the security firewall is feeble in IoT application. Next one is roaring reputation of smart home devices. IoT gadgets were recorded to be famous in 2021 and the years to come. IoT gadgets are getting exceptionally natural and inventive. They stretch out not exclusively to the solace of home mechanization, yet in addition to home security and well-being of our family. They help in moderating energy and decreasing bills. These reasons will prompt increasing a number of individuals to embrace brilliant home gadgets. Next one is backed by AI and machine learning. It mainly used for IoT analytics are increasingly being used in IoT network. Data streams are now being integrated with machine learning and artificial intelligence. Integrated analytics help IoT solution vendors to speed up the data analysis. Next one is IoT and healthcare. The healthcare sector has been experimenting with IoT for years. Health facility can use IoT to control light and temperature. IoT can help the healthcare organization to boost revenue and save on cost by coordinating sensor, complex gadget, constant update of a patient well-being can be recorded. Next one is blockchain for IoT security. It is used for tracking billions of connected devices. Blockchain keep an immutable record of history of smart devices. In IoT, security blockchain contain a strong data and allowing compromised devices in an IoT network to shut down. Next one is IoT for vendors. In e-commerce business, likewise, get profited by joining IoT. It is required to improve the web-based shopping experience for people across the globe. In fact, the future of retail lies in the connectivity with the customer and reducing the friction for them. It helps to favoring online shopping. Next one is IoT boost predictive maintenance. IoT sensors make up the critical data collection infrastructure that allows the system to analyze mission function. These sensors can develop an understanding of how operating system conditions related to mission function, like what variables at which values may signal immension failures. Next one is green IoT. It is mainly used for reduce the energy consumption and moving towards a safer environment. The devices are designed in a way to improve energy friendly nature. It brings up solution that saves resources at home and work via smart home production. It mainly used for reducing the emission and pollution. Next one is cloud vendor to zero in on IoT. Cloud software vendors will compete with IoT platform developers. The focus will be on integration and new IoT application. Vendors and IoT provider partnership will increase in it. Next one is IoT in customer service. IoT can detect the customer problem and inform organization about them. IoT can enhance the power of CRM. Next one is conclusion. We all know that IoT has a great potential to bring revolutionary changes in the present of mobile app development industry trends. It is expected to open up immense possibilities for every business or individual related to this field, directly or indirectly. IoT will drive the future of almost every industry. Above mentioned are some of the trends that will dominate the IoT app development ecosystem in the years to come. Amid all these predictions and trends, the future is promising and worth the wait. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you, Rubini, for your presentation. So do we
Okay,
have
ma'am.
any question for Rubini?
No questions from my end, and thank you for a wonderful presentation. All the best for your higher studies.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So next, moving on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Chit Simran, who will be discussing on the MSME financing gaps, review of literature for the period 1960 to 2020.
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible.
Okay, so my topic for today is MSME financing gap, a review of literature for the period 1960 to 2020. Now, in this paper, basically, we have tried to identify that what is the issues faced by the sector, this micro, small, and medium enterprises. If we talk about the Indian economy, as during the COVID-19 period, the whole of the world economy has faced a certain setback. And as per the reports of the World Organization, they have been saying that the whole world economy have been set back to 5 years. So this is a huge loss of the economy. The loss is into the trillions. So for recovering from this, the major dependency will be on this sector, which comprises of the micro, small and medium enterprises. So this particular research paper has been a secondary research which is focusing on the financing issues that are being faced by these particular industries, these enterprises from the period of 1960s to till date. So let us start by discussing this. Now, what is this importance of this sector in India and why we are going to discuss this particular topic? This sector is about 64 million enterprises, which contributes to 45% of the manufacturing output and more than 40% of the exports done by the nation and more than 28% of the GDP. But let me give you a disclaimer with this information that this is the information of only and only about the formal sector which is being present in the records. As per the IFSC report of 2018, 96% of this sector is unorganized, informal, which is nowhere in the government records. So only 4% is being recorded and only 4% is being considered in this 28% of the GDP. So we can very much estimate the importance of this particular sector if this is being formalized and the access to the finance is being provided to this sector. But we are not going to restrict only on this. Apart from this, this sector also provides jobs to the various persons. As much as 56 million enterprises is providing jobs to 124 million people. And this contributes to 31% of the nation's GDP and 45% of the country's overall export. This is not just the manufacturing, this is the complete MSMEs. With this, we next move on to defining of this sector. Now from 1960s, when first time the research started about this MSME, there have been debate among the researchers how to define this sector. If we talk about what is the importance of the good definition, we cannot have a good research until and unless we know what are we trying to find. So there have been various discussions on defining this sector, but till date there have been no single definition for this particular sector. Now in this research, which was done by Riboud et al. In 2014, 217 articles which he had reviewed, in that there were as many as 105 different definitions which were being discovered. So these were the major areas, as we can see, which have considered the following things as the grounds for defining this sector. If we see, 105 countries have selected employees as the major criteria to define this sector. And then the other criterias have been assets and turnover, employees and asset, employees, turnover, as well as asset, just turnover, employees and turnover, and employees. So we can see there have been no single anonymity one definition. And if we take these again few countries, these are just the few countries in which we can see there is so much of variance in defining this particular sector. Now let's come to the definition given by the World Bank, that is IFC. They have defined this sector on the basis of number of employees, total assets, as well as annual sales. So there are 3 criteria, and a company has to fulfill at least one criteria to be classified as micro, small, or medium enterprises. Now we come on to the definition used by the India. Now in India, the definition has been recently changed on 1st January 2020. The old definition that was used by India was only talking about the investment which is being done in plant and machinery. And now they have changed their definition on the basis of investment as well as annual turnover, which have been considered as a very good effort by the normal entrepreneurs, because now they have increased the number of enterprises that are going to be covered under this particular category. So this was this process took 5 years because from 2015 it has got approval in 2020. Now let's come to our today's topic. What is financing gap? It is estimated that there is overall credit gap of 20 to 25 trillion dollars, which is a quite huge amount. So this amount is the financial gap which is being faced by this particular sector. Now these MSMEs, they do not maintain proper accounting records. They have lack of finance being faced by them. If I show you, this is the report taken from the RBI, the Reserve Bank of India, which is the bank which is controlling all other banks in India. So if we see, this is their report, which is being showing that how is the credit flowing to this MSME sector. And we can see over here, the majority loans are being, the financial help is given to this sector by the foreign banks, whereas the public sector bank is lacking behind in providing the major help to this particular sector. And over the year, if we compare this picture does not seems to be improving at a pace at which it is required. Now the objectives of the study was to find out the role which is played by MSME in the economy, and then the issues of finance which are being faced by this sector. So the methodology which was being undertaken was purely based on the review of literature, and this review was retrieved from the various journal portals, the organizational reports, the government reports, the university reports, conference and seminar publications, and the website such as the MSME website, the RBI website. And the keyword used for taking this research was MSME, SMEs, small entrepreneurs, MSME financing, and bank financing to MSME. And the time period was from the beginning till the date of existence. Now the review of literature, to make it easier to understand, have been divided into the various occurrence. In the first part, we discussed about the importance of the MSME, and then in the second part, we discussed what are the various problems that are affecting the growth of MSMEs across the world. And then we have discussed what is the problem which is being faced by MSME with regard to finance in India. And then we discussed what is the importance of this formal institutional lending for this sector. And then we discussed what are the difficulties faced by the MSME in getting this formal institutional loan in India. And then what are the difficulties faced by the banks in providing loan to this particular sector. And then we also discussed how we can achieve a greater MSME growth by working on providing this proper financing to this sector. And then we also have considered the factors which are determining the lending and the role of district industry center, which is a currently new initiative taken by the government of India to help these enterprises in getting the required help. So importance of MSME, as we discussed already, that it is being growing day by day. And if we say, if we compare the larger counterparts with this sector, it have been in the observance that this sector provides the help to the bigger sector. The raw material is being provided by this sector. So if we want our economy to grow, any country, if it wants their economy to grow, they will have to focus on this particular sector. And then the problem affecting the worldwide level MSMEs, the finance has been considered all over the world as a common issue. Moreover, the researchers have defined that money is for the business of the same importance as blood is for the human body. So all over the world, there has been consensus on this point that there is issue of the financing to this particular sector. Apart from the financing, the other criteria, the other problems which were being identified was the lack of proper support for this sector. And then problem of access to finance by MSME in India. If we see that just 5% are having the access to the institutional finance, This is just the excess by the 5%. And out of this 5%, only 2% are helped by the non-institutional finances. So we can see that there is a huge gap of the financing which is being faced by this particular units. And as I have already informed you, these are just the information of the registered unit. And as much as the 96% are the unregistered institutions for which there is no record till date. And then importance of the institutional lending. The institutional lending is have been very important. If we talk about the all over the world, right, there have been the financing support of more than 70% in Nigeria from the informal financing. Informal financing have helped the SMEs to survive to fill this gap of financing till this time. But the issues related with informal financing is a high rate of interest which is being applied, and then no proper guidelines for recovering the dues from the entrepreneurs, which is there an issue. And then we all know that in companies there is a separate liability, but the informal financing does not consider that separate legal entity point. So the entrepreneurs get personally liable to the creditors. So these are some few issues which are being unaddressed. Now, the difficulty which was faced by MSME in getting these institutional loans, the difficulties which they have been facing, as discussed, they are not having proper records with them, proper formal recording of the business, the turnover. They do not have the proper documents to give them the data required by these institutions. So that is why there is a gap of loans. And then the bank are also facing difficulty. Even there are the priority sector in the list of the government, but still there are difficulties in which they are unable to provide loans to this sector. So the first and foremost is that the entrepreneurs are not quite literate. They do not approach the bank because they have an ideology in their mind that they are not going to get the loan. So that is an issue. Moreover, the risk of getting non-performing asset is quite high in this sector. And that is why there is hindrance from this sector in providing loan to this. And to achieve a great growth, obviously, finance will be acting as an injection to increase the growth of this particular sector. And then the various factors which are going to determine, first of all, is the competition. If we increase the competition, there will be increase in the loan to this sector. Then legal framework. If we improve our legal framework, then also we can have a positive impact. And then the credit policy, as we have been seeing the agenda of the government, they are working on providing more and more credit for increasing the SMEs lending. And then, as we have discussed, the lack of information. So for improving that, the asymmetrical information, the proper record keeping should be made accessible to all. And then the firm characteristics can be improved. And the size of the firm also plays an important role. So these are the factors which were identified from this review that impact the MSME lending. And now the role of DIC, the newly established District Industry Center by the government. So under this, we have found out that though there are a number of schemes available for the MSMEs, but the entrepreneurs are not aware about them. So this institution is basically helping the entrepreneurs in making them aware about these particular schemes. So the result and discussion is also that this article has summarized the recent empirical research where the role of MSMEs have been highlighted. Their importance have been sustained by the fact that they provide stimulus to the economic growth and links and develops assets and the entrepreneurial skill. And also it has been observed that the new act under which the definitions have been changed, they have lacked in providing the proper finance to this sector. And it has also been reported that by the review that the institutional finance is having more importance in growth as compared to the informal finance because of the high rate of interest that is being charged. But the survey report suggests that as compared to the proportion, the informal finance is very, very high and the formal finance is quite negligible. So the research gap also identified is that unregistered or informal MSMEs is a quite high, having quite high prevalent presence, but they are unexplored. So this is the gap which is being identified. Now the scope for the further studies can be that include these unregistered, the informal sector also into the body of knowledge. And moreover, the various schemes which are being should be investigated. And also the reason for not registering with these DICs can also be investigated in the future. So thank you very much. This these are some of the references.
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Any questions, sir?
No questions from my end, ma'am. It was actually a wonderful presentation, and also it is a very important area that is neglected or not being seen during this pandemic. So it's very good to have a review as such. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, both of you. We'll be moving on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome G. Meenakshi, who will be discussing on the various classification and prediction techniques for diabetic retinopathy.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, are you able to hear my voice?
Yes.
And could you able to view my screen, ma'am?
Yes, I can see your slide.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Meenakshi. I am an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science, doing my research work under the guidance of Dr. Tailambal from Wales University, Chennai. Today, I am going to present a paper titled Various Classification and Prediction Techniques for Diabetic Retinopathy. So what is diabetes? Diabetes is nothing but it's a chronic disorder, causes high blood pressure. Diabetic patients affected by different eye diseases like diabetic retinopathy, diabetic macular edema, and glaucoma. So among this, diabetic retinopathy is one of the major disease that leads to vision impairment. And the symptoms of diabetic retinopathy is blurred vision, floaters, and sudden vision loss. So if you move on to the next slide, two types, non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy and proliferative diabetic retinopathy. This non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy is an early stage, and the result of this is blood vessels of retina is weak, leaking fluid, and blood passed into the retina. The next one is this proliferative diabetic retinopathy. This is the next stage. We can say it as an advanced stage. So the result of this is damaged blood vessels, growth of abnormal vessels in the retina, leak clear jelly-like substance filled in the center of the eye. So it stops the blood flow to the retina. So that leads to vision loss. So several diagnostic methods available recently, fluorescent angiography, optical coherence tomography, and fundus photography. Next, we will move on to the techniques for classifying the features and to find the accuracy. So they are predicting various steps, various processing and pre-processing steps has been undertaken, various data sets has been discussed, different techniques such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning are presented with predicted values. Various challenges and issues such as false prediction, missing data, and future prediction of this research is presented. And the comparison parameters they are used in order to evaluate the accuracy, sensitivity, and specificity. Here false positive, false negative, true positive, and true negative variables has been used in order to calculate the accuracy, sensitivity, specificity. And the data set they are using is DIRE DP1, MESIDA dataset, HRF, DR Haggis, Origa, IDRID, and Deprican dataset. And this is the processing steps of a DR. So first step is the data collection. Here the data set as well as the real data has to be collected as an input. Next one, data processing, image quality checking, noise removal, and image segmentation has been put forth in data pre-processing. Next one is a feature extraction. You have to find out the feature finding and the selection. Then the classification of image using the supervised and unsupervised learning. We have to classify the images. Next, pre-processing steps of diabetic retinopathy. It is a main task of diabetic retinopathy. So two main features has been used, a texture and morphological features. Texture based on the area of interest, classifying the region, and focus on spatial arrangement. Then coming to this morphological, so it focus on the image shape, size, as well as the structure and general aspects of required features. So this one is a pre-processing steps, and these are all the methods that has been compared. The author use the method ensemble learning and machine learning classifier, and the predicted data accuracy is 90%, and the specificity is 91, and the sensitivity is 90%. And the another author, he used the dual classification techniques for predicting this, and he got the sensitivity value as 91 and the specificity as 96. Then the third one, SWAM optimization method for finding the features of DR, and the accuracy we got is 76.11. And another one presented a conventional neural network method for screening various stages of DR, and the accuracy we can attain as 88 to 89, and the specificity is 87 to 89, and the sensitivity 94 to 95. And next one, the model used for prediction of DR with the help of this framework, CNN framework. Next one, used for deep learning structure for prediction of DR. This method is very complex in order to predict high number of data set. Next one, the deep learning method has been used in order to have the sensitivity 90% and the specificity is 90%. And the another author used the morphological and orientation features using this SVM classifier, and accuracy is 92.1. Then the DR detection with the help of texture feature and with the help of SVM classifier, and they are achieving the 86%. And last one, they use the threshold and regression method, and they arrive the sensitivity as 90%. So the challenges and future direction of research, less accuracy, sensitivity, and specificity. So the different misclassification are occurring at the time of computation, high computation cost and high complexity during the prediction. And the most of the works are compared using less data set, so getting less accuracy. The different data mining techniques are suitable for real-time prediction analysis. So the deep learning used 2 layers for computation, so the complexity is very high. So the conclusion in this paper summarizes various techniques of DR prediction and classification, various comparison parameters and processing features. The main drawback of this method is accuracy, feature selection, and prediction rate are very less. And the maximum accuracy rate of prediction is 92 to 94%. So new different techniques and algorithms are required to improve the accuracy and prediction of DR. So enhancement of my researchers proposed a new technique called FRCNN, that is fast region based convolution network and nearest neighbor algorithm, in order to extract the feature and classification. The proposed method yield better accuracy 96%, sensitivity 98, and the specificity is 97% compared to the previous method. The implementation is the MESIDA dataset used for training and testing the data. So this is the accuracy of a feature selection. So I use this for accuracy, and I got the using the algorithm 96%. So my work is based on predicting the health issues by checking the accuracy. So this is significant because many people have diabetes not realizing the awareness about diabetes, not raise their knowledge about diabetic complication, even though there has been much research and discussion has been conducted. So my proposed work is to gain a better preciseness and reliability in determining this algorithm in context to the existing techniques. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Meenakshi, for your presentation. And as there are no questions, we'll be moving on to our next presenter. Next, I would like to welcome Prachi Goyal, who will be discussing on a multifaceted model to achieve prosperity.
Hello, audible am I?
Yes, Prachi, you're audible.
Just a minute, I'll share my screen.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Prachi Goyal and I am an MBA student from Lovely Professional University. So, me and my team has done a research under the guidance of Ms. Chitsimran Kaur. So, thank you, ma'am, for that. And the topic of our research is MSME sector, a multifaceted model to achieve prosperity. So before going into the deep of the presentation, I would like to discuss how we have discussed on our topic. So MSME sector, a multifaceted model. So we are going to discuss that MSME doesn't have only one area to discuss, whether it's export or job opportunities, but we have tried to focus on other aspects as well. Yes, we have covered that, but tried to focus on other aspects which is not yet very fully discussed in previous studies as well. So going to our next slide, it's the abstract. So the aim of the paper is to evolve the role of micro, small and medium-sized enterprise in the development of India. Yes, government has came out with various strategies to promote MSME, but still there are some gaps which has been not yet covered by MSME. So we are going to capture the recent trends such as jobs, exports, manufacturing, and obviously the contribution of MSME towards the Indian economy. So this paper helps us to understand the value of MSME sector in the light of globalization of India. So MSME till now has covered all the challenges. They have faced every challenges because they are actually growing in that competition where it's where the challenges are much more higher and the globally competitive environment is there. So the MSME has contributed towards country's GDP in a very high rate. Plus they have generated jobs, they have empowered every sector. So they automatically, all of this helps us to achieve the long-term target. So this is all about what our paper is going to share with all of you. So going deep into this, MSME sector in India. So we have all been aware that Indian economy has a great growth story. So, but MSME sector has played a various part in this role and played a very crucial role. And after that only they have actually attained a status as well that they are very much focusing on the country's GDP. So this by this we can state that they have grown enormously in every area. So MSME has grows around 63.3 million across different industries, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's services industry, whether it's electricity industries, or whether it's agriculture. So this has been created a highly growth area for MSMEs. So MSME has provided employment to millions of people, plus it has comprises of females in urban as well as rural enterprises. In urbans, it is comprised of 20.37%, but in rural, it was 51%, which is mostly contributed by the agricultural sector. MSME sector produces 45% of industrial yield and 40% of exports. In the recent study by Mr. Nitin Gadkar, which is Minister of MSME, has been told that export has been increased to 48%. So the contribution of GDP of India is at 11.5% annually, which has actually surpassed the overall growth of GDP by 8%. If we'll contribute to the GDP growth given by MSME towards India is around 30% now. So this element, we have just got to know that this element is only covered by 4% of MSMEs. Yes, 96% of MSMEs are not yet registered, which is the main problem faced by MSME sector in India. Going forward, the employment opportunities generated by MSMEs. So here we know that MSME is playing a very crucial role in employment opportunities as well, as they're working in a very lower capital cost than larger factories, but still they're providing many jobs which factories couldn't even provide. So it is helping to industrialize the rural areas plus the backward regions so that they can come up with more forward actions. Therefore, they are eliminating the regional imbalances also, because regional imbalances have been a great impact in Indian economy. So they are trying to cover up those as well and focusing on women empowerment as well, which I'm going to talk about in my further slides. So equal distribution of national income and wealth should be there in rural as well as urban areas. Here you can see the picture here. The employment is in lakh. The employment is divided into various categories, that is manufacturing, electricity, trade, other services, and all of them in total. The data is divided into two parts, which is rural and urban. So according to the 73rd round of National Sample Survey, so the period during the 2000 to 2016, 2015 to 2016, MSME has created jobs in lakhs, and they all are divided into different sectors, which I have yet discussed. So the employment generated by MSMEs are very much higher in rural and urban as well, but the growth rate of rural is higher than urban. Now the MSMEs truncating social inequalities. How MSMEs deleting social inequalities in the Indian economy. As we know that division of labor in India was traditionally based on the Varna system. Varna system is about the caste system, what has been faced by India in a very long time. Varna system consists of 4 castes, which is Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudras. So where the Vaishya culture was much more contributed of agriculturists and the laborers. So they have always been dominated by the upper caste people, which is Brahmins and Kshatriyas. So Indian government has came up with various steps in order to promote social equality, but still there are some reasons why couldn't it has been formed. But now we can see that because of agricultural industry, MSMEs has been contributing higher in the GDP of country. Yet we have known why it has still been known as the lesser contribution towards the MSME. It is because that the money and the income in India has always been the upper caste people, not by the lower caste people. That is why MSME got generated, and because of agriculture only, it has been increased to higher rates. Nearly 66.27% of MSMEs were owned by the oppressed community members, which are the lower caste people, and because of them only, it has reached to greater heights. Always been known that the backward groups got dominated by other people, and the total population of country are more of the backward people only. So in order to that, scheduled caste and tribes, they need to increase by at least 3% so that the positive socially backward group ownership in rural area can increase up to 73.67%. So it will help in order to elevate social inequality and help us to increase MSME to the which is more common in rural areas, which is social inequality. So if that will be eliminated and more of the agricultural part and the manufacturing part and production part can be added on, then MSME could not be fined as providing social inequality to the people, but it will be helping us to truncating them. MSMEs promoting women empowerment. So we have all knows that in developed countries, the status of women has been improved enormously. But now if we'll talk about the not so developed countries, women equality is still not at the greater heights, but they are coping up. we are there that it's okay that if the equality is not like the inclusion of men to equal of them, but it is okay, although because we are still achieving some essential milestones. So traditionally, women have been engaged in non-monetary economic activities only, such as farming, raising children, and domestic labor, where the income rate was as similar to nil. But now they are engaged in monetary economic activities such as self-help groups, trade labors, and now till agriculture is paying them a very good amount so that they can live according to their livelihood. Here in this picture, we can see that the area is urban, rural is divided, and the male-female percentage, we can see that in rural, its high rate of female is there as compared to the urban. So that is how rural areas is making sure that MSME is making sure that rural women should get more empowered and should face each and every problem by themselves only. Now, MSME's contribution in industrial development, approximately 90% of the overall industrial sector is the MSME sector. Most of the...
Prachi, sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes left.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So most of the large-scale industries, the input material and the raw material was provided by small-scale industry to the large-scale industries. So it helps us. So in order to get to know that all the natural resources was found by small-scale industries only, then only it goes to the large-scale ones. So we got to know that MSME contribution in industrial development is much more higher, as it manufactures the majority of items, whether it's clothing, food and beverages, furniture, etc. Now, contribution of MSME towards Indian economy, they have increasingly devoted their time towards the GDP of country. So the share of MSME growth, share of MSME in GDP of country has been listed out towards the year till 2016 and 17. And similarly, the gross value added by the MSME has also been listed out. The growth percentage average came out to be 10.96%. Now, the challenges faced by MSMEs, they are very much known, aware about by the name. We can guess it by the name only. The availability of finance. The finance availability of MSME has been very less. Technology innovation, the innovation technology is less because the finance availability is less, and the research and development has also been less. Lack of formal registration, as we know that only 96% of MSME got registered. Then compliance issue, then the compliance issue. So the issue has been that the only GST has been available there. Then the research and development. Research and development has been, just a minute. So I've been talking about now the possible opportunities areas of MSME. Come Make in India, Digital India. So they both consider on the fact that we are going to invite foreign industries towards the country so that they can help us in order to achieve more digitalization and more of international opportunities can come to India. Then export contribution can be done more here. Then the public procurement policy. The public procurement policy that even 25% of public procurement in defense sector can also be done by MSME if they'll go and look onto them. Then broad Indian international corporate procurement, that how it's going to help international corporate if we'll have a person we'll have a person in large scale industries to help and support MSME. And then indigenization, it will help MSMEs to make sure that the social inequalities plus the import acceptability should be less and export acceptability should be more in the country, so that the growth rate by the export of them can be increased. Then traditional and heritage industries. The heritage industries in India are very much not known in these type of times. So MSME can come up to that part and help help to get another opportunity in order to get to more know them in the foreign industries as well. Now the conclusion. So this study actually come up with all the research which is done in order to make sure that MSME is known in every aspect and make in every aspect so that India can become self-reliant, not only by just 2-3 factors which has been covered by MSME, but various other factors which has been covered by MSME but are very less known. So this is how our study has been done, and the policy and the policy makers of MSME should focus on more achieving these strategies, as it is one of the most highly contributing contributing sector in the GDP of country. Thank you.
Prachi? Any questions for Prachi Goyal?
Yeah, Prachi, thank you for your presentation. I have one question. What was your model?
It's a multifaceted model so that it can be aware of on the different aspects because most of the times the aspects was focused on exports and the job opportunities only. But here we have covered the social inequalities, women empowerment, exports, GDP, and the employment opportunities.
So those are the aspects that you have covered in your model.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, both of you. We'll be moving on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Mr. Zafar Ahmed, who will be discussing on the analysis of user behavior to identify attack in cloud environment using BHF algorithm. Mr. Zafar.
Assalamu alaikum and good evening to everybody present here. Can you able to see my screen, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. So my paper title is the analysis of user behavior to identify attacks in cloud environment using behavioral hit rate features algorithm. Doing this research paper, doing the research under the guidance of Dr. R. Durga, ma'am. Okay. So my agenda is the abstract introduction, and then we have literature survey, the existing system, proposed system, results and comparison, then conclusions. So the cloud platform has been identified as popular in providing the software as a service in recent days. So users can access, share, store, and secure information in the cloud. As like any other environment, the cloud platform where face a varieties of security threats and the intrusion attacks are the most dominant among them. So to ease the intrusion attack and secure the platform in providing the seamless services, the different methods are recommended. So to improve the performance in detecting the intrusion attack, and efficient service specific behavioral hit rate features algorithm is presented in this paper. So different users of the environment have been allowed to access the service, and each activity and the behaviors are monitored by the system. Such activities and behaviors are tracked and logged in the service access logs. According to the logs, the model measures the value of behavioral trust factor, hit rate trust factor, and the feature level trust weight measures. Using all these factors, the method computes the trusted service access factors to perform the intrusion detection. Based on the value of TSAF, the method performs the intrusion detection and improves the performance of ID and reduces the false classification ratio. So the introduction of this paper, the modern society run behind the information technology as they access various services available in the network. The growth and increase the volumes of data and services force the organization to maintain the data in the cloud environment and enable them to access. There are a number of threads being generated towards the services and data of the cloud. Threads are handled by the using a set of access restrictions algorithm and encryption standards. So, for example, if we say the profile-based approaches restrict the user access on specific service according to the user profile. On the other side, key-based approaches use a set of secret keys in restricting the accessing services, service access. Similarly, there are a number of algorithms can be named, each vary on their features and their goals. Any cloud services will be accessed by a set of cloud user, but when a malformed user try to breach the security walls of the services, then it has been identified as intrusion attack. The intrusion attack is performed to degrade the performance of any services. The intrusion attack has been detected earlier just based on the host address, but in modern networking technology, a single user can access the service from different hosts And for the same machine, they can generate a number of IP addresses which lead the security system unuseful. Similarly, there is a design-based approaches available to detect the intrusion attack, which maintains a set of patterns of features and a traffic to find the presence of attack. Also, there are few methods which uses a set of rules and predefined feature values to find attack, like SNOT, which is an intrusion detection system which uses a set of rules that can generate based on the sensor values. These are the literature survey paper I had gone through for my reference. I had explained all this paper in this existing system. So the host-based approaches, the first one is that the host-based approaches uses only the host address to perform the intrusion detection and produces a high false ratio and cannot identify or classify which types of threads from unlearned addresses. The second one, the payload-based approaches consider only the payload features in classifying or detecting the threads and produces a high false ratio because even the genuine users would generate a higher payload data sometimes. The third one, the behavior-based approaches consider the behavior of different users in performing intrusion detection, but the performance is not up to the extent as expected. The fourth one, the artificial intelligence technique uses the Firefly algorithm for data learning and support vector machine has been used for classification. The method introduces a high false ratio and a higher time complexity. The fifth one, the sequential minimal optimization technique, SMO, uses a machine learning techniques in identifying the threads with a minimal dimension and does not consider the maximum feature. This affects the performance of intrusion detection accuracy. The multi-layered intrusion detection with artificial intelligence algorithm consider the header and payload information in intrusion detection. The method does not consider multiple feature. This also affects the performance of intrusion detection. So the proposed solution for this is consider the behavior of user in accessing the services according to the previous history, which measures BTF, that is a behavioral trust factor, then hit rate trust factor, and feature level trust weight to improve the performance of intrusion detection. Next one, they consider the header information and payload data to compute the legitimate payload weight for each packet received, which has been used to perform the classification. And for incoming packet, measure the legitimate data and traffic injection according to the packet features. This focus analysis on action performed by the particular user, forming a baseline of normal behavior. So to improve the performance in detecting intrusion attack, the efficient service-specific behavioral hit rate feature algorithm is presented. This model monitors the different activity happening in the environment by accessing the services provided. The different users of the environment have been allowed to access the services, and each activity and behaviors are monitored by the system. Such activity and behavior are tracked and logged in the service access logs. According to the log, the model measures the value of BTF, HRTF, and FLTW. Using all these factors, the method computes the TSAF to perform the intrusion detection. Based on this trusted service access factor value, the method performs the intrusion detection and improves the performance of intrusion detection and reduces the false classification ratio. So this is my system architecture. So the user request will comes to my model, and it will estimate this. First, it will goes for a BTF estimation, behavioral trust factor estimation. Then it goes for hit rate trust factor, then feature level trust factor, and finally it will evaluate a TSAF value, and finally we will got the results. The technology used for developing this concept is we use the front end as Advanced Java and then use the backend as MySQL, the operating system Windows 2012, and the service provider is Amazon Web Services. The solution, the first solution for BTF estimation here is the behavioral trust factor is the trust measure which represents the genuine of the user in accessing any cloud services. The user would access the service for a number of times, and if the user is genuine or authorized, he would complete the service in a proper manner. By monitoring and analyzing the behavior of the user in accessing the services, the trustworthiness of the users can be measured. According to this, the model analyzes the behavior of the user in accessing any services claimed. To perform this, the method first collects the list of access trace belong to that user. From the trace identified, the method computes the number of times the user accessed the services. Then the user would have accessed the services number of times, but would have completed the service only few times if the user is malicious. According to this, the number of time the user had accessed the services in incomplete manner, and similarly, the number of time the user had accessed the services to which he has no access. So by considering both of them, the method estimated the BTF. The pseudocode for this BTF estimation is given here. The solution stays true, that is a HRTF estimation here. In the hit rate trust factor is the measure which represents the trustworthy of different user in accessing the services. In general, the operation are accessed in different time, in different frequency, which would vary in different time stamp. By analyzing the services access frequency or hit rate of the user in accessing the specific operation, the intrusion and trustworthy of the users can be measured. To perform this, the user access log against the service has been identified. Further, the logs are split into the number of groups according to the timestamp considered. At each timestamp, the service access hit rate is measured for the service claimed. Finally, according to the average hit rate of the services and hit rate of the service in the current time window, the method will estimate the HRTF value. The estimated HRTF value has been used to perform the intrusion detection finally. The solution for the feature level trust rate estimation here. Okay. So the trust of the user in accessing the service with exact feature and prototype has been measured by computing the value of feature level trust rate. It has been measured by monitoring the feature level similarity in service access from the access trace. Further, the method identifies the feature level similarity towards each service access. The genuine user would submit the exact feature in most time, but the malicious user would generate and submit the poor feature similarity in accessing the services. According to this, the method measures the feature level similarity using the feature from the logs identified. Further, the method estimates the value of feature level trust rate to perform the intrusion detections. So the comparison here, the performance of this detecting the intrusion attacks by various methods are measured by considering the different test cases. The performance of the algorithm in detecting the intrusion attack is measured and presented. The proposed BHS algorithm is produced higher intrusion detection performance than other method. As the intrusion detection is performed by considering the behavior, hit rate, and feature analysis, the performance of the method in detecting the intrusion attack has been increased, which reduces the false ratio in classification. And the time taken by the different algorithms in classifying the incoming service request has been measured and presented. By performing the intrusion detection according to the behavior, hit rate, and feature analysis, and it supports the reduction of the time complexity. So if you see this chart here, we can see the intrusion detection accuracy. Here we are compared with the support vector machine and the cost vector machine here. So when we compared with our model, we had got a higher accuracy. And the false classification ratio also will be reduced when compared with the other model. And the time complexity also, within a limited time, we will get a solution for our concept. And the conclusion is here, a novel service-centric BHF, that is a behavioral hit rate feature analysis model towards intrusion detection in cloud is presented. As the cloud services are accessed by various users in different timestamp with a different frequency, and it changes between different users, such phenomena has been used in performing the intrusion detection. The BHF model perform behavioral analysis by measuring the BTF value, perform hit rate analysis by measuring the HRTF value, and performing the feature level analysis by measuring the FLTW for the user in accessing the service requested. Using these features, the method compares finally the value of TSF to perform the intrusion detection. This method introduces a higher performance and intrusion detections. The future work. The future work would include a different analysis over the network traffic by considering the traffic feature with the service constraints, and the legitimacy of the service request can be measured. And by measuring the legitimacy according to the above constraint, the performance can be improved. So these are the references I had collected for my paper. And thank you very much for giving an opportunity for presenting my paper. Thank you, organizers.
Thank you, Zafar. So do we have any questions for Mr. Zahir Ahmed?
Zafar, thank you for your presentation. I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before the question, I will just comment, because most of the time that for the organizations to protect their data and to deploy a sophisticated security system is the cost, isn't it? Because the cost is very high in having these sophisticated systems. And my question is, in the model that you have proposed, did you consider cost benefit? Because comparing with other models, how you actually see that your model would be more feasible?
Yeah, it is feasible only, and the cost will incurred for my model is also very less when compared to the other model. But we are presented, we are considered only a few services because I'm using this development using the Amazon Web Services, like Cloud AWS platform, and which provided 1 year free services for developing my model. And when I will put it for the real time, maybe it will cost just expensive when compared to this the free model, I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Quickly moving on to our next presenter. Next, I welcome Kajal Rajput, who will be discussing on the changes in buying behavior of FMCG products post-COVID-19 pandemic in India.
Thank you, ma'am. I will just share my PPT.
Sure.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Not yet. Yes.
Okay. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Kajal Rajput. I am doing MBA from Lovely Professional University, and right now I'm here going to present my research paper that we have done on the topic change in buying behavior of FMCG product post COVID-19 pandemic in India. So here's the abstract of our presentation. The aim for the paper is to examine the various behavioral changes that has happened due to the COVID pandemic on FMCG sector, and also how people going to possibly behave post pandemic. And it has been noted that there are various studies focused on the consumer behavior part, but none of them were aware about this sudden change that happened right now. And so keeping in mind the present scenario, we have chosen this topic. So as no one in the world is excluded from the category of consumer, and knowing who your exact consumer is good, but knowing how they behave is even better. So as a consumer goods and services to satisfy his or her needs and want, and they remain influential by various activities by which they particularly buy a particular product or from a particular stores. So therefore influencing them is even more complicated. Consumer purchase may be influenced by physical, psychological or social factors, and goods and services are provided by consumer to satisfy their basic needs, to find comfort, entertain. Consumer buy these types of products to satisfy their basic needs, to find comfort, entertainment and happiness. It has taken great importance when it comes to talking about India, because Indian consumer have different characteristics, such as the religion, customers speaking different languages, and studying consumer behavior is very important in the current context as of pandemic. More than about around 75% of the population continues to struggle with fear and anxiety. And when we asked our respondents that what was one thing that they bought most frequently and surprisingly during the lockdown, and the answers were almost the same, that were like mask, hand sanitizer, and the product which will help them to increase the immunity. So FMCG sector in India. FMCG sector, that is also known as fast moving consumer goods sector, is fourth largest sector in household personal care, accounting around 50% of FMCG sales in India. Growing awareness, easier access, and changing lifestyle has been the key growth drivers for this particular sector. It includes products like which are sold quickly and relatively low cost. And examples include non-durable household goods such as packed foods, beverages, toiletries, candies, cosmetics, over-the-counter drugs which are available without prescription, dry goods, and other consumable goods. FMCG sector in India have been dynamic and was undergoing significant changes during the pandemic. The sector had been seeing various slowdowns since 2018, and with growth rates steadily declining from past 15 to 18 months. In this scenario, FMCG players has been trying to compete by doing various price cuts and providing various offers to the consumer in hoping to get the market to gain the market shares. For the average consumer, we are seeing an increase in demand for the products that enhance personal hygiene, products such as soaps, hand sanitizers, disinfectants, wipes, masks, and home cleaning products such as home floor cleaners, kitchen cleaners, and in various products. And demand for these products will still continues to urge in the future as well. So here it shows that how the ratio of the various products in the FMCG industry contains the percentage. The market has witnessed some significant trends such as shift towards smaller cities and rural areas, entries of international brands due to FDI in single brand retail up to 100% to 51%, increase in private label brands by retail players that has been increased, and growth in e-commerce as most of the competitors are shifting towards e-commerce as consumer feels like this is much more safer option to avail during the time of pandemic. And growth in e-commerce, food, grocery products, and are occupied as major chunks in the retail market in India. Even though it seems to be huge, the Indian FMCG sector is low margin business where success mostly depends upon the volume of products sold. In order to develop and maintain an significant and efficient supply chain, the companies focus on availability of products in complex distribution network. Presence of multiple layers between companies and customers result in increase the number of SKU, that is stock keeping units, to ensure availability at the last stage of distribution. In order to increase market penetration, a growing number of companies are focusing on launching smaller packaging of the products. So, and here are few objectives that we try to cover up in this study. That first one being to study the effect of coronavirus pandemic in kirana stores in India. So we try to cover up this particular objectives, like most of the people are turning towards the online platform to buy the products, which in what terms that affected the kirana stores, like as most of the kirana stores were closed down during the pandemic. And to study the impact of coronavirus pandemic on consumer behavior, we recognize changes in people's perception towards the FMCG product, and try to understand the current stage and work out the future possible outcomes, how these situation gonna affect the consumer behavior for future. So here's the research methodology. So source of data that we have chosen is basically primary and secondary data. As right now it was really hard to just provide the questionnaire hand in hand and collect the data through. So we try to collect the data through the online mode and try to communicate as many people as possible. And we try to cover up the sample size around 116 respondents, which was enough to carry on this study. So the geographical view, the geographical scope of the study is India, basically. And here's the breakdown of FMCG sector in India. FMCG sector is the fourth largest sector in Indian economy, with three main segments under this, that are food and beverages, that is 19% of the total, healthcare and healthcare with 31%, household and personal care with 69%. And here's the image that shows that how these products have got the increase in the percentage of demand suddenly after the pandemic. So hand sanitizer got increased around more than 144% increase in the demand. And in the kirana store it was 144. In the e-grocers like Big Basket and the other various e-platforms, it was like 1420, which was very much more than the kirana stores. So it shows that how the pandemic have affected the kirana stores in general. And hand washes increases were 42%, and on the other hand, on the e-grocer it was 86%, which was exactly double. And the various, here it shows the various products. So here are some findings that we got from this study. Consumers are now focused on their basic needs while minimizing the non-essential. They are very careful about what they buy. They strive to limit food waste. They buy or buy expensive costs and make healthy choices and save the environment. 80% of the consumer in India say that they buy with healthcare and focus more on reducing food waste during the time of pandemic. While 75% of consumers said that they were more concerned with cost when purchasing product, and 71% felt that quality, safety, and reliability were the most important branch of product in purchasing, which plays the most important role in purchasing decision. As we saw that that with the help of responses we collected, more than most of the people feel like they have done panic buying, and the pandemic have affected their saving, as the preference differs with each other. 59.8% people feel safer in buying packed food or packed product, and 31.3% people for them it totally depends upon the product. Most of the people feel like internet shopping will be adaptable, as 71.3% have voted that for the future they will more opt for internet shopping from our questionnaire that we have set up. And 28.7% still don't prefer buying FMCG product through internet, as they feel like it is much more easy and adaptable to buy from the kirana stores. And so if we see both questions together, how our respondents reacted to it, around 72.5% have purchased them online, the FMCG products, during the lockdown. The number have increased to 89.5%. The jump 17% shows that new e-commerce customers signed up to the order online goods during the pandemic or during the lockdown in the COVID-19 situation. And most of the people strongly agree that they will for sure look for the safety aspect before buying any FMCG product, as after COVID-19, and people most likely to prefer safer option for their health and natural, which are natural and more like Ayurvedic products. And here's the conclusion. So crisis brings opportunities. This could not have been truer for the FMCG industry in 2020, even as the whole world have been dealing with the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. This sector is learning, innovating, and rising from the disruptions to put the worst behind and looking forward with optimism and a newfound confidence. As with food, personal care items, especially hand sanitizer and disinfectants, the hero products of the pandemic, those are the hero products of the pandemic, hand sanitizer and disinfectants. managing to push the industry to post positive growth amid the crisis in 2021 as well. The FMCG industry is looking forward to carry on with the momentum and sustained revival across categories in rural and urban market in India. So this paper basically studies the impact of coronavirus on the FMCG and consumer behavior. And the consumer behavior in customer preferences, we are experiencing a huge change in which certain firms will accelerate while others will definitely slow down. And so it will totally depend on how the firms have accepted, how the firms had quickly make the decision regarding their products. And a pandemic such as this will open our eyes, and consumers are more concerned about many issues ranging from health and well-being of their family, and the availability of essential items such as food, cleaning products, and how their life can be changed in the long run. The shopping behavior of the consumer also is also said to see a change in two broad ways, that as consumer will try as hard as possible to reduce their trips to supermarket. This would mean that average amount of individual would spend each trip and likely to increase as much as making the frequent going to the supermarket. They will more probably stock up the groceries at the home. And the second one is online shopping is going to be the new norm, as initiatives like non-contact delivery by key players are going to accelerate this trend in online shopping, and people have to have the luxury to buy the products through their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Kajal, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Has any questions?
Kajal, I have a question. Thank you for your presentation. My question is, like post-pandemic, in light of your research in post-pandemic situation, how the consumer behavior will change? Do you think that, this will evolve, or that, people may go back to the normal shopping behavior that they were having?
So, as we did the whole study, we found out that the consumer are more than 60% consumer are likely to adapt the change that has happened, and the less amount of consumer that are around 30 or 35% are okay with the current situation. They don't mind about the changes or buying through the online mode. They are not that much aware, but more amount of consumer feel like it is necessary and to buy the product that are more natural or ayurvedic, that will enhance their health and that will affect their health. So I feel like after pandemic, the companies will try to make the product more health derivatives that will affect the consumer, and that will attract the consumer, like our products are more natural and more ayurvedic based. So these types of companies are more going to evolve, definitely going to evolve, as many companies started launching a sanitizer, as they were not even in their product line, but they started launching sanitizer as their main product, because they feel like this is the great chance to take the advantage of the consumer and take the trust of the consumers. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Kajal.
Thank you, sir.
So, any further questions?
No question actually from my end, but for Kajal, there is one point I would like to highlight. So it's actually a very good presentation, and the country is very much diversified with different languages, culture, religion, and
Yes,
so the buying behavior will also change accordingly.
yes,
So
sir,
taking such
definitely.
a small sample and concluding or coming to a general conclusion for a whole country is not feasible for the study. So sticking to a certain district or with a limited area, like with the cultural people or certain language people, so that would give more specification. So since you have mentioned it and when you concluded like the whole country, when you just brought up, I think this sample is not sufficient.
Yes,
And
sir, sure.
thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all. So next we'll move on to our next presenter. Thank you, Kajal. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. L. Babita, who will be discussing the important skills to make reading purpose-oriented. Dr. Babita?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, you may begin.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my slides are visible, ma'am?
Yes, you can put it on full screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
You can put it on slide mode.
Is it okay, ma'am, now? Yes?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let me put it on the slide mode itself.
No,
is that okay?
Begin.
Yeah. The topic of my this one research work is the important skill to make reading purpose oriented. So yesterday only I prepared it, and because I was thinking that my turn will be coming yesterday itself, and because of some inconvenience due to my net connections, I could not do it, and so the same presentation only I'm making it out today. Reading is not only one of the most important skills in language teaching, but also one of the main objectives of learning English in general. Many factors such as students' background, knowledge, motivation, interest, organization of the text, and study skills may affect reading skill. The purpose of the study...
Dr. Bhavita, just actually the slides we couldn't see actually. Can you please go to the first slide and start from there? It's showing the 8th slide.
No, it's not 8th slide. This is 3rd one, sir. Abstract.
But for us, it's the 8th slide, ma'am.
So just try to press the F5 and it will come.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Reading is not only one of the most important skills in language teaching, but also one of the main objectives of learning English in general. Many factors such as students' background, knowledge, motivation, interest, organization of the text, and study skills may affect reading skill. The purpose of the study was to investigate whether teaching study skills would increase students' reading comprehension ability or not. That is the main focus I have taken. To achieve this goal, in order to attain the particular goal, I have taken the students of University College of Engineering, Ramanathapuram. I belong to Ramanathapuram district only, from Tamil Nadu, and I have taken the second semester students for 2016 and 17 batch. The results of the study supported the argument that skills in reading depend on the precise coordination of the number of special reading skills, and there is a significant relationship between the knowledge of the study skill and reading comprehension. So here the keywords that is used is reading, knowledge, motivation, study skill, precise, coordination, special reading skill, etc. Introduction. First of all, most English teachers would agree that reading is an important ability to help learners not only to improve their knowledge of language, but also for foster new ways of developing it. According to Bright and McGrath, where there is a little reading, there is a little language learning. So, first of all, what we have to do is linguistic model in which reading is considered has nothing more than establishing a relationship between sounds and symbol should be recognized. Secondly, based on the contribution of psychology to the learning theory and its impact on reading, the psycholinguistic model emerged as a new perspective. In this line of thought, Goodman defines reading as a psycholinguistic guessing game. However, in a communicative model, Widdowson sees reading as a cooperative activity between the decoder and the encoder. So that it should be like a guessing game only. It has to be first of all trained. Objectives of reading. The purpose of the present study is to determine the effect of knowledge of reading skill on reading comprehension. If the knowledge and the type of skills are significant to reading comprehension, then this aspect of reading skill should be emphasized. First of all, the students, those who are coming from the Tamil medium, very difficult to learn English. So what I have taken is, in order to first of all train them towards the English language and then teach them the language learning. According to Samuels 2014, that is, constructing a meaning out of the message depends on factors which are inside the head of the receiver as well as the environmental factor which are external in the receiver. So both has to be incorporated in order to make the language understandable. Hypothesis. This research work was aimed to find out if there was any relationship between study skills and reading comprehension ability among the first year B students of Anna University Engineering College, Ramanathapuram. A null hypothesis was selected as follows. That is, there will be a significant gain in score in achievement in reading comprehension. It was not selected. And in the same way, there will be no significant relationship between study skill and the student's comprehension ability. These things are not being highlighted much. Methodology, that is, these are the methodology followed, that is scanning, skimming, thorough comprehension, critical reading, summarizing, understanding paragraph organization, note taking, prediction, etc. The tools that is performed, first of all, 2 valid and reliable tests were utilized for the sake of pre-test and post-test based on the selected study skills, in which a pamphlet was prepared. The process of pamphlet presentation lasted 3 months, and before the experiment to match with the level of the students in this study. Analysis of the data and the interpretation was also calculated. In the conclusion, the central theme of this research was that if the teachers teach certain study skills of the reading and supply the students with the necessary tasks and activities to practice those skills, the students' comprehension of the target language test will highly improve. Further, the students will grasp the ideas and the intentions of the writer very quickly. English is a foreign language syllabus. Designers, book developers, and test designers need to change their outlook towards teaching. The testing, reading, and provide test for reading programs in which students are able to apply study skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Babita, for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions, sir?
Dr. Babita, you have talked about that different practices and skills. So what's the skill which might be more impactful when it comes to reading? So what are the necessary skills that we need to, the students need to acquire? So the most impactful skill that you have found in your research?
That is, the students has to be trained for the English language. First of all, they have to consider the English language as their mother tongue language. That is the main part. That is the main thing that I am insisting on. Taught only in Tamil medium. They are almost from Tamil medium, and they are not at all trained with English language only. So first of all, we have to give them such sort of comprehension passages so that they should be trained to think. They have to create an environment that they said so that they can make a guess play of the words and understand the meaning, and based on that they have to make their reading effective. So that is what is the main impact, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Shaju, any questions?
No questions from my end. And as we all know, in India, actually, the people coming from different medium, it will be difficult to communicate. Said, as it was explained, it is giving extra care for those students will be an added benefit for them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Babita, for your presentations.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next, I invite Mahendra Kumar Jena, who will be discussing on the developmental reporting on rural infrastructure, which is a study of Birbhum district in West Bengal.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
share my.
Mr. Mahendra Kumar, I guess you have a poor network issue. Your voice is breaking. Are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Mr. Mahendra Kumar? Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
Ma'am.
yes. I
May
can
I
hear you.
audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, you may
So,
share your screen.
yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Mr. Mahendra Kumar, at the bottom you will see a share screen option. You can click on it.
Yes, ma'am. Just clean.
You can minimize it and open the file.
Okay, ma'am. Just a minute.
Are you able to share your screen and give the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. We are running short of time. Can you please make it quick?
I just want to, ma'am. I have to quit once. Again, I'm going to join with.
You just have to click on the share screen. Mr. Mahendra Kumar, we will move on to our next presenter. We can come back to your presentation in a while. So next I welcome Dr. Manjari.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you're audible. Are you able to give the presentation now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Just a
Okay,
minute,
then
ma'am.
kindly share your screen.
Yes. Just a ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'm facing something technical error, so please excuse me. I want to read it out. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Can I read it out, ma'am? I'm facing technical difficulties, for which reason
No
I could
problem.
not
You can
share
give
my
us.
screen.
We will move on to our next presenter. You can try meanwhile.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, we'll move on to our next presentation. So you can just sort it out and you can give it at the end.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. So next we will move on to Dr. R. Samdeshwari, who will be discussing on the work-life balance of employees and its effect on work in Thoothukudi nationalized banks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Samdeshwari.
Thank you, ma'am. Shall I share my screen, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Good evening, one and all present here. I am Dr. R. Chamundishwari, Assistant Professor of Commerce from APC Mahalakshmi College for Women, Thoothukudi. Today I am going to present a topic on work-life balance of employees and its effect on work in Thoothukudi Nationalized Bank. Introduction. A work-life balance refers to an employee's ability to maintain healthy balance between their work roles, their personal responsibilities, and family life. In the present working world, most of the time is spent by the employees in their organizational, leaving less time to take care of their personal and family needs. The increased amount of competition in any business, advancement in information technology, the need for speedy and quality services has taken considerable time of the workers. Sometimes, even after the working hours, made it troublesome for employees to keep a balance between their jobs and work's responsibilities. Often, organization culture and workplace practices dominate an individual's working life and organization's requirements before the individual's needs, and it will disturb the balance that can be directly or indirectly affect the overall performance of employees and job satisfaction. In this context, the paper aims to study the perceived level of work-life balance among employees of nationalized bank and its impact on their work. Need for the study. Banking sector in India, there is a common practice to work for long hours. The Indian workplace is having a notion that longer hours spent in the office are directly related to higher productivity levels. Employees are not bothered about a better work life balance of their employees, nor think the employees to have a family. In fact, the ignorance of the reality is one of the main root causes for crimes and other illegal problems in the society. Though the nationalized banks has adopted a very few work-life balance practices recently, such as bank holidays on first and third Saturdays, they are expected to work for long hours during the account closing periods and certain special policies implementation of government. This leads to increased workload to them and leave them to spend less time to fulfill their family responsibilities effectively, which in turn affect their efficiency in the work. The study about the effect of work-life balance on work-related factors give a clear picture on this issue. Objectives of the study. To assess the level of work-life balance among the employees of nationalized banks, To determine the relationship between work-life balance and work-related factors of bank employees, and to study the effect of work-life balance on the work-related factors. Hypothesis of the study. There is no significant correlation between work-life balance and work-related factors such as work stress, job satisfaction, job commitment, competency, target achievement, and career development and rate of absenteeism. The influence of work-life balance is not having significant effect on work-related factors such as work stress, job satisfaction, job commitment, competency, target achievement, career development, and rate of absenteeism. Research methodology. The study has been carried out among the employees of 5 nationalized banks in Thoothukudi, namely State Bank of India, Indian Bank, Indian Overseas Bank, Canara Bank, and Central Bank of India. The population for the study consists of all the employees of nationalized banks. However, due to time constraints, the study was limited to only 5 leading nationalized banks, and the samples were drawn from the branches of these banks only. Statistical tools. A structured questionnaire was used for data collection and it's analyzed using SPSS. Statistical tools such as percentage analysis, correlation, and regression are used for data collection. Bank-wise distribution of respondents. Out of the total sample of 120 respondents taken for the study, 25% of the respondents are from SBI, 20.8% of the respondents are from Indian Bank and Indian Overseas Bank, 16.7% of the respondents are from Canara Bank and Central Bank of India. Level of work-life balance. Out of 120 respondents, no one has perceived a high level of work-life balance. 28.3% of respondents have perceived a medium level of work-life balance, and 71.7% of the respondents have perceived a low level of work-life balance. Relationship between work-life balance and the work-related factors. To determine the relationship between work-life balance and the work-related factors of bank employees, correlation analysis is used. This table gives the degree of correlation between work-life balance and the work-related factors identified from literatures and related to the job performance of bank employees, such as work stress, job satisfaction, job commitment, competency, target achievement, career development, and rate of absenteeism. Here, work-life balance has a negative relationship with work stress and rate of absenteeism. That is, when the level of work-life balance becomes lower, the work stress and tendency of taking more leave and absent from duty becomes higher, with all other factors has a positive relationship. The results of correlation analysis also reveals that work-life balance and all other work-related factors selected for the study are significantly correlated. Hence, there is sufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis and state that there is significant correlation between work-life balance and work-related factors. Effect of work-life balance on work-related factors. To determine the effect of work-life balance on the work-related factors, the regression analysis and ANOVAs are used. The regression analysis is done to check the impact of independent variable, that is work-life balance, on dependent variables such as work stress, job satisfaction, job commitment, competency, target achievement, career development, and rate of absenteeism. The R-squared values reveals that work-life balance has 53.2% influence on work stress, 51.6% influence on job satisfaction, 56.9% influence on job commitment, 58.6% influence on competency, 25.3% influence on target achievement, 46.4% influence on career development, and 26.2% influence on rate of absenteeism. Since the p-value is less than 0.01, it can be concluded that effect of independent variable on dependent variable is significant and hence sufficient evidence to reject the null hypothesis and state that influence of work-life balance is having significant effect on work-related factors. Summary of findings. The study clearly reveals that in general, the perceived level of work-life balance among the employees of nationalized bank is low. Work-life balance has a positive relationship with the work-related factors such as job satisfaction, job commitment, competency, target achievement, and career development. It has a negative relationship with factors like work stress and rate of absenteeism. Correlation analysis also proves that there is significant correlation between work-life balance and all work-related factors selected for the study. The results of ANOVA test state that the influence of work-life balance is having significant effect on work-related factors such as work stress, job satisfaction, job commitment, competency, target achievement, career development, and rate of absenteeism. Suggestions and conclusions. As the findings revealed, the issue of work-life balance is so significant that the employer should develop and deploy strategies to reduce the imbalance between employees' work and personal life. Thus, while realizing the importance of work-life balance, banks should take suitable measures like flexi working hours, flexible working arrangement, leave arrangement, dependent care assistance, and general services to improve the level of work-life balance of their employee and to improve their work-related performance. Thank you. Thank you, organizers, for giving the. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, for your presentation.
Ma'am, I can't get you, ma'am.
Yes, any questions?
Yes, ma'am, I have completed my presentation, ma'am.
Yes, Amandeshwari, thank you for your presentation. Session chairs, any questions for Samandeshwari?
Yeah, I have one question. Sorry. Thank you for your presentation. I thought that how significant fixed hours of working, like working hours is fixed, and also like because there are so many complaints from the employees that most of the employers do contact the employee during outside working hours. So did you come across any such issues in your, like the employees are complaining about that the employer is contacting them related issues outside their working hours?
Sir, I can't get you, sir. Can you repeat the question, sir?
Can you hear now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my question is how significant would it be employees who are having who hours because we have also come across so many complaints about the employer usually contact outside working hours as well related to office things to discuss. So this is also a dissatisfaction from the employees. So my question is, did you come across in your findings any such issues or complaints from the employees that the employer is contacting outside working hours? So that even actually leads to a negative impact for work-life balance.
No, sir. No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So from my end, actually, there is one correction just to be made. I think in the beginning, it just you mentioned that actually the nationalized banks, they are just giving leaves on first and third Saturday. I think it is wrong. It is second and fourth Saturday.
Second and fourth Saturday. Sorry, sir.
Yeah.
I wrongly said. Okay. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's fine. And when actually considering about the work-related things you have just highlighted, it was very good. And also when it comes to work-life balance, it is not good to just leave the personal life of a person. So that will also have an impact. So adding that will actually clear it out, the real work-life balance. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Samandeshwari. And thank you, Session Chess. Next, I would like to go back to Mr. Mahendra Kumar
Yes,
Jana.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm
Are you
ready.
ready with your
Yes, yes.
presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Yes. Is it audible, ma'am? I can.
No. Please share your screen.
Yes, yes. Is it possible now?
No, it's
Can you
not
watch my
visible.
screen, ma'am? Can you watch my screen?
No, I cannot.
Okay, ma'am. Before going to present, so my study, I'm a research scholar of Center for Journalism Mass Communication, Vishwabharati, and my guide is Professor Biplav Chaudhary. So whenever I'm going to enter journalism profession, that time a common saying is that rural reporters are not only giving importance, they are not giving importance to the development stories, as they are just incident reporters. So for that reason, I'm want to making for this field. So rural development reporting in Bengali dailies, generally for the Bengali state, for the state of West Bengal, I'm going to work with that. So my abstract is creating societal awareness about development issues, functioning as a monitoring mechanism about the way of development projects are being implemented. So understanding precise recursion of local population and acting as an information change for government and local administration are of some positive contributions for development journalism, immensely valuable in national life of for policy making. Within this context, the study undertook to examine the level of effectiveness of rural development reporting in the district of Birbhum, which comes under West Bengal of India. So development-oriented reports related to infrastructure for 4 leading Bengali dailies were selected for this study. So development value generated reports was found low across all 4 publications. So rural development reports published in prominent Bengali dailies will review the compared to evaluate the qualitative level of representation of reality in its true element. This will enable determination of whether rural development reporting at the district level is contributing to progress or not. So the study is to assess infrastructural development issues and initiatives which exist in the study area. Also comprehend the quality of media reports in terms of their news value. So for this study, I am taking 4 Bengali dailies, Anandabazar Patrika, Vartaman, and Ekdin and Pratidin. So what I found while I am going to in content analysis for a 1 year of these 4 newspapers, there are lakhs of circulations of these newspapers. So while I'm going to find it, the media establishment are not concerned about giving due attention to the development related news. Often this subject is subordinated to the topics, that is moving away from the service to social alignment. Journalism has become more aligned to profit and revenue generation, which is obviously taking its toll on development reporting. Hence, rising dependency on publication of revenue generated through advertisement in transmitting media into a product or more a vehicle through which publication awareness knowledge can be created and furthered. For this, an open-ended questionnaire make for more or less 18 to 20 reporters are going to be done. So, flowing from the above outlined purpose, the primary question for the study area is ground level impact of development projects and schemes being duly reported by journalists. What is the kind of issues or restrictions, if at all, journalists face when it comes to reporting about effect of development initiative? What is the frequency of such reporting? What is the publication space allotted for, and what are the projects mostly covered? So do the report adhere the development values of news stories in respect to development initiatives? For this, I take the district statistical survey, and in literature survey also the development journalism concepts and the methodology I used here. The primary motive undertaking the basic research to expand existing knowledge in a specific scientific area by putting forward new theories, concepts, and explanations. So for this data collection within the domain of qualitative research, mention interviews, observations, and focus group discussions as a means of data collection. And the intention of this research work is to determine how reporting of infrastructure development in Birbhum district is perceived by journalists, and taking the kind of rural development reporting done by them, qualitative research design was selected as most appropriate. The study does not intend to examine causal relation between the variables, and therefore it is not governed by the hypothesis, and the quantitative design also negated. So this study does not intend to examine causal relation between variables, therefore it is not governed by any hypothesis. Quantitative design was negotiated. Now, data interpretation and analysis for rural infrastructure from the above discussion and presentation of findings of different studies, some trends about the different development issues in rural areas of Birbhum emerge in the infrastructure. Now, unfaced roads poses challenges for coming people residing in areas. Now, in this context, so I can come to a conclusion that from the above discussion and presentation of findings of different studies, some trends about the different development issues of rural areas Birbhum emerge in terms of infrastructure. The length unsurfaced roads poses a challenge for computing the people residing in areas. While in most seasons the roads make ride and travel comfortably, during monsoon the inconvenience quotient surely increases, makes it difficult for the people to use them. Lack of initiative to surface the roads prolongs the hardship faced. Along the varying scales, new road length addition is a development issue. Though the journalist takes a position of an observer, he or she is integral part of development process. By being objective and impartial, they endeavor to present the precise picture, which is turn helps informing public perception about how their development issues are being addressed by governments. Whenever there were events to announce a development project or something similar, it was covered by media. But development related issues faced by local population or opinions of local about how issues mitigated or initiative taken by local support, government interventions and nearly rarely covered in the developmental stories that is published in prominent publications. Although it is one of the responsibility of development reporting to motivate people to partner government in effective strategizing and implementation of development initiative, account of people for their views and thought hardly find mention such stories. So objective is clearly missing in majority of cases, with political bias and alignments coming to fore. So in conclusion, it can be thus said that development reporting is still not getting the attention it deserves or should be accorded to it, while in the scenario of rural reporting are somewhat better publication catering to the urban centers has dismissal. This is my submission, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mahendra, for your presentation.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Yes. So next we'll be moving on to our last presentation of the day by Mr. M.K. Singh, who has done a comparative study of government and private secondary schools in Imphal, East District from Manipur.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Hello. Hello.
After International Conference on Trade in Multi-Disciplinary Research, ICRTMDR ICRTMDR-2020, 26th and 27th December 2020. Volunteers organized
Thank you,
by
sir.
engineering.
Però perché la mischina, no? Sì, che sobre quella para che mi cerca di ule. No, lo che se la porti ule.
Five grand temperature at safe research scholar department.
Talaga sa devo capire.
Secondary stasis.
Non ricordo thank you for your comment.
Stays in the mind and the body, and the higher outcome is depend upon stability and proper inference and profitability and the equipment of the second.
Eppure samandala. Eppure samandala. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ತಗೊಂಡ್ರಿ
ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಹೇಳ
ತೇಸಿನ ತಪ್ಪಿಸಿ
and the middle secondary school, 10 to 12, and the upper secondary school, 11 to 12. And then infrastructure facility. Now infrastructure is most important. Now there's the height category of the infrastructure. Now number one, the building facility resource of the indispensable, it is most important, and the infrastructure most related with the other outcome, it is most essential. And the concern is that infrastructure neglect to the student for the learning. And the number four, private school painting different color inside and outside to look student interest for the learning the area. Public school has the RCC and the conservability. That is neglect for the learning the student. The private school are the RCCs and the building. And number seven, public school last enrollment and last outcomes. And number eight, private secondary school enrollment, higher enrollment and the higher outcome. Building facility of the public and the private secondary school in the year outcomes. It is most important related to the building facility and their outcome. Now, let me point out first in the private secondary school. That is also 9 category. Number one, proper painting inside the room. That is the private school. And number two, painting outside the building. And number three, full RCC or number four, proper manpower facility. Number five, enough equipment. And then number six, when toilet, boys and girls and the teacher. And then number seven, higher outcomes and topper ranks. And right topper among the 30 ranks and higher pass percentage. Number nine, full enrollment test for the private school. On the other hand, public school and only one color inside and only one color outside, no RCC and no semantic. And number four, point teacher but not proper functions. And then number five, poor equipment. And then number six, less boys in the girls' toilet, but some school has found. Number seven, less outcome. And then number eight, sometimes topper, not regular, and then less percentage. Number nine, less percentage. And friends, differentiation building of the public and the private secondary school in Bangladesh district. Now, there is one picture, but it is not to be slideshow. It is so sorry for all the participant and the presenter. It is so sorry. It is audible, video audible. Okay, thank you very much for excuse me. The private secondary school is a very full RCC and is meant that there has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 floor, and all grounds are marble, and they are all the packed facilities, and it is very good, and there has to be maintenance in the student wants to be here, and then they have to be produced a lot of the pollutions in the concept of higher secondary school in Manipur. And then, on the other hand, public school, it is not to be a building. It is not a first floor, second floor, third floor. It is not. It is not found. Some school has found, but it is maximum. Maximum. It is not to be. It is not to be. But public school is the one color inside and it is not to be ICC buffering, it is not to be manpower facility, it has to be only have RCC, GATSA, it is not to be a proper electrification and it is not to be ignorance. The student and the parents do not believe to be higher enrollment in this school, but government school some less of the enrollment and lower fast percentage. Okay. And it's good structure and the administration design is so important design for the good. It's good infrastructure and their facility and their design, but it is outside, but it cannot to be sliced, so it is so sorry. And I would like to be read and please listen to me and educate size, the scope and improvement solution and the development education and specification and the employment district program and the management staff design and administration for the construction process program, employment staff public committee, construction selection and the construction administration and SMC commission. Now committee format and the site evaluation assessment, financial need assessment, and identification financial ratios, and the infrastructure and the design course, the estimate review, and the design completion constructive plan, and architect observation, and the architect acceptance. The hazard security material, so it is very much important. The multi-hazard assessment is the hazard hazard management reduction government trace limit costs and hazard information is to be designed too. And preparing and construction and the completion and the comprehension, it is also related to the architect design. All these buildings are required to be completed. Now public schools are the semi-assisted and the infrastructure and the lower and the low pass percentage, not position in the track final exam within the 20 ranks. Sometimes it has been found to be 20 ranks. It is less. Sometimes fine position, not regularly, and the private secondary school and the grad and 1 to 20 ranks. They have to be produced many position rank within the 20 ranks, and the private school are competitively produced, and the outcomes are competitively for the position holder, and they are all and good badge arts in public school, and private school are the good RCC and profitability and higher percentage of pass examination in class. The reason of the concept of 2020 concept of ICRTMDR. Thank you very much for giving me for the chance of the presentation.
Yes, with this we come to an end of our technical sessions of day 2. Session chairs.
It's the last presentation, actually, the video presentation, which was not very clear, and the sound is also actually very much
Yes,
yes.
audible.
So,
Yes. The video sound
but
was very.
but the area of study was actually very good, the very much needed. So, but otherwise, it's not very clear. So to conclude with it, actually, all the presenters, they have done a very good job, and it is really wonderful to have teams or different people to get involved into the research and explore more. And sometimes this is not sufficient to stay with it. So in the future, we have to come up with more papers, more research presentations, and the team. IRT, you all have done a wonderful job in organizing it and explaining. Means like face so many difficulties, but however you manage it in a wonderful way, and I appreciate that. And the presenters, you all have done a wonderful job. The researchers, so many of them are going to have a great impact into the society. And during this pandemic, the research is one which is going to keep us alive in all the way. So keep up the good work, and thank you very much for the opportunity on behalf of my college from Maldives. And I just wish all the very best to every participant and the team at AFPRP. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Mr. Ibrahim, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate ICRTMDR for successfully executing this two-day conference. So it is a success, and also it is remarkable to witness that such a diversified researchers from different backgrounds, from different countries, and also it's good that we have actually a very good pool of researchers, including professors, assistant professors, and also some PhD candidates who have actually presented their partial research as well. So it was a very good experience, and I would like to thank you, ICRTMDR and the team for inviting and making us part of this very successful conference. Thank you so much, and once again, congratulations. And I would like to thank all the participants as well for their work and for their research. And I wish all the best and good luck for those who are continuing the same research, those who has presented, especially the PhD candidates who are doing very good job. I feel among the all the participants, I was very excited to witness PhD candidate research, which was very good, and they have a good prospects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you both the session chairs for patiently being with us both the days and bringing out this event very successfully. And thank you to all the presenters for the amazing presentation. So now we come to an end of ICRTMDR 2020. And thank you to our eminent keynote speakers who gave an amazing keynote presentation yesterday. And also to our co-host, Cyrix College, Avid College, MI College, and Department of CSE, APC Mahalakshmi College for Women for being part of this event and making it a great success. Thank you all. And the valedictory sessions results will be announced tomorrow. And in case of any queries, do write to us. And you can also watch the virtual conference through our YouTube channel, IFERP. Please do subscribe, and you may watch more of international conferences live through our channel. So thank you all and have a nice day. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Have a nice day. Thank you.